Hey. Wait. Hey. How are you? Where are you? Who are you? What's happening? What's up? Hey, what's up? How are you? We're doing it. We're doing your favorite topic in the whole world. Genocide. Genocide stream. Yay. We're doing it. Let's go. Your favorite thing in the world. It's genocide. You've been waiting for this your whole lives. And now I'm here to provide. Provide what you want. Provide your deepest desires. We are giggling. Yeah. We're giggling to the sounds of genocide. We're here to talk about the crimes of barbarism and crimes of vandalism. Yay! Great times. We're gonna go through all of them. We're gonna see what the Wikipedia has to say about them. It's gonna be a fun time. It's going to be amazing. We're gonna see if anyone on YouTube has made any videos on the topic. We're gonna be having good old fun. It's gonna be the most wholesome stream of them all. Because I've chosen the most wholesome topic possible. Genocide. Genocides that have been tried. Genocides that have not been tried because they've been done before the Genocide Convention. Genocide that have not been tried because nobody accepts that the genocide is a genocide. Yay! Great. Ongoing genocides. Yay! It's all gonna be here. It's all here in one twisted package. And we're here for it. Hello, we made it here again for a few hours. Yeah. For a genocide party thing. Let's see how many people are watching on Twitch. Twitch people love genocide. Oh no, one person viewing, and it's probably me. God damn. Classed. I'm being beaten by Dead by Daylight. Oh, whatever. It's gonna be a monothematic stream. Now we're gonna have something else as well. It's just gonna be dominated. It's gonna be dominated by the biggest topic, which is genocide. Because I'm preparing for a big debate. And my debate opponent doesn't even know that I'm gonna debate him. The debate is so secret, the debate is so epic, that the person that I'm debating doesn't even know that I'm gonna be debating them. Isn't that exciting? I'm gonna give you the debate of the ages, debate of the century, debate of the millennium. I'm gonna be debating your favorite streamer. And now I want the chat to write who your favorite streamer is so that I can see if you know who I'll be debating. President Sunday? Depends. Does President Sunday agree that Holodomor is a genocide? That depends. So who's your favorite streamer? Write it in the chat and I'm gonna tell you if I'm gonna tell you if I'm debating them. Go on. Participate. Let's participate in the fun. Come on, chat. Participate. Come on. Let's make this an interactive stream. Come on. Let's go. Who's your favorite streamer? I'm gonna tell you if I'm debating them or not. Lucy debating Lucy? I could, but I would win. So that's no fun. That would be a guaranteed win for Lucy. Or a draw, I don't know. Depends on whether or not I'd be in the mood. Or maybe Lucy would win. I don't know. It could go either way. It's anyone's guess who would win between Lucy and Lucy. Pretty sure all the political streamers I watch would agree with you on genocide. That's not true. That's not true at all. I don't think so. Well, depends on... Well, wait, Nerodia, who do you watch? Who do you watch? Name all the political streamers that you watch, and I'm gonna make that determination. Who do you watch? Who do you watch? Tell me. Who do you watch? And I'm gonna tell you if what you're saying is true. Oh! Yolkio has the right idea. I'm gonna be debating Loner Box for sure. Because Loner Box does not agree with me on genocide. Let's go. We've already debated once on genocide. So this is going to be round 2. Vosh, Demon Mama, Sunday, when he's not doing drama. RBJ, when I'm up late enough. Who else? Who else do you watch, Nerodia? I don't watch Loner Box though. It's okay. So we're gonna be for sure debating Loner Box. Mr. Box. Gonna be debating him. Or maybe even your most favorite streamer of all, Steven Bonnell II, Destiny. He also doesn't agree with me on genocide. There we go. And he talks with small scrubs like me, so maybe we can debate him as well. We're gonna go do a debate tour racket thing. A debate circus. I don't watch Loner Box. You don't watch Loner Box? Aiko Rules isn't super political, but I do enjoy watching her too. Does Aiko Rules agree with me on genocide? Let's see. Let's see. Does President Sunday agree with me on genocide? Let's check. Let us check. I actually don't know. Might have to ask. Cathedral. At President Sunday. Do we agree on genocide? Was the Holodomor one? Duck emote. There you go. I asked politely. There you go. I watch Loner sometimes, but only for brief spurts if the topic is interesting. Also, hello. Hello, Shai Hulud. So all of you now, what's so cool about Aiko, huh? What do you think they're better than me? What? Okay, all of you write in the chat the name of your favorite streamer, and I'll tell you if I'm gonna debate him. Write the name of your favorite streamer. Write it now. Write it now in the chat. Do it. Do it. Do it, cowards. Hello, Lily Ten Shoes. Do it, you cowards. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to write your favorite streamers' names. And I'll tell you if I'm gonna debate them. Do it. Do it. Do it. I'm being so high energy today. Maybe I'm getting better, finally. Finally, I'm getting better from my illness. My illness is growing weaker, which is good. How long can you be ill? 10 years? 50 years? A millennium? Demon Mama! Does Demon Mama agree with me on genocide? President Sunday. Well, I asked President Sunday. He never replied. Does Demon Mama agree with me on genocide? Have to check. I have to check. It's gonna be interesting. A debate between me and Demon Mama on genocide. On genocide. Down Sunpook. Lucy is best. Oh, thank you. Fools Russian. What fools Russian? What do you mean? Oh, I wonder if Tomfoolery agrees with me on genocide. Maybe I could start with the smaller ones. Tomfoolery. Debate tomfoolery on genocide or kid not kin. That would never happen, Lulu. Wait, what would never happen? You both agree on the same thing. Wait, me and Demon Mama? I bunk you. Wait, why do you bunk me? What? What did I do? What did I do? What have I done? What's wrong? What did I do? What did I do to offend your sensibilities? What's wrong? Oh my gosh. My nose is running. Maybe I'm ill after all. Maybe my high energies just cope. Maybe I'm just coping. I'm just coping. I'm actually really ill, but I'm coping, and by the power of my cope and my own hype, I'm keeping high energy. But you like it when I'm high energy, because when I'm high energy, the entertainment factor goes up way high. Or maybe, just maybe, I'm so high energy because of the topic of today. Genocide. Maybe that's what's keeping me in such hyper mode. Because we're talking of the most wholesome topic. The most wholesome crime of them all, as they said, right? The fool is me, rushing in with the first answer here. Quack. Not sure about Tom. Tomfoolery. Tomfoolery has had some debates about consent and about sex. Did you know? Tomfoolery has had a run-in with Caffles, the streamer. Tomfoolery, I don't know. I'll debate him. I'll debate him on genocide because I bet we don't agree. Who else? Who else can I debate? Give me idea. I know. What political streamers are there? I'm gonna give you a list, okay? I'm gonna give you a nice, exciting list, and we're gonna talk. We're gonna talk about it like family does. We're gonna talk about it like a big stream family. We're basically family, right? We're basically family. We're basically like a big clan, as Big Papa Fascist said. We're basically a clan. And a clan is also almost a nation, according to him. So we're basically a nation. President Sunday says he agrees with you. Yeah? Where? On the Discord? Yes. Unless Vosh said it isn't. Okay. Oh my god. So we won't debating. So we're not debating President Sunday. Okay? But we are definitely debating how knowledgeable is how knowledgeable is tomfoolery. I don't know. So we're not debating President Sunday, definitely, because we agree. How knowledgeable is tomfoolery? What a tough question. That's a toughie. That's a oh based on my experience, I would say not very. But then again, you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. So maybe tomfoolery is just super knowledgeable and we just don't know. Who knows? Like maybe tomfoolery is hiding his power level. Lulu just trying to start arguments with people she agrees with to Cloud Stark. To Cloud Shark. Cloud Stark? What is a Cloud Stark? No, I don't think. Also, debates are not arguments. I think. Are debates argument? Is a debate the same as an argument? If I debate someone, are we having an argument? I was thinking about it, and I don't watch many politics streamers currently, but I would think it would be quite interesting if any of the German political streamers would do an English language stream, but I guess they wouldn't risk it because of the strange stigma of discussing the topic here, even by people who are otherwise very reasonable. Oh, genocide! Oh! Genocide with German political streamers. Oh! Okay. I'm not a cloud shark. If I was a cloud shark, I'd be bigger, probably. If I'm a cloud shark, then I suck at it. If I'm a cloud shark, then I suck at it. I suck at being a cloud shark. Where's the cloud? There's no cloud, and there are no sharks. I don't like this. Being here. Get this out of my sight. There are no clouds and there are no sharks. Hello, Sophie. Hello, welcome to this wonderful event. Welcome to this wonderful stream. Debates are made of arguments. True. True. Oh! Oh! You know who I should debate? Chud Logic. Chud Logic. Shouldn't I? Isn't Chud Logic my ultimate opponent? My nemesis? My enemy? My opponent? But the problem with Chud Logic is that he sort of already ran away from one debate. So I don't know what the point would be to challenge him to a different debate if he ran away from one already. You're not gonna debate anyone, Lulu. I actually am going to debate Lonerbox. That is actually the plan, to call into Lonerbox and to actually talk to him about... I'm sorry. I got annoyed, okay? I tuned in one time randomly, okay, to a small streamer called Food Shops. Do you know a small streamer called Food Shops? Are you familiar with the small streamer called Food Shops by any chance? A trans streamer called Food Shops who had a horrible debate recently and I covered it. Are you familiar? You familiar with Food Shops? Unfortunately. I think prefer loner box is usually good faith and reasonable. I mean, we had a debate. We had a debate once and we went okay. Our first debate went pretty okay, even though my audio was pretty shoddy. But it was okay. We talked. We had a back and forth. It was okay. We didn't come out of the debate hating one another. I think the word argument is used differently in various languages, contexts, and meaning of personal fight. A debate isn't an argument, but in meaning of the logical deduction. A debate consists of arguments, but is not one big argument too. I'm vaguely familiar, not seen much of Food Shops. I don't even know their pronouns. It's she, her. So, so I tuned into her stream randomly, and she said, "Oh yeah, the Holodomor is not a genocide. Definitely not a genocide. There's not enough evidence to say that the Holodomor was a genocide. I learned this from Lonerbox, and I trust them." And I was like, oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh God. So I know now that I have to make a big preparation. Okay? I have to make a big fat preparation. And I have to talk to Lonerbox about the Holodomor because this is getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand. Lonerbox does not think that the Holodomor was a genocide. And Lonerbox is not a tanky. Okay? Lonerbox is not a tanky. I can assure you of that. So I'm doing a big, fat, juicy, cool preparation. And I'm gonna call in, because Lonerbox said that I could call in at any time. But I'm gonna talk about him about a whole lot more. Using my wits, using my knowledge about genocide, using my knowledge about the Holodomor, and most of all, using evidence. And my evidence is documents. Documents, of course. We're gonna be using documents as evidence. I don't want to talk to Food Shops. I want to talk to Lonerbox, the person that put the idea in her head. First hand sources. I'm Jewish, I can say it. The treatment of Gaza by Israel is very genocidal. See? I can say it. Food Shop seems to only use the UN definition of genocide as a bar, if it was actually one. That's fine. That's actually fine. I don't have a problem with going with the UN definition. Technically speaking, it has the most prestige because it's the only one that's actually enshrined into international law, even though it proves to be pretty impotent in many cases. But I don't have a problem discussing the topic around the UN definition. In fact, fine, yeah. Right? Wait! Food Shops did a genocide research stream? I want to see it. Link it. Link it to me. And we're gonna check it. We're gonna react. Because today is a genocide stream. Come on. Yeah. An amazing genocide stream. The most wholesome topic of all. Yes. Oh, yes. Hello, Minus. Oh, boy. I know, right? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I just think it's almost too narrow a definition. That's because it's been narrowed. Okay? It's been narrowed. It used to be broader. First of all, okay, let's talk about Raphael Lemkin for a second. The famous Jewish Warsaw lawyer who died in obscurity and said that his genocide convention and his prediction and his prevention of genocide has failed. That was his opinion when he was dying, that he has failed, and he predicted a world in which genocides would be perpetuated and nobody would be there to do anything about it. And you know what? This is the world that we actually live in. So Lemkin was correct. He predicted the world that we live in. But Lemkin, even before the Second World War, started working on two new crimes. The crime of barbarism and the crime of vandalism. The crime of barbarism basically had all the points that later genocide had, and the crime of vandalism was all about the destruction of culture, like art, like any sort of cultural related things, you know? Like buildings, and Lemkin saw the destruction of cultural value, of cultural good of a people to be just as bad as genociding the people themselves, because he argued that if you destroy cultural heritage, such as in the Tamil genocide, a big library was burned. He argued that it's not just a loss for the particular people, that it's the loss for a whole. Cultural genocide is defined a little bit differently. That it's a loss for whole humanity, and that the whole humanity should be interested in prosecuting the destruction of art and other things that are related to culture. Right? For example, bombing a museum would go under the crime of vandalism. But after the Second World War, he sort of decided that the word barbarism is not enough to sort of encapsulate that crime. And so he created the word genocide, genos, Greek from people, and aside from like homicide and other words for killing. Genocide. And what do I look like without the glasses? Like this. This is what I look like without the glasses. This is me. Glassless Lucy. I can't see anything. Cool? I look cool? Anyway, the Genocide Convention had two additional points, okay? Social groups and political groups. Yes. Yes, it does. Yes. Yes, 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 it does. Yes, it would. It would, yeah. It definitely would. And Lemkin created these categories with specific events in mind, okay? Religious group was created, was listed, okay, thank you. Religious group was listed with the Armenians in mind because the Ottoman Empire and then the Young Turks did not consider the Armenians to be a nation because the Ottoman Empire did not even accept such a categorization as nation. So they considered the Armenians as a religious group. So Lemkin listed religion groups in the Genocide Convention with the Armenians in mind. Race was added with Jewish people in mind because Jewish people were considered a separate race from other peoples. Political social groups were added with the Soviet Union in mind and the persecutions that have reached Lemkin's ears that were happening in the Soviet Union. That's why he wanted to add the political and social groups to the Genocide Convention. And interestingly enough, the Soviet Union was one of the most vocal opponents of adding those two categories into the Genocide Convention. And political and social groups as categories in the Genocide Conventions were crossed out from the convention. I would have to look more into it. It could. It was a genocide. The Armenian genocide? Oh yeah, of course. It's hardly contested. It's only contested a little bit because of influence of Turkey, but and pressure of Turkey not to consider it one, but it's pretty much widely considered a genocide. Yeah, it's widely accepted as genocide. I can't imagine why. I'm gonna take the chip. I'm gonna take the chip. I'm gonna eat it. Get it? Do you get that reference? Did you get it? Did you get it? It's Death Note. I bet you didn't get it. You don't watch anime. You don't watch enough anime. You should watch more anime. What? Okay, I'm gonna watch it. Which one to watch first? Somniostatic. I'm gonna watch it. It's gonna be a long stream, but it's gonna be a genocide stream. What? A genocide stream? What? Yes. That's right. Full of excitement. Full of events. Full of prizes. Full of, you know. It's gonna be fun. It's genocide. What's not to be excited about? Right? The second one. Okay, let's watch the second one. Awkward. Awkwardness. Inbound. Let's go. Loner box. Okay, my debate opponent, my nemesis. No, it's too late. I already have a nemesis. The nemesis name is Chud Logic. Okay. Okay. What's the prize? Ah, that's for you to find out when you take part in the contests. The genocidal contests that I'm gonna do. Alright? Let's go. Ooh. I'm gonna sneeze. Nemesis. What court case? Which court case? Do you mean Birma? I don't know yet. It's ongoing. Okay. By the way, you seem a lot happier and more confident lately, Lulu. Hope you're doing good. I'm doing better. I'm doing better. I'm still just getting... I'm getting started, okay? I'm just getting started. When I get rolling, when I really get back into my optimal form, which I've admittedly never been in, then we're gonna become huge. We're gonna become the hugest streamers on the planet Earth. I'm telling you that right now. I don't think that's what we want to see. Oh my god, it's food shops. I'm gonna put this on like this. We're gonna watch. Well, we're not just gonna watch like blindly and whatever, you know? We're not just gonna be awkwardly watching without any goal. We're gonna be commenting. I'm gonna give commentary. Vosh is live. Lucy is live. Mercado Media is live. Wow. Wow. Goddamn. Amazing. Okay. I'm gonna put it on full screen. And we're gonna enjoy ourselves. I've got snacks. And a drink.
Damn, we got a caller in already.
Why is the music so loud? Why cannot hear Wick? I cannot hear Wick.
Hello.
Turn the music down. Oh my god. Turn that music down.
Hello. Yeah, so, Wick, I'm glad to see that you're finally talking about, you know, some of the tribulations of, sorry. Dude, yeah.
What?
So,
Aww, that's a nice drawing. I actually like that drawing. Hold on. I wonder who drew this. I wonder who drew that. I wonder who drew that. Oh, screen. I wonder who drew that.
sorry. Dude, yeah. So,
I wonder who drew that. That's actually pretty nice. Yeah, okay. Oh my gosh, if it isn't the Smagman. What's up, Smagman? I heard you're really bad at security. That's cute. That is a pretty good drawing. Yes, Smegman, have you become better about security now? I heard Karasu gave you a few pointers how to better defend your privacy online. I heard you're not very good at it. Have you taken any of her advice to heart? Cat got your tongue? Well, whatever. Whatever the case may be, let's just watch this.
What do you mean finally talking about? I've been talking about this for... Go on, please.
Okay, yeah. The music has to go. Oh, Karasu is here. Hello. I didn't realize you were here. Okay. You're gone. You're gone. Ban him, Karasu. Jesus. So rude. But yeah, I learned some... I don't know. You sound like a child. I see. Okay. Jesus. How old is this person? I swear. And why did he get so obsessed with me? I assume it's a he. I actually totally assume it's a he. Okay, let's just continue.
oh, okay. So, I guess this is the question that I'm gonna pose to Loner. So do you have something?
Just go for me.
So for me, right? At least for me, the concept. Jesus.
Jesus.
I see. Concept of an ethno state never really struck home for me because
What are the biggest bigots that come to my stream always from Poland? It's incredible.
sure, I agree that's to some degree of nationalism is healthy because patriotism keeps like, you know, population cohesive in terms of like
Patriotism and nationalism are not the same thing remotely. Hello, Arkael! Hello! So, okay, I feel like I have to explain this because people make this mistake often. When they say some level of nationalism is healthy because patriotism is good. Patriotism as a concept existed before nationalism as a concept was created. So, nationalism and patriotism, while there may be sort of related concepts, they're not remotely the same. Okay? There can be different types of patriotism, and patriotism can be not based on a notion of a nation or a nation identity. They're fragile. They are. Like super fragile. Super weird. Super sad.
a national message.
They think they're doing something for the country when in fact they just make a bad name of Poland by this. Yeah. Plus, I don't have a beard. Come on. I don't have a beard. It's so sad. Okay, let's continue.
People go out to the polls and vote. People keep together with like a single unifying culture and song. However, I think that when it goes too far, when you begin to separate people out, people don't even know that there's like a Palestinian population, you know, inside of, you know, Israel at times. I didn't even realize that until I was corrected by Quibbles, right? So the thing is is there some part of you, do you feel like you are against like an ethno state? And if there is it just like a vibes thing, or is there some kind of deeper philosophical part?
What? What sort of a question is that? That's how... I don't know. It feels like Food Shops is not super good at this. I don't know. Like every time I listen to Food Shops, I get this, why ask this? Why this question? I don't get it. Why ask this particular question? So such a weirdly phrased questions. What a coincidence. I might stream soon too. I found a video where Food Shops debates her moderator about transmedicalism. I'm going to go over it. Oh. You want to do it together? I'm game. Silver X, hello. Yes, patriotism is about the land of your forefathers, patria in Latin, and the nation state that the attempt to equate the country with the state authority. Those are not the same concepts, patriotism and nationalism.
No one's entitled to an ethno state, obviously, but I think the problem is that when I think of an ethno state, I assume it's like, I think of like white people trying to keep their country white because, just because, right? Because they're racist, right? I think the difference is when you have like with Palestinians and Israelis.
I'm not even joking when I say that I'm pretty sure I was like the highest quality caller when it came to like this loner box.
That is so sad if that's the case. Damn, the highest quality caller.
Appearance on Wick TV. Like I was the first one and I was the highest quality one. I gave the best questions. I gave
Oh,
the best
no.
discussion and the best chat with him.
Damn.
And every single other appearance that came after this one was fucking unhinged.
That is so sad.
Almost every single one of them was fucking unhinged. Like either like they're surface level or unhinged. Yeah. Like clearly people did not do their research, or people just came into meme, or people were just like trying to make up like disagreements or some shit. Yeah, I was like watching the rest of it. It was like clearly people were not putting in their due diligence and taking it seriously. But
I told you. I told you, biggest bigots always Polish people. It's always Polish people. They're so weirdly obsessed. Why are Polish people so weird? I swear.
was actually taking this seriously when I first called in. Because, I mean, as a fellow content creator, I have a reputation to uphold.
Okay.
The fact is, both of them want an ethno state. Both of them want at least to live in an ethno majority.
As a fellow content creator, I have a reputation to uphold.
Anyone who says that Israelis are ethnostaters, like left-wingers who say that, just ask them. Let's say Israel rammed up immigration for the next 20 years, and then living all the way across the West Bank, Gaza, and Israel, it was like 80% Jewish, okay? 20% Palestinian. And
Isn't
then
that
they
right now?
said, no, it's like 50-50.
Oh, 50? Oh.
Yeah. So let's say it was just 80-20 Jewish from the river to the sea. And then Israel suddenly says, okay, we'll do a one-state solution now. Fuck it.
No,
We'll give
sorry,
you all voting rights, and then we'll even call it Palestine. And then I would ask, would Palestinians accept that? I think they'd probably say no. And they'd be right to say no, because they won't have the society that they want to have, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, two foods? Yeah, well, no, I mean, this is the one time where I appeared off stream to Wick TV to talk to Loner Box. It's just me doing some post commentary.
Damn.
I feel like this is gonna be the last segment of the night.
I don't feel like it's a very nice commentary when the first thing you say is like, I feel like I was the best. I feel like I was the best quality caller.
Wait, right now in Israel it's 80-20, right? Like in Israel proper.
No, in Israel
80-20.
it is, but I'm talking
It's
about
80-20.
including
Yeah,
the West
you're,
Bank.
you're
Gaza,
talking
yeah.
from the river to the sea, it is 50-50. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I feel like when it comes to like I'm talking about like ethno state, like in general, right? Like not just when it comes to Israel and Palestine, right? Let's just say like it was like an arbitrary ethno state, like any kind of skin color. Let's just say it was like blue avatar skin color. Like would you say like, okay, is it inevitable that if you keep advocating for an ethno state, that whenever somebody comes in to live, that there would be so much divisiveness, so much nationalism, that you would inevitably try to push somebody out, because you would be like, oh my gosh, there's so much tribalism, there's so much patriotism, that you have to push somebody out?
Probably, yeah. But the way I see it is that the only way you're going to get Israel or Palestine to stop being advocating for ethno states would be because if the two groups were.
Wait, hold on, Karasu. It's on sale on Steam? It's not on sale for me. For me, it's full price. Hold on. It's full price for me. I don't see a sale on my Steam. It's full price. When you said it was on sale, did you mean Steam? Maybe it's region locked. Maybe the sales are region locked, in which case Smegma Man would not be able to get the sale as well. Because it seems it's not on sale in Poland. That's a good policy to have, Sophie. That's a good mindset to have. I actually wanted to buy it now, Project Zomboid, but it doesn't seem to be on sale for me. The Winter Sale has been good for this year. It would be trash if it was regional. I mean, Karasu said that Project Zomboid is on sale. And I just don't see the sale. It's full price for me. Oh, I got it. Some new static sent me the link. Oh, damn. I wasted an opportunity. I should have got it right there and then. I should have gotten it. Damn. Next time you tell me about a sale, I'm just gonna get it right away. I should have gotten it. Damn.
And then if they were able to reconcile, and then if immigration and demographic concerns just became less
I wanted to get it now.
an issue, then you could have movement between the two areas more. You could have people, for whatever reason, you could maybe make Israel more amenable to refugees when it turns out that refugees coming back doesn't actually produce that much of a problem. But this has happened in right of return talks before. When Arafat was in the PLO, what they wanted for right of return, which is where the big ethnic state argument comes from, he offered, like his side of the offer was that Israel recognizes it in principle, just in principle, but they don't cap it. They just let it get negotiated over time, and that the PLO were willing to take Israel's demographic concerns into account when they did that. So that there would be reparations and alternatives for people who didn't want to go to Israel, would rather go to the West Bank, that kind of thing, or sell somewhere else. Yeah.
Before you go, $10 from Mantis to say, "Hey, Wick and Loaderbox, have either of you thought to contact someone with military knowledge or experience? I'm getting a bit tired of hearing civilian opinions on military strategies and high terms." First of all, I was in the military, Air Force, for 6 years.
Okay.
I was not I had no.
Hello.
I did not do planning.
Oh God. Third account. Really? Third account. Oh yes, hello. I'm just gonna say hello. In case you're not a third account.
Or tactics or anything like that. I was a cryptolinguist, and then I was a
welcome
crew
to
chief.
chat.
And so, fair enough. But what do you think it would add is my question. And $5 from Cryborn.
This is true, right? We're not really giving strategic military takes. I can understand if we were actually trying to give predictions in terms of
Well, it's about tree fitting.
What was that?
Oh, thanks for subbing. But I could understand if we were giving prescriptions in terms of like where the military should go and where military forces and soldiers should go. But I don't think it would particularly be useful for us to discuss that, nor would it be interesting. I think that it would only be interesting when like it's just that like I don't know how it would add to the overall discussion. It's just not the nature of Twitch poll to discuss anything that is like high expertise topics like that. Anything that is like really
But Twitch poll was long dead. Twitch poll. That's a name I don't hear often. Twitch poll.
detailed, really professional, really specialized stuff like that.
Okay.
And in my opinion, it's just more boring than just simply going, hey, I think this is my prescription for how we should deal with the West Bank.
Okay.
to say, great show today. I
More
appreciate the humility
boringer.
and honesty with which Wick has approached this topic. Looking forward to more Wick interviews. Well, thank you. I love the gas up, and I love the $5, so appreciate you. But anyway, continue.
Listen, I appreciate Mantis, but Mantis, I love how you cooked quibbles last night, but Mantis, shut the hell up. I'm kidding. Listen, the point is wait, how do you feel? I have another question. When it comes to settlements, how do you feel about East Jerusalem, right? So when it comes to East Jerusalem, I know that there are some parts. I was talking to Quibbles last night, right? And for a record, I'm gonna reiterate this: we were not giving any military. We were not doing any kind of military discussion.
Oh god. Twitch poll is kind of around, but even more deranged than it was originally, which is saying something. How deranged is it now?
Mantis, you told me you were gonna come in here to cook me. What happened to that? Also, like I said, we were not doing military prescriptions, and we were not doing military descriptions either.
Okay.
We were not doing either of them.
Because getting educated on these topics is boring. I'm so mean today, but you know, get some work in. Get some reading in between streams, okay? Get the grind on. Get your grind on. Learn these things.
So I don't get why that chat even came in, or why that $5 even came in. It doesn't make any sense. There are some parts.
Listen, unlike food shops, I appreciate any $5 donations. So, to food shops, $5 donations don't make any sense. To me, it makes perfect sense. So if you want to tell me something and pay me $5, I welcome it. Okay? I welcome the $5.
Where he wishes that would fold into Israel proper.
Serious topic of international law. How do you feel about it? I have it in my notes. Interesting. What is the role of international law? What is its significance? Just loose thoughts. Is it possible to enforce? Because international law is far more difficult to enforce in practice than you might think in theory. And the last thing is, does might make right in our world? Because in some cases it actually literally feels like might makes right in the way our world is set up today.
As part of peace negotiations eventually, like down the road as a prescription. In my opinion, it would severely hinder peace negotiations, because it's like, what the fuck, right? It's like he says that we both agreed that it would obviously it would break international law, right? Obviously we both agree it would break. You be nice to Mantis? Well, she's not nice to me.
Turn the other cheek.
I'm nice to Max. I'm nice to Emma. I'm nice to Yoon. Mantis is a cunt to me. I'm a cunt to Mantis, and it's great.
Okay. You could cut this out for the segment, you know? You could cut this out. How is Wick only 5 years older than Lonerbox? How old is Lonerbox?
International law, but
Is Lonerbox 35? Wick is like 40, no?
Like, he would say, like, fuck it. Fuck UN law. Fuck UN law. It would break international law, but peace is more important. Pragmatism is more important. How do you feel about that? I'm so nice to you. I freaking stand for you.
Okay. I don't need this banter with chat. Cut it out. It's nice to have on the stream, but cut it out of the segment. Keep your segments streamlined. I don't need this.
Do I see you standing for me in other chats?
I don't need this. 25? How old do you think I am? How old do you think I am, Sophie? I'm afraid to ask. Oh, I have to take a bath.
I'm trying to remember. I'm genuinely trying to remember. Okay, I'll trust your word.
Okay, thank you.
I'm so sorry. Can you tell me the first half of the question about East Jerusalem, like specifically?
So there are parts.
Why is Wick laughing? What's so funny? 26, 27 maybe? Oh, 42? Screw you.
So there are parts of East. There are some motherfuckers. There are some motherfuckers who will just shit talk me in other chats while still pretending that they are a part of the community. All right. I won't explicitly name names. I've seen them do it. I'm scuffed. All right. But yeah, some motherfuckers literally will pretend that they're still part of my community. Don't watch any of my content. Don't watch any of my videos. Don't watch any of my streams. All right.
All right.
But they will go into other chats and shit talk me. All right.
I don't
while
need this.
Still being in my server, pretending to be in my community. Okay. All right. So I'm saying, all right, if you want to be an anti-fan and you offer no constructive criticism and you don't even engage in my content, I would rather just kick you out of my community, okay? Because for me, that's just not the kind of like community I want to like make, okay? Controversy and feedback is fine and criticism is fine. You guys already know I welcome all of that, okay? That's fine.
What sort of community does Food Shops want to build? That's my question, I guess. Oh, I'm sorry, someone's calling me. One moment, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm back. My mom called. Visit her tomorrow. I'm gonna visit her tomorrow.
And I love Mantis when she shit talks me, okay? But at least I know Mantis watches my content, all right? I can't stand motherfuckers who shit talk me.
Why is this in the segment? Come on.
And don't watch my content. What the fuck? Okay? Like, that does not make any kind of sense. I know that whenever Scuffed shit talks me, he wants me to be an entirely different person. It is fucking stupid as fuck.
Mom.
Okay? Like, he wants me to do playthroughs of video games or do game reviews.
She wasn't feeling very well today, so she slept all day today.
What? That's not my content. Watch somebody else. Too bad. Jerusalem, in
Yeah.
which
Hello, Greater Ain't. We're doing a genocide stream. Yeah, that's right. Your favorite topic. Genocide.
so they basically gather intel on your Discord to use it for shit talking you and other
So donate. Donate. Don't be shy to donate.
chats. Sounds like terror. No, they're just being a dick. You know who is the only person I troll properly? And to be honest, I didn't say anything untruthful either. Just my opinion.
Donate. Hope your
Yeah,
mom
but
feels
even
better
then,
soon.
you still watch
She was feeling better now.
their content, which is different. Don't get rid of Scuff, though. He's hilarious. Yeah, but he doesn't provide anything to the content anymore. The only thing he does now is that he just participates in the Discord server. I'm
Oh.
actually this close to, like, just banning him from the community, honestly.
Oh no.
Tell him that if he at least Ninetales, okay? I'm gonna be honest with you. At least Ninetales went on stream. At least Ninetales tried to shove herself into debate panels, okay? The only reason I removed her was because she was being too much of a bitch, okay? All right, that's the only reason why, okay? But, all right, Scuffed is not only a bitch, but he doesn't even engage with my content.
Why?
What the fuck?
Why
What
is
is his utility in my community?
I don't just so it's clear, my lovely gigglers. I don't build this community for utility, okay? I don't need each and every one of you to be useful for something. Just putting it out there, this community is not for utility. Just putting it out there. I don't need community members to have utility. What? Utility. God, people learned that word and they're just saying it about everything. Teaching people that word was a mistake.
What is his utility
Hello, food shops.
in my community? Why do I want him here?
Listen, you shouldn't build communities for utility. We're not Batman. Community members are not gadgets in our utility belt. Also, you should not keep that sort of molding in the segment. You should cut it out of the segment, I think. At least I personally think so. You should leave it for the stream VOD, and you should cut it out of the, out of the VOD, I think.
He just makes the entire place worse.
That it makes me, I don't know, it's supposed to be about this, and now it's about the chat.
I
remember
think
molding
some
over
argument
community
when it
members
comes
back
to
then
East
because they were so
Jerusalem,
disingenuous.
where what's wild is banning people because they don't watch you enough. No, it's not banning people because they don't watch me enough. It's banning people because he does not watch me at all. He doesn't watch me at all, and in addition to that,
Damn.
he criticizes me. Does that make sense? He criticizes me and he doesn't watch any of my content. Does that make sense to you? These two combine.
Well, why did you leave this in the segment? You should cut it out. It should be focused on this, on the topic of the video. Awkward Loner Box colon. Not. I think it's funny. Well, but it's. I don't know. It's really. What's the word? What's the English word? It really dilutes the segment.
You can't get rid of people because they don't watch your stuff. You're gonna get big and plenty of people will be like, no, because he actively does anti-fan behavior. He actively does anti-fan behavior, and it annoys me. Getting scuffed? Then go! Get scuffed! Go!
I don't have anti-fans apart from Polish bigots that enter my chat. Limited appeal? Well, I think the segment should stay on topic.
Oh. I think it was more important to have that.
You're not useless, little 10.
I fucking name dropped him, so you're allowed to get him.
Get him!
Specifically under the jurisdiction of civil and military Israeli occupation and Israeli law, where it has to be under Israel proper. Like it can't just be under, yeah.
I always thought that there was a couple of impressions I've had of Jerusalem. One was that
East
the
Jerusalem,
Yeah.
You know what's so funny? Is
What?
that at least Lems watches me now, right?
Oh, come on, still? Oh, come on. Can we focus on the segment, please? Oh, come on. Like, a bit, fine. But...
At least Lems is like actively watching and participating in chat now, right?
Yeah, but one was that the Palestinian majority areas would come under Palestinian administration, and the Israeli majority areas under Israeli administration.
You
and
can't
then free
blame me.
movement between the two areas.
Maybe.
But yeah, that's always been the sticking point. Like, I ultimately would prefer the idea of Jerusalem being an international zone. But I have no idea. Jerusalem negotiations are always like a big sticking point. So
Okay, I just
couldn't
want
tell you.
to reiterate, gang. This is a call-in show, so if you want to call in, jump backstage. Just because someone's here.
Dude, Wick really wanted to get rid of me here. Holy shit, dude.
I should have called in 2 months ago, huh? So it was... When was this? Interesting.
Here now doesn't mean I won't kick them if someone better comes along.
This segment will be called Lucy Bully's fellow streamer. True! Drama! Yay!
So
Gonna have drama.
Dude, Wick wanted to get rid of me so bad, dude.
If you want to sound off or ask questions or have any comments on what's being happening, please !Discord. Click the link, accept the rules, jump backstage.
I'm actually surprised that Loner did a Wick thing. Exactly. Instead of doing a Wick thing, Loner Box should do a Lucy thing. That would be far better for everything.
Sorry, continue.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah. To be honest, I would love for Jerusalem to be an international thing as well, because it's like, okay, why the hell would I want like one religion to be beholden to Jerusalem when Jerusalem is so important to like all three religions as well? Like obviously from like a soy standpoint, right?
From a what standpoint? From a what? From a what?
But like oftentimes when I feel like whenever
Did I hear that correctly?
debating, it's like, oh, this kind of Judaism supremacy. Oftentimes when I feel like whenever I'm debating, it's like, oh, but oftentimes when I feel like whenever I'm debating, it's like, oh, this kind of Judaism supremacy kind of point, right? Yeah, maybe it's because I've been debating Zionists for too much, like one Zionist for too long. But like the thing is, another thing is
A
that
soy standpoint? What does that even mean? A soy standpoint.
right? Not a Zionist, sorry. Pro-Israel. I'm so sorry, Quibble. Soy standpoint? I mean, it is soy standpoint, right?
What does that even
Um,
mean?
Yeah. At this point, there's no callers. There is no callers, so you have to understand like why he's like, oh shit, why isn't there any callers? It's because I think people are, they're afraid of,
People are intimidated by Loner Box.
um, uh, talking with Loner Box. I don't-
Really? People are afraid to talk with Loner Box? Soy. Ban Lucy. Oh my god, Polish people. I guess we're banning Lucy now. Lucy is banning Lucy, I guess. Unfortunate, but, you know, it is what it is. His scruffy hair. Goat boy.
know. Or whatever. He is scanning. Yeah, because he wants to get rid of me. Wick TV is scared of me. Okay. Another thing is this, right? How do you feel about right now Israel's population is rising? And it's not just from babies. It is also from refugees. And one stated point that I seem to hear is refugees from Ukraine. So Ukrainian Jews and Ukrainian Jews who are coming in. Do you think it is right to bar Ukrainian Jews from coming into Israel, even though they are trying to seek asylum to escape with their lives, just so
Work
you
is
can
dookie right now?
prevent
I'm sorry
the
to hear that.
population from rising in a time of Israeli? You did put in the work regarding this topic, Kat, so well done. Thank you. Yeah, you can tell like we are talking basically on the same level of knowledge. Like I was literally the only
I don't know. Ooh, the same level of knowledge. I don't know about that one.
guest in this entire show that I was that was talking with Lonerbox on the same level of knowledge.
I'm leaving. I'm so cringe. I don't know. Loner Box's level of knowledge is not small on this topic. I will say. Dylan cringe.
Ukrainian Jews, not Ukrainian Jews. Sorry. Yeah. I mean, potato, tomato, right? But yeah, I was literally the only, like destabilize whatever the heck is going on right now, just because you don't want settlements to be built right now, like because things are way too unstable. Tell them to go to Brooklyn instead, or tell them to go to West Europe instead.
That's a really hard question because obviously refugees have rights to stay where they've gone, to go to whichever safe country they want to. I just wish it's almost like the original problem in the 40s. It's like every country should be.
Why would people be scared of Lorenbox? I don't know. There was literally nobody in the fucking weight room. Like there was literally nobody in the fucking weight room. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think people are scared of talking to Lonerbox. Many people call into Lonerbox when Lonerbox streams. I just think people are not that huge fans of Wick. I just think that's it. I just think people aren't thrilled to call into Wick. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm incorrect on this. I just think people are not thrilled to call into a Wick show.
What else to say there? Like, I was the only person in the weight room, and Wick really wants to drag more people in, and he doesn't want me there. Wick just does not like me because of how I woke scolded Wick.
As willing to take refugees so that you don't have a problem of like this big influx in one area. If I was going to pick at the Israeli issue more, it's more that like an American Jew who's never been to Israel and doesn't have like parents or grandparents from Israel who can just go there and sometimes even take like a settlement. Whereas a Palestinian who can still see the remains of their old village from 75 years ago can't just walk over to it. They just sit in a refugee camp until they're dead. That's a huge problem. And I think that's what I'd address. The refugee question, I don't know. I have to think about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's for me, it's like definitely a hard question for me, because for me, my prescription is because I know
Poland is pretty good on refugees from Ukraine, but Poland is also pretty horrible on refugees from anywhere else. So I was actually, when the first wave of refugees came to Poland at the beginning of the conflict, I was pretty happy on one hand that Poland was so good with the refugees, but I was actually not happy on the other, because I saw that Poland was getting so much praise, that Poland was getting so much like positive press because of it. So it basically got off the hook when it came to things like the border crisis with Belarus, right? It got off the hook when it came to its abuses against refugees from other places. Like, it got off the radar. People stopped paying attention to it. That even if Poland was good on Ukrainian refugees, it was horrible when it came to other types of refugees, which led to deaths and other things. You know? So I had mixed feelings about Poland. And of course, most of the help was done by citizens rather than by the government itself. So it's a pretty big topic. It's still going. I want to go there. I want to go there and sort of check things for myself. And I want to contact the org that keeps watch over the whole thing. That could be very good, you know?
I hear from, right, is to accept all refugees, keep building the settlements, push it, like just keep on building settlements forever. All right. Because you would rather, the thing is to let Ukrainian Jews in, let them live, because their lives are more important. Dude, with open panels, this generally happens. Once more than 3 people join, you suddenly have 12 people in the panel. As a mono prime Kai, this happens all the time. Gotcha, I see. Wick is suffering? Yeah. Just,
That's right,
you
Sophie.
can tell he's suffering.
Yeah.
He is suffering. He is suffering.
Why is he
Right?
suffering? What's wrong with-
Ukrainian Jews. Dude, stop! I don't give a fuck. You guys know what I mean anyway. Who cares? And then I guess everybody else, right? Because their lives are in danger, I guess. But then, you're at the sacrifice of everybody else, right? Which is, for me, I'm just trying to process that, I guess. But yeah.
I have a quick question actually for Lonerbox on the topic of refugees. And thank you for bringing that up. Egypt is refusing to accept any refugees, and the reason that they're saying it, at least the public official reason is because they worry that Israel is going to ethnically
Americana,
cleanse
thank
Gaza,
you.
and the refugees that flee are simply not going to be let back in, and so they're refusing to take any. What do you think about that? Do you think Egypt's right?
That's not the reason Egypt isn't accepting them. The reason Egypt isn't accepting them is, well, they say that because it's like good looks good for the Arab community.
Sure.
The reason they're not accepting them is because Palestinians will launch attacks from the Sinai into.
Dude, Wick says something, gets corrected by Loner Box immediately.
Okay.
Pepperoni.
Israel, and then that will make Israel come into the Sinai and fight there. So it means Israel gets the right to attack Egypt. This is what happened in the 50s when Fedayeen attacks were coming in from Gaza and Sinai. So that's why they're not doing it.
Okay, so do you
Should
think
they do it? I think they should, yeah. Because refugees have rights to go where they want, it's safe, and to have citizenship. And I think the Lebanese government should treat Palestinians a million times better than they do. Same with Jordan, but yeah, that's just yeah, they don't want to do
I was
that.
just curious what your stance was with that. I see a lot of people thinking, at least on the pro-Palestinian side, a lot of people are actually praising Egypt for this stance, and
Are
it
they?
causes a
Egypt
little
for which
cognitive
stance?
dissonance with me, right? Because I think that I understand that not wanting to have people take your home and not wanting to kind of contribute to that problem.
Yeah.
I also understand the
With
the
what?
legal reason, right? So,
As
I
yell
wanna-
for?
wanna-
I have
wanna deal
no
with
idea what that means.
What they say, right? I just
Oh.
it's a hard ask for me to tell someone who is trying to flee a war zone, no, you have to actually fight. Get back in there, buddy. Your presence alone is just gonna help our cause. Don't you believe in the Palestinian cause? If you flee, you're a traitor to that cause. So stay in there, buddy. So I don't know.
I'd be really interested to see.
Wick has the perpetual, like, you guys already know this, but Wick has a perpetual moralizing kind of like pro-Israel, anti-Palestinian bias going on. Not anti-Palestinian. He I mean, he's gonna say he's pro-Palestinian, but like, but he has been sort of like on a Warhawk arc recently, kind of Joker arc, right? With this anti-Semitism kind of shit, right?
No, I just think Wick does not know what he's talking about at all. That's it with Wick. I don't think he has a Joker arc. I just think he knows nothing and doesn't bother to learn anything. That's Wick. That's basically Wick. He just doesn't care. It would be my assessment of Wick and his thing.
But damn, you can tell that Wick was trying to slide in some of that moralizing thing in there, right? Like he's saying like, oh, you see, like you can see that he's trying to say, oh, you see from the pro-Palestinian side that they're saying like Egypt is blah 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 blah, right? Like he's saying that he's ascribing some kind of negative quality to the pro-Palestinian side, right? And he's trying to get Loner Box to say something negative about the pro-Palestinian, advocates, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Which is you can tell what Wick is trying to do right here. Scrubs. What's the argument? Why would you ever bar a country from accepting refugees that also want to go there? It's because I think one of the arguments there is that Palestinians are uneducated, many, poor, and extreme. So Egypt does not want refugees that are like that.
Wow, that's Europe uses that argument. They're incompatible, they're uneducated, and they just won't fit the culture or whatever. That's a pretty common argument in Europe. Which is sad. The whole European attitude towards immigration and refugees is a thing that warrants a much bigger, much more encompassing discussion, in my opinion.
Wick has some weird thing going on. Wick said that Dylan Burns went to a war zone by going to Poland. I felt so insulted. I talked to him personally. He took it all back. What? War zone? I'm in Israel with the Ukraine Jews?
What? Wick has some weird things going on. Wick said that Dylan Burns went to a war zone by going to Poland. He felt so insulted by that. I talked to him personally. I mean, he didn't just go to Poland. Hello. Are we gonna be... Oh, whatever.
Why would you ever bar country? No, my argument for Israel, why would you stop immigration, is specifically because Israel right now is in a time of turmoil where you want to negotiate for peace. And if you increase Israel's population, you might want to stop increasing Israel's population. Therefore, you will stop the need to build new housing in the West Bank. You would stop the need for settling. And stopping illegal settlements in the West Bank would mean that you would improve chances for peace negotiations in the future.
See what the polling is amongst Gazans
Hello, Vodka.
to see
Hello.
how many of them actually want to go to Egypt and get citizenship there. I'd imagine it's probably quite low, but I don't know.
Well, I don't know about Egypt in particular, but if like we've seen Gazans at least try to flee the area, right?
Yeah, but I don't know if they want to flee because of the bombs or if they want to flee because they
Okay, when it comes to education, sometimes, and although this is the case in Poland, sometimes you can be super educated, you can be very, you can be a surgeon, or I don't know, a lawyer, a doctor, and if you move to a country and don't speak the language, then many bigoted, anti-immigrant or ignorant people will perceive you as uneducated just because you don't speak the language. Right? Like my friend's mom from Vietnam, my best friend's mom, she's a doctor. She's educated as a doctor. And in Poland, she basically for some time had to work cleaning dishes. And she met with a very dismissing attitude, and she was treated basically like some uneducated... she was treated with a lot of condescension and a lot of with dismissal because she doesn't speak Polish super well, you know? So there are a lot of factors to sort of... There are a lot of factors. A lot of it usually boils down to not to education level, but to language, from what I've noticed.
They're done with the Palestinian idea and they actually just want to go and be a regular citizen somewhere else. I don't know.
Sure.
I'd be interested to know that.
$5 from Running Joke. Was it a mistake that Israel gave back Sinai to Egypt? Should they have instead given it to the Palestinians?
I don't know.
You don't
idea
know
how that
this
would work.
lore? You
When
should look into that.
Palestinians
I
go
have
to
no
war with
idea.
Egypt or the Sinai, I don't no idea. What the fuck? That's a weird question. Probably
Hey,
not.
$5 is $5. I'll ask it.
I also
Yeah, that's pretty common in Europe when it comes to non-Western migrants.
have no. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not sure how much I care about it either. About all the drama that happens before I enter content creation, because I don't. I don't know. I don't know how much I care. I'm gonna be honest.
When
No,
did food shops even enter content creation? I don't know. Can anyone tell me?
idea. When Palestinians go to war with Egypt or the Sinai. And I don't no idea. What the fuck? That's a weird question. Probably
Hey,
not.
$5 is $5. I'll ask it. I don't care how stupid it is. Right? No, but
Palestine is recognized by a lot of countries, from what I know.
thank you for the $5. I don't know if it was a mistake. I think that I think this actually plays into Israel's favor here, right? If you negotiate with them, they will give back land, right? Like for them to keep it, for
That's
them
good.
to hang on to it, that would have been.
I'm
a
not
lot
much
more,
of a drama person myself.
It would have been a lot more of a problem than
Yeah.
than I think that giving it back would. Look at the problems they're having with Gaza, the West Bank, etc. Imagine trying to hold on to Sinai as well. It's probably not going to work out so well for them, but I don't know. Last question on food stamps, then we're going to make room for some other people.
Last question, food stamps, and then we're gonna make room for some other people. So some context that you guys don't know. The
What's the
Discord
context?
server has nobody in the wait room at this time.
Oh, okay. Wick does not run a very successful show, I guess. Or I don't know. Didn't he promote this? Like, Lonerbox is a pretty high profile person, isn't he? This is pretty sad that Wick could not get people to call in when he got a hold of Lonerbox. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, I don't know, I'm pretty confident that if I got Lonerbox on to talk on a topic and say, hey guys, call in if you want to talk to Lonerbox, I'm pretty sure I would have takers for that, no? I'm pretty sure there are a lot of people that want to talk to Lonerbox. Like, is Wick such a repellent for people? What's going on here? Like, I don't get it. This is so, this feels so weird. That there were no people waiting in the, like, call-in room. Like, I'm pretty sure there are many people that would like to talk to Lonerbox. Lonerbox is a popular creator. Like, come on. This feels so weird. Like, how incompetently do you have to put things together to not get any volunteers to talk to Lonerbox?
There was nobody in line.
Like, when he streams, there are always volunteers to talk to him. You know? So it's just a little bit weird. It's just a little bit weird.
I think that I think that Lonerbox and I were having a perfectly fine discussion. I think that Lonerbox and I were having, a perfectly fine, well reasoned out, polite discussion.
Yeah, even if you're a small creator, having Loner as a guest would absolutely bring people on. Of course. Like, that's ridiculous. Maybe I should try to get Lonerbox on and see if... Maybe I should do a test. Maybe I should do an actual test. Organize something, a call-in thing, Ask Lonerbox if he's game and see if people would actually come. Should I do it? Should I try to do it? I think he's about as big as Shark is. Might be the case, yeah. Like, he always has a lot of people watching. Lonerbox has a lot of live viewers. Shark does not. Let's see if you can beat Wick, yeah. Shark doesn't have many live viewers, but Lonerbox always has a lot of live viewers. At least 900. We might as well, right? Might as well. He said, we are friendly right now. We talked once. He said I could call in any time. Maybe I'll just DM him with my idea. I'll pitch him the idea. It could be a good idea for growth as well. We'll see. It could be a good idea, potentially. Maybe I'll actually try. I'll have to create some nice message. Maybe we could create that event actually around discussing the Holodomor as well. That could be an interesting thing. We could discuss the Holodomor and then have people call in and ask things and discuss the topic. I have to think about it. I have to think on it. There's an idea here, and I have to use my head. I have to use my big brain and think on it. Because there's something here, I think.
Yeah. Food stamps? No, food stamps have always been my nickname. Like my
Do you think there's something here? Chat? Write in the chat if you think there's something to this idea.
common nickname, so I think that's fine. That's okay. The right questions aren't being asked. It's clear he wants the right questions to be the posters or some shit. I don't know. Not clear. Not clear. Sorry. But Jesus Christ. No, I don't think it's that much of a stretch. Sure thing. Yeah. I do have one question. But it's not something that's related to Israel and Palestine. It is something related to the Holodomor. I think you mentioned before related to the Holodomor. I looked into...
Oh, they're gonna debate, like, not debate, they're gonna discuss the Holodomor. I like the idea. Nice, okay.
This is only because it's the last question, I think, if I remember correctly, of why I wanted to ask such a nuclear...
I'm gonna show you my big lecture on the Holodomor. Hold on. My big source of sources. Oh. My big book of sources. The Great Hunger in Ukraine, 1932-1933. This book has a short historical entry that describes events, and then it's this many of raw documents. It's this many pages of raw documents from the USSR, from Ukraine, from Russia, Ukraine, and other places, from Poland. A thick book of documents, and I'm gonna have to go through them, through all these documents to find the best ones to make my case for the genocide claim. So I'm gonna be busy. It's not a text. I'm telling you, it's documents. These are documents. But, so yes, I'm gonna have a very busy weekend. But I definitely have to make something happen with the... That's... yeah.
Clear question, but to it further. And I actually I know you don't like Bad Epinata, but I did watch a good amount. I think I watched his entire video on the Holodomor.
Oh god, Bad Empanada? That video? Oh god. I wonder what Lonerbox will say. Yeah, it is kind of exciting. I do like... yeah.
I don't know that much about him, but
I know too much about him. I know far too much about him. Yeah, the book is a collection of primary resources. It has a short introduction section which sort of tells the history. It does have that. But Empanada's issue is he is quite ignorant of local sources. Yeah, he is. He actually laughed at the idea that Poland would have any original sources on the Holodomor, which is pretty interesting. Like, when I said I would check if there are no Polish sources, he laughed and said, what sources could Poland have? Even though Poland at the time had a lot of Western Ukraine in it, and it was a direct neighbor of the Soviet Union in which the Holodomor was taking place. Yeah, but Empanada argued that Polish or Ukrainian sources cannot add anything, which is a ridiculous claim to make on so many levels. When in fact, it can. Microhistorical researchers are very important. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. 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 Yes, because it's not like Poland and Ukraine are close or anything. True. True and real. Lucy, I am impressed by your library. Thank you. Although I should read more. I'm too lazy. I should work and read more. But I'm getting there. I've been doing a lot more things. I'm getting into the groove of being a lot less lazy. Okay, I'm getting there. Thanks to all of you. But especially thanks to people like Karasu. That gets my... yes.
I found it somewhat convincing in terms of like, okay, why do you sound more feminine on Wikipedia?
It's also a pretty Western-centric view. Yeah. Like, people from the West that discuss the Holodomor never mention any Ukrainian scholars, or not to even mention Polish scholars, but like that's a horrible thing that they don't mention the biggest Ukrainian scholars in the field that researched the Holodomor. People from the West that discuss the Holodomor usually don't even name the Ukrainian scholars that lived in the West, which just shocks me. You know? There are Ukrainian scholars that lived in the West, like in the US or places like that, that studied the Holodomor, and they're never named still, which just baffles the mind, because they're pretty big names in the field, and they sort of pushed knowledge about the Holodomor forward. It's just incredible to me, the dismissal.
Do you do that on purpose? It's because when I stream, I don't try to feminize my voice. Like this is me like actually just speaking and not trying at all. But when I go outside and when I actually go grocery shopping and shit,
Okay.
I actually go and speak in like an incredibly passing woman voice.
Wait, ideally, when you train your voice and you speak in a feminine voice, you don't have to try. That's the whole thing. You shouldn't be having to. Okay.
Like, have there in your hands means star or a tomb, the end of the world, the way to a country, light on my expect too, a priceless artifact. Hello. Hi, my name is Fruit Chops. Thanks for watching my stream. I really appreciate every single one of you.
Yeah, see, the point is to get to the point where you don't have to strain to sort of get the effect that you want. That's the whole point. You have to be relaxed and not strain, you know? The point is to get to speak in the voice that you want and not have to put in actual effort, if that makes sense. That's the whole thing.
Yep. That's about it. Thanks for watching my stream.
You're welcome.
Yep. See? That's what I do outside.
Why don't you do it all the time? I don't get it. It's probably because it strains you, and it shouldn't.
Can you do your lowest voice?
I don't know what to expect.
Hey, my name is Food Chops. Thank
I guess, yeah.
you for watching my stream, bitch.
Jesus.
Motherfuckers. Thanks for tuning in. You soggy waffles.
Okay, calm down.
I hope you guys are all having a fucking fantastic night, you little bitches.
Okay, we get it.
Hello, my name is Food Chops, and welcome to my stream. I'm glad that you guys are all here. And
Interesting. It is so interesting that Food Shop sort of associates more femme voice with less swearing and more mask voice with more vulgar swearing. Just an observation. I'm just observing. I'm just taking notes that Food Shops felt the need to start swearing like a sailor in a more mask voice and to become much more,
with me in chat, together we are
just
indeed
an observation.
talking about foreign policy, perhaps.
No, don't,
Maybe
no.
some-
No foreign policy discussion for you. You're banned from discussing foreign policy.
drama.
You're banned. No. Impressive vocal range.
Maybe
Yeah.
some, scholarly things.
Okay.
You
No,
never know.
I never know
Who knows
indeed.
what will happen? Maybe I'll get into a few debates.
Maybe.
Okay, all right, that's enough. It seems like to me that there really doesn't seem like that much reason to believe that the Holodomor was actually a genocide. But then
Oh my god. Oh, President Sunday is not in yet. It's gonna be like in 80 minutes.
It seems like Ukraine really wanted to push this message on
Oh, Ukraine. Oh, I hate this language so much. Ukraine really wanted to push this message. Ukraine really wanted to push this message. No, that's... It's like saying that Poland really wants to put this message that Katyn massacre was a genocide.
onto the world stage that it was in fact a genocide.
Because it was. It was in fact a genocide. It is pretty well documented. Yeah. It was.
I guess. And obviously it's very convincing as a message, especially when you push it onto, social media, onto the news. Does a high voice come naturally, or do you still have to do it consciously? Yeah, it's complicated. You have to do it for a while before you have it for extended amount of time. But I think that this is like me not really putting any effort into it. That's it. And it's like just like this. But like originally, my voice was a bit more like this. Okay. But like after some voice training, now like the natural thing is like this. It's
Okay.
higher now.
All right.
However, if I really want to push it like this, then obviously I can do something like this, right? Then I can actually, if I really want to debate and really enunciate my points, I can go like this. Now, if we look at 1992 to 1995, that is the range of the Bosnian genocide, okay?
Okay.
Especially if we look at, Srebrenica at the time.
Srebrenica.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. News that it was
Doesn't Hetman focus on the Holodomor? I know he's a genocide scholar. Yeah, he does. He promised to send me some materials in Russian and Ukrainian. I'm still waiting for those materials to this day. Because Hetman is not really good at communication. Interrupted genocide denial with trans voice anecdotes sure is a new content format. It's a genocide stream. Yay. We're doing it. We're doing the genocide stream.
a genocide. You want to push that message out there, but like when you actually look at the scholarly arguments, you can attribute it a lot more to Stalin's madness. When you look at Stalin's letter,
What does that even mean? You can attribute it more to Stalin's madness. What does that even mean? Like this is... What? What do you mean by that? Srebrenica. What does that mean? It can be attributed more to Stalin's madness.
Stalin, like his private letter, a lot of it was him complaining about his officers. A lot of it at the time, I think one of the arguments was that Stalin didn't have total control at the time as well. Do you think there's some credence there?
No. I personally don't think there's any credence there.
Yeah, as far as I know, that's the historical consensus. Is that's like almost all. I think there's a couple of exceptions, but most historians will say that it wasn't a genocide for that reason. We just don't.
That's not true. Okay, we really need to talk about this. Most historians are No, that's not true.
Don't have sufficient proof of genocidal intent. Like
That's also not true. Like, where is this coming from? This idea that there is just zero evidence of intent, and that is consensus that it's not genocide. Like, I really want to know where this opinion came from. Who are these historians that form the majority? I don't agree with this. Like there's pretty evidence of intent in the documents. I don't know. I feel like this is such a topic that it really needs proper and in-depth preparation. Because if I just go there without having really solid arguments in hand, then it's gonna devolve into just a silly back and forth. This is exactly why this is one thing that I really, really need to get my arguments in order.
The problem with, I guess, people who make that argument usually is that they will cling on to historical consensus when it suits them, and they will
His
completely
face.
ditch it when it doesn't.
Look
so you
at
might
Wick's
notice someone like
face.
Bad Empanada will be
Look at
very
Wick's face.
scholarly and very particular with the.
Well, that's not true. Bad Empanada is not very scholarly and not very particular when it comes to the Holodomor. That's the problem. That is the whole problem.
Holodomor, but if
hide
Israel
his
drops a
feelings,
bomb
yeah.
on a Hamas base and 3 civilians die, he'll call that a genocide. You know?
Yeah.
So that's just like, the
Yeah,
problem
there
with the
is
word
double
genocide,
standards
like
there, yeah.
people use the word genocide for political purposes. That's it. And Ukraine
Yeah.
did it as well with the Holodomor. Yeah.
No, that's not it. Like, come on. I disagree with this so much. I just cannot state. I cannot state enough just how much I disagree with this.
I would
Yeah.
completely.
I had fun looking through the Holodomor genocide question page. It was fun.
Was it fun? Was looking over genocide fun? I'm glad.
Yeah, I think the more I look into it, the more passionate I grew about the subject, and I think I turned something that was more for entertainment into something that was more productive. And
Ownerbox has a very narrow-minded understanding of what genocide is. Yeah. Like, well, it's gonna be a whole thing. Like, it's gonna be a whole thing talking about. It also doesn't explain why Ukrainians died more than other ethnic groups in the Soviet Union besides the Kazakhs, and why they were specifically called enemies of the state for asserting their national identity and had their grain stolen. Like, there's a lot to talk when it comes to the Holodomor and establishing intent. And you can establish intent with the Holodomor. In fact, the conclusion that I'm coming to is that the Holodomor was not just a singular event. It was a continuation of a process that started long before the Holodomor. And that is actually the same conclusions that this book, full of primary sources, seems to be coming to as well. That was just like a continuation of policy and attitude towards the Ukrainian nation from much earlier time. Right? He really just means as a tool of punishment, a category that is out there to punish people after the fact instead of trying to understand the process of genocide and trying to understand how one can prevent This is a really interesting point because the book called Final Solutions, Genociders and Their Work, there's a whole chapter that speaks of how people that do genocide fundamentally, and that is a really big difference between a genocide and mass murder, for example, that people that enact genocide fundamentally, on a very fundamental level, see themselves as moral people. Those who do genocide see themselves as moral actors, and they don't find necessarily joy or pleasure in the genocide, but they see it as a necessary sacrifice. They see it as a duty to perform in order to create a better world. You see? If we can only get this group eliminated that stands in the way of our progress, of our happiness, of our prosperity, if only we can get rid of that group, and it's my responsibility to take this painful, this sort of big task on. Bán János Korvin-Mikke. And I'm going to read from the book, okay? Also, if anyone's in the side chat, ban János Korvin-Mikke, please. You could of course claim that people who consciously take part in genocide, by definition, cannot be called moral. That agreeing to take part in the crime makes the hypothesis that it is caused by any moral claim to be null void. It is, however, a weak argument, not just because it seems to claim that genociders differ from us so radically that trying to find signs of genocide within everyday societies is useless. That thesis is false, and to believe this thesis takes away one of our fundamental mechanisms of preventing genocide, which is looking out for its early signs. You see? Does that make sense? It speaks directly to what Karasu said. Okay? It speaks directly to what Karasu said about prevention. Okay?
And I think it was good.
I think a good thing to remember is that genocide and it not being a genocide doesn't mean less bad. More people died in the Holodomor than most recognized genocides. Right? Like the Bosnian genocide killed 7,000 people, or roughly thereabouts. Holodomor killed like 5 million?
5 million, yeah.
and starvation as well. So like pretty rough, pretty painful deaths. So to the point that people were getting shot if they tried to flee their villages to get food.
Yeah,
right?
the
To go to
zones, the
cities.
dark zones.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they were forbidden. Like the Ukrainian Soviet Republic was basically became this hunger ghetto, and it was the only region in the USRS that was treated like this.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. So it's like people can. The problem is that
I love
tankies
this.
can cling on really hard to the fact that it's not recognized as a genocide by most historians, but
I don't even agree that it's not recognized as genocide by most historians.
at the end of the day, like, what is it like? Oh, joke's on you, liberal! It wasn't a genocide. Stalin was just retarded, and central planning sucks dick. It's like, okay,
Yeah. Also,
It's
he was
still,
insane. You can make the
yeah.
insanity plead.
No, you cannot make that insanity plead. That's stupid. And there is plenty of evidence, again, in the documentation, and there is more evidence coming out in recent years that the Ukrainian region was singled out. Okay?
Like in
Food
court, right?
shops?
Like, yeah.
Good job. It was a pleasure.
All right. See ya, my fellow genocide denier.
Gang.
based.
He kicked me. He kicked me. Look.
We need more questions. We need more talkers. I see a bunch of you.
And from this point onwards, Loner Box's chat just recognizes me now.
Perfect.
in chat right now in my YouTube, my Kick, my Twitch. No, we're not bringing food shops back. Food shops is great in small doses. Okay, small doses. But yeah, if you, dear viewer, have a question for
Lucy.
Loner or want to talk about the Israel-Palestine situation, if you have an opinion, right? And a lot of people have said that you want to call in, but
Even
where
this chat
are
wants
you?
you
And
back,
the offers on the table. Backstage is open.
Okay.
Just exclamation point Discord, jump backstage, I'll pull you in, and we'll talk. We can have a wonderful conversation.
Okay.
I'm not going to bring back food shops. Sorry.
Jesus.
But anyway, like, I don't know. I've seen you fight with Bad Empanada before. I'll be real. I don't know much of Bad Empanada's work.
There was no one waiting. Do you see how there was no one waiting? Otherwise, you would have dragged them in instantly.
I don't follow him. I don't watch him. I don't listen to him. So I'm not sure exactly what drama there is there. But I don't know. You seem to get into several fights like this. Like I've seen you on the trans genocide thing. I saw you got into quite a few fights. What was happening there? Why do you think that
I
is?
will
Why do you think that is?
because I'll autistically defend things I believe, even if it gets me in trouble. Like, yeah, I don't know. Even if it doesn't matter that much, all of the issues, like.
Why hating? I don't think he is hating. It hurts his ego that no.
Yeah, I'm reacting to another person. And we're talking about some heavy topics, genocide, Holodomor, and so, yeah. Pretty serious stuff. I just find it so disgusting how they make these sorts of topics the occasion of shallow and to, yeah.
No one is calling in. Yeah, I agree as well. Here's the thing. The food shops or slash cat in small doses isn't the first time I've heard this, okay? People throughout my life has always said that I am good in small doses, okay? So this isn't really like a very novel thing, okay? Another thing is because I am a lot to handle, okay? I am a lot to handle in real life. I'm a
True.
lot to handle sometimes, all right? And in terms of the ego thing, yeah, it's true that normally Wick does in fact have a long line of people who wants to call in.
So I legit don't know why Polish Nazis even exist. They know the Nazis hated Polish people and Slavs as a whole, right? Yeah, but it's not a logic thing. It's not a logic thing. Okay, don't worry about it. It's not a logical thing.
But there was nobody to call in this time around, so Wick feels like, oh my god, it's very boring, But then when I do call in, chat likes me apparently, according to Wick, right? Yeah, chat wants me back, right? But then, guess what?
What? What?
I took the spotlight. I took the spotlight.
Oh. From
and
Wick. I mean, I don't know how difficult it is to take the spotlight from Wick. Wick is not a very, no offense, charismatic figure. So I don't know how difficult it is to take the spotlight away from Wick. Wick does not do very much to make himself charismatic.
I think
German war.
all of these factors combined together might hurt his ego, alongside with all of the drama going on at this time with Wick, and the poster shit, right, and the anti-Semitism shit, right. So I think all of these things combined together, basically like contributed towards the salt, some of the minor saltiness that is going on. But yeah, that's just my take.
Okay.
With the Bana Banada, like tankies and shit, people like that don't really have any power, and they never will because they don't want power. They wouldn't want to. The revolution they advocate for would have a 50-50 chance of getting them killed by other revolutionaries. Of course, they don't want that. But so they're not important. But like, I guess it's just interesting to me, right? Same with the genocide thing. That was just an interesting thing to me. Was why so many people were just.
Imagine a game show host getting butthurt the contestant wins the prize and not him. That's what Wick is doing. I can't. Okay, Wick. I'm gonna tell you right now, Wick actually genuinely cares about the poster topic. Like, he isn't just playing it up for content.
Okay.
He actually genuinely cares about the poster topic, and it's crazy. I don't know how. I don't know why. But when somebody is actually genuinely invested and not just like trying to play their hearts out for the content, that's when things get interesting, right? That's when you have RGR getting, their legal license threatened by Demon Mama and her cronies, right? That's when you...
Cronies. I wouldn't go as far as to say that her legal license was ever in real jeopardy. I don't think. Also, it seems like RGR, to her credit, is doing some good work in real life now. I've seen some news from her on Twitter about some work done in Maryland.
You get Demon Mama.
I mean, even if a person has horrible opinions on certain topics, you can acknowledge when they do good work in certain... You know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? I think you can give credit when credit is due. I think that's okay.
And RGR going at each other, that's when you get...
I've heard some very recent developments in Maryland from RGR. Apparently some good work is being done in real life. by her.
of Hakir drama, right? That's when you get Hassan.
When it comes to expanding trans healthcare in Maryland far beyond just hormones and surgeries. Like it would include like healthcare would like cover voice and hair removal. Yeah, I agree with that, Palm Dad. I agree with that. What she did back then was disgusting. But I still think we can acknowledge and give credit when something good is being done.
Versus Destiny. That's when you get Vosh versus Destiny. That's when you get when people are actually emotionally invested and they're going at each other's throats. That is when you have the real content. This is where the real content begins and ends, right? All of this other stuff where people pretend that they're so invested in these subjects when they're not, that's all just fake shit. That's fake shit, okay? Because they're only going to be just as invested as long as the panel lasts or as long as the debate lasts, okay? Or as long as the segment lasts. But once they go to sleep and they wake up again, they'll forget about the subject. But when a subject such as the posters or the anti-Semitism shit, once Wick goes to sleep and once Wick wakes up, that shit is rent-free in his mind, and he will continue to post about it, rage post about it every single day until it goes away. All right, somehow either it'll blow up in his face or he'll hit the ground. Okay,
That's not very productive either, to be quite honest. I wouldn't call that productive either. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Or it will just die off, right?
Okay.
So I'm saying this is why we're watching in real time. We're watching in real time something that is so interesting and so fascinating going on, right? So yeah, I just think that, you know, we're seeing like somebody who is actually emotionally invested in something, which is
Okay.
to me that's something that's truly like psychologically fascinating, right?
Okay.
So emotionally tied to this word that they clearly didn't really understand or didn't really know, hadn't looked into any of the examples of it or previously, or why we call some things genocide and all that. Yeah, it's just, yeah.
I'm sorry. What did you just say?
We call some things, hadn't looked into any of the examples of it or previously, or why we call some things genocide and all that. Yeah, it's just.
Oh, it's all about recognizing. It's all about when we discuss what we call a genocide and what we do not call a genocide. It's about recognizing. Well, first of all, we have to remember, as a pretty wise author has said, that at the end of the day, what is a genocide is fundamentally what we decide a genocide is. All right? And it's about recognizing certain differences between a genocide and different types of crimes. It's about recognizing these differences and observing if these differences are present in the case that we consider to be a genocide. Right? It's about analyzing those things and see if those differences are present. And the biggest factor is usually establishing the genocidal intent of the party enacting the genocide. Right? It's a pretty important thing. And it is true that people often use the argument of calling things in conflicts genocides. but it is still worth sort of analyzing and going through. Is it a genocide? Is it a different type of crime? If it's a different type of crime, then what are the characteristics? Are the characteristics of genocide present here? You know, these sort of... But I don't think it's just worth dismissing, saying, oh, people just like the word, so they use it. I think there's a bit... I think there's a bit more to these things. Okay, let's...
Yeah. Yeah, I just like you can never take me away from something I'm interested in.
No?
Even if that means burning a lot of bridges or whatever the fuck else.
What gives you like? Why did you? Because you're obviously
Lonerbox seems to think that genocides can only be recognized in hindsight. Well, that's a pretty dangerous road to take, because the most important thing when it comes to genocide is the attempt at prevention. Prevention is the name of the game. I think we would all agree. I think the problem is that people don't understand it's a technical legal term and instead use it colloquially. I guess, yeah. Although, keep in mind that the Genocide Convention of the UN is the legal thing. But in academia, you have like 50 different definitions of genocide floating around. The UN one has the most prestige because it's sort of rooted in actual international law. But there are 50 existing definitions of genocide within academic discourse.
a little more knowledgeable than the average Twitch streamer on the Israel-Palestine situation.
Wait, because
What made
nightmares of
you
people
so
with
interested
DNR
in this
downloads.
topic to begin with?
All
Like,
right.
what do you have stake in the area? Like
Sure.
anything like that?
I have a bit of stake, I guess, because Lebanon gets involved, my grandmother might die. Yeah, fucking. I think.
The issue is, to me, that often people only understand that as a legal term instead of as a social process. This is the issue of Lonerbox's take. Yeah, but I think in case of Lonerbox, I think that's a little bit of a blind spot for Lonerbox. I don't think it's limited to the genocide discourse. I just think that Lonerbox in general is really focused on the legal side of things in general, and that he overemphasizes the effectiveness and also relevancy of legality when it comes to discussing things, if that makes sense. You know? Just because something is enshrined in the law, it doesn't mean that it's the right thing. Laws can be bad. There can be horrible laws. And we also have to keep that in mind, that laws are not infallible, right? So we have to be careful when we discuss things through the lens of the law purely. Right? Because laws can be horrible. The law can be horrible. And it can have, it can also be abused. Laws can have certain things that can be sort of taken advantage of. It is not as much important which one you choose, but explain why you choose the one and what is your goal with that. The real issue of Lonerbox is not even that he concentrates with the legal contemporary usage, but that he dunks on people, pointing out how flawed that is at times. Right. Like, it has its limits, definitely. Keep in mind, like, the UN definition has many flaws. The UN definition has a lot of flaws, okay? And good law could be implemented badly as well. Yeah, that's true. And keep in mind, right, that when Lemkin, the biggest advocate for the UN Genocide Convention, was dying, he said that the convention was a failure, okay? And as I said before, he predicted that the world would just commit genocide and there would not be a recourse, and that the Genocide Convention would not be much help in many cases. He predicted that on his deathbed. You know? And of course, the Genocide Convention during his lifetime was limited in scope as well. You know? Yeah. When you have such a complicated topic as genocide, then of course you will have many different, like, you will have many different definitions, right? Because you have to remember that there are there are no two identical genocides. Like, there are characteristics of genocides that are sort of shared, like the one that I've said, that genocide is about creating the outcome without the group in it. But genocides manifest in many different ways, you know? And sometimes, if you have a single definition, something that is clearly a genocide will not fit the bounds of the definition because it manifests in a different way than different ones, you know? It gets complicated, right? Like, honestly, I think Lucy and perhaps me will dig into genocide of Tamils, and you might see how flawed systems we have. Oh yeah. It's not on I think. We're definitely diving into it. We're gonna discuss it. We're gonna go through the genocides and we're gonna discuss them. It's important. Yes. Sort of, yes. Greater range. Like, for example, the genocide in China is not about mass death, but it's about something more insidious. The Uyghur genocide, yes? Uyghur. Checklists can help, though. If we think about the 10 steps of genocide, however, it should not be just limited to checklists. One has to understand the goal of the process. Yes, yes, that is super important. Yeah, that's the whole thing. The goal of the process. You know? That's the whole thing. And even in the UN definition, there are characteristics listed of genocide. And you don't have to meet all of them for a thing to be genocide. You just have to meet one. To praise Pera Empanada's work, Pera Empanada did have a very good video on the genocide of the Uyghurs. Yeah? Okay, we might watch it. We might watch it. We might watch it and get into it then. As I've said, we're gonna give credit where credit is due, okay? He really did a good video on the genocide on the Uyghurs, then we're gonna watch it and we're gonna... if it's good, we're gonna give it credit, right? Just because a person is on average very strange, it doesn't mean that they cannot do anything good ever. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, the goal, the intent, exactly. The goal, the intent.
She wants to leave now. It gets a bit too tense there.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I was interested in it from
Hezbollah
the
is in
very beginning.
Lebanon.
Like, before I was into politics, I was interested in Israel Palestine because I lived in Dubai and I had my best friend was an Iranian, so I would think it was when the second Intifada was happening.
Dubai.
It's just kicked off and it was all in the news. I was like, what the fuck? What's Israel Palestine? And then my Iranian friend said there are these two countries who are fighting, and he said I'm with the Palestinians because they're like the underdogs. More Palestinians die, basically. I was like, okay, fair enough. So I'll just become a Palestine kid. And then I was that for... And then the next thing I heard about it properly was Lebanon getting bombed by Israel in the 2006 war.
So enough. That's basically it for my segment. And
How explicit does it has to be? Like that's the biggest problem that people have when it comes to charging countries with genocide. How explicit the intent has to be. Yeah.
if you guys want examples of like the other callers,
Like the Myanmar genocide is a big example, right? The Myanmar genocide. You know about the Myanmar genocide, right? That's a big example.
after me, here I'll give you guys a few examples, okay? No hate to the other callers, all right? I'm just saying, okay?
What?
Bro, they have no callers for this long.
Okay.
kind of led to him. You said Jews in this conversation, Wick.
You could probably say it a bunch. You could probably say it a bunch because leftists and centrists can say it. Right-wingers can't say it.
Sorry, you didn't answer my first question. Do you think it's possible for a human being to be
Which is
racist?
what? Of course.
Yeah. Though with China, it's not as simple as that, because with China, the genocide started before the terrorism, before any terrorist acts, you know? The terrorist acts were a response to the genocide and not the other way around. But then China has a sort of like a nice excuse to say, see, they're doing terror attacks, so we have to do the thing that we were doing anyway. You know? And the interesting thing is that many restrictive laws that China pushes against the Uyghurs, the rest of China does not have those restrictions. Not really what? Yeah, but the recent camps were far from the beginning of the genocide of the Uyghurs. It started with horrible repressions of the region. Like, it started way back. It started way before the recent camps. And the terrorist attacks of the Uyghurs were a response to those repressions. Yeah, it did not. No. I'm not saying it did. It did not. It started way earlier, of course, yeah. Like the attacks, the terrorist attacks did not just start out of thin air. They were a response to China's treatment of the entire region. The draconian laws, the othering, etc. That's that happened way before. Yeah. It's a long history. Yeah. Sure, I agree then, but what is important here is that China absolutely copies US arguments around 9/11. Yeah, of course, yeah. I'm not saying that China is not copying the US arguments. It does, it absolutely does, because it's convenient. I'm just saying that if you actually investigate the thing, then their argument falls flat, you know? That if you actually look into the matter, that their argument is really fallacious. I mean, of course they're doing it. It's a really compelling argument for many people, so they're gonna go with it, right? Because anti-Muslim rhetoric is something that is really compelling to many. Yeah. So yeah, I agree. Yeah, I absolutely agree that if you have terror attacks, you will have this association of Muslims with terrorists, and then you can pursue. Yeah. Can you remind me what the proto-genocide was defined as in that Holocaust conference you went to a while back? Proto-genocide was defined as something that has all of the mechanisms of genocide, that all the parts are in place or the mechanisms are in place, but the genocide itself has not quite started yet. But everything is in place to start it. A proto-genocide. Yeah, same about Western anti-Muslim rhetoric. Yeah, like in Poland also uses that rhetoric. like one of the arguments that Poland, especially the far-right government, used was, do you want Poland to be like the Western countries where you have terror attacks nonstop or something like that? Yeah, it's a very liked argument by reactionaries. It's very, so I'm not surprised China would use it. I mean, I know China uses it. Yeah. It's Yeah, we're gonna dive into that genocide as well. It also demonstrates how powerless the UN Convention can be, the Genocide Convention. It's pretty powerless against China, for example.
I don't know. What does it matter to me? I'm not a racist.
That's
Are
not what
you
I
a
asked
racist?
you. That's not what I asked you. I just asked you a simple question. It doesn't need to matter to you. I'm just asking you
Possible?
if you think it's
Is it
possible for a person to be
for
racist.
somebody to be a racist?
Yeah.
Sure.
Does it exist? Yeah. Okay.
So?
So what, if someone's a racist, why
This
wouldn't you? What's
Xbox
wrong with calling them that?
lobby caller, dude. Modern Warfare 3, motherfucker.
If someone's a Jew, what's wrong with calling them that?
Okay, the Big Nick,
of course
I
you can call
appreciate
someone-
you, buddy, but
You're a
I
coward.
want my
Fuck off.
Twitch channel to survive.
I'm a coward. I'm a coward. I'm a
Yeah,
coward.
you're dodging
Look,
every question. You're
Okay.
equivocating.
No.
I
You're
we
scoring.
will
I said
set
I don't
something
do
up
these
that is
because
on
I-
Kick. Hold on, Big Nick. I will
I
set
don't
this
want us to get
conversation
down.
up on Kick or something, so
Can
we
I
can
just-
actually have this conversation.
You
But
have
right now we
incredibly
can't
low
have this
testosterone.
conversation. Okay. So I'm gonna let you go.
I'm
Thank
6'5", buddy. Come to Canada.
You can still have low testosterone and be 6'5".
I'm very low testosterone.
Oh, my
I'm very
channel.
low testosterone.
Yeah, like that's the kind of
Yeah,
quality we're
barbecue.
talking
Yeah,
about after
barbecue.
me.
Barbecue.
Guys, that's the quality we're talking about
Yeah,
after me.
BBQ.
Come on. I got kicked off so early. I'm so sad.
Things because that discussion devolved almost.
Well,
way
here's
further.
my answer for you, and I don't know if you'll accept it. It's also just
Oh, this guy was pretty decent, so he's pretty cool. I think some of these guys are pretty decent and cool. This guy was fucking unhinged. Admiral Gibbs, this guy was actually unhinged.
Who is this?
Since I missed out yesterday here on the Wicca holiday
This guy-
extravaganza.
okay. Well,
Who
thank
that?
you. I
This
appreciate it. I
guy-
like it.
Oh, you've missed a lot. You've missed so much content.
This guy looks like he just shits Star Spangled Banner.
I do know my testosterone levels, and they're low. And I'm happy about it. They're so low. They're so unimaginably low.
Banners. He pees and poops Star Spangled Banners, bro.
Costume.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the
Every day.
theme
is okay
always
for
rises to the
costume.
top.
What you got for us?
Okay.
So
To do, I consider, because I don't think
He takes
American
Alaska
occupation
home.
and nation building of like Gaza is necessarily going to be a good idea. So
no, well, that should be Israeli occupation. Why does America got to do what our proxies need to be doing, right?
yeah, I know, yeah. And why would it,
He did a word
I
on
don't really
change
trust
in
Israel
order to
do
get
it
on.
without maybe some
Yeah.
UN input as well. So yeah, fuck.
I mean, so I'm sorry if I missed this. Do y'all actually believe a two-state solution is viable? Because at this point, I don't think that it's a viable solution. I think that
What do you
honestly,
think?
Well, I had a doctor's appointment, Lulu. Yeah, doctor is important. Don't be mad at me. Sorry, I'm
that
sorry.
Israel's been too soft with Palestine to some degree, and I know this is going to sound kind of crazy on the first glance, but
No way. An Israel-Palestine opinion is gonna sound crazy. No way. No way.
I think if they had initially taken the lands and they'd kept it after the wars that had gotten forced onto them and they had expanded, I think if they had just kept their winnings, at this point, the people would have been assimilated as one country. It might have been rough, but I think
I don't think so.
Now trying to assimilate them as one country is going to be much harder than if they had originally done it. And I think now they could have had more of a fair
I saw that
shake
guy in
in their
Yu-Gi-Oh.
government.
What is it, Bandit Keith? Yeah, I even know the name right off the bat, just like that.
Under his rule, but now I mean
no,
they have a puppet
don't
government
be
with
mad at
loss.
me.
They have like a, and then even then they have no power. And if Israel does come in there and do the one-state solution, I think it's gonna be rough, but I think it's better than this current two-state paradox that we're in.
Also, I'm not you.
When you're saying they should have taken it all over, what, from Gaza and the West Bank as well? Like in what war? 67 or?
Yeah, I mean anyone where they've had control over the region.
So the problem is that, like, if they're taking it over, though, they're not giving the Palestinians voting rights.
I mean, do the Arabs under Israel have voting rights right now?
The ones in Israel do, but if they're bringing the demographics up from 20% Arab to 50, they're not going to want a 50%.
That's still not it. The numbers don't reflect that. I mean, I looked at the numbers just a little bit ago because I was talking about it earlier, and that basically, even with the addition of the
Why the music? All of a sudden.
2.5 million Gazans.
I will describe to you. I'd love to quickly kill it when you saw some weird facial making it sus, but Wick does this all the time. Yeah.
Turn the music off. Oh my god.
Like, that's fine. That's okay. Like, quickly, like, he actually allowed me a long speaking time. I'm gonna be honest and fair with you. He allowed me a pretty long speaking time, but also, like, yeah, this Admiral Gibbs guy, like, he's pretty unhinged, not gonna lie. Like, he's basically advocating for, like, early ethnic cleansing, ethnic cleansing them as hard as they can early on to avoid, like, future suffering. Like, that's literally what Admiral Gibbs is, like, advocating for, I think.
Again, to Sophie in the other chat, there is an ongoing never stop genocide against trans people in many places. See forced courage sterilization and the recently rolled on laws push for laws are absolutely part of that process. Yeah. Yeah.
But that's crazy. That's crazy.
I guess the video's over. We're gonna do a palate cleanser. We're gonna go do a Vouch palate cleanser in our genocide stream. Hype. We're hyping up the genocide stream. Woo! Yay! We're discussing genocide today. Amazing.
Yes, devolution of like all.
We're preparing to discuss it with Loner Bob. But wow, I really think more can be done with this. Maybe I'll DM him and we'll see if we can get something going. Something more. Loner box. I mean, I can DM Vosh, but I don't think he'll answer.
Somebody who has a fucking minion.
Oh, you do this, Lulu. Why I do what? Discuss the Holodomor? Because I don't like it when people deny that it's a genocide. I just don't like it.
Oh, it's Stardust.
Where they can radicalize like people.
But that's after Loner
blood
Box.
libel person, then I'm gonna call him a pedo.
Great. And I'm glad that we... Okay, alright. Cool.
I'm not a big fan of genocide.
I don't like Wix format
denial.
because you could have provided way more... That's fine. Fuck. I think, you know...
Who? Wait, what? Who? What?
Oh. Listen.
Did I miss something?
Oh. Alright, I don't hold anything against anyone. I hold no hatred in my heart. Alright.
Okay. Okay, we're doing a palate cleanser with Vouch. What is this?
Republicans, people would be willing to cross the aisle.
Oh, it's a debate. Okay, Vouch. Going at palette cleanser. This is not World War III. Okay. We're gonna take a look at the best thing. This is sexist. Nazi rally in Italy. I have a video that I wanted to watch for a while now. Where is it? I can't find it. It was a fun video. Maybe it's from last year. It was about... sort of about genocide. No, that was someone else. Gosh, I had a video that I wanted to react to. It was a short video. Now it's just out of my mind for some reason. Oh God, Luna, I had a specific video in my mind that I wanted to watch and react to. Oh, I know! Okay, yes, I remember now. Where is it? There you go. Trump's speech is so bad it makes me feel bad, feel hopeful for the 2024 election. That's the video that I wanted. Okay, I lied. It's not short. It doesn't matter because our stream is gonna be long tonight. It's okay. Our stream is gonna be super long. It's gonna be full of excitement. Oh, Arkael, wait. Okay, we're gonna do a palette cleanser later. We have a guest now. We have a guest. We are entertaining a guest. A friend of the channel. Yeah. If they will call in, that is. I got sort of. I'm waiting for the call. Oh, Hello?
Hello?
How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm pretty okay. I'm just sort of waiting to how to say you know, I've been pretty okay. Can you introduce yourself to all of our, viewers and tell me who you are and what you do and what your whole thing is?
Hello, I am Arkael. I stream on YouTube sometimes.
Or some call you Arkael. And by some I mean
true.
me.
I play video games, mostly Doom. I sometimes do politics stuff.
Sometimes.
And yeah, that's about it. I wanted to react to a food shops debate about transmedicalism, and I thought that we could go over it together.
Excellent.
Because
Would
I
you
saw
like
that you were
to?
reacting to food shop stuff.
Yeah. Would you like to? Or is it? Would you perhaps like to share the video on?
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
No. Share it on the. That's gonna be the best way.
I can screen share.
Yeah, screen share it. Screen share
Okay,
it,
I'll
and I'm
screen
just
share it.
gonna.
Right, I'm gonna save my game.
Doom.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was literally just sniping your stream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many viewers?
We're stealing content. One viewer right now. We had 2 concurrent viewers earlier today. All right, here we go. So we got this here. I'm gonna share the screen.
Oh wow, I've got chatters on the Twitch. I didn't notice.
Entire screen. Okay, screen 2.
Hello, Hrundo. And hello, Cotton. Something. And first time Chad.
We're gonna share this, and we're gonna take it out of 144p.
Okay, I'm
That's probably
gonna
no good.
pop out. Okay. And I'm just gonna sort of put this on the screen, okay?
All right.
Wait, one moment, okay? I'm gonna add a thing called the window.
Yeah, we've got one viewer. That's Periwinkle.
Window capture.
Welcome to chat, Periwinkle.
You should all go.
Thank you for being here.
Subscribe to RKL, and you should link yourself. You should give me a link that you want me to share, and I'll share it in the chat.
All right, I'll share my stream link with you. I have a website, but it's down right now.
Oh, you have a what website?
It's mostly .software, but it's not currently working.
Damn. You should get a white forest.
Yeah. Here we go.
Is that it? It's it, yeah. Coming up. Okay.
Here we go.
Done. We're gonna make it a bit smaller so that you can still see me. Sort of. Oh, what did I make smaller? Is this okay? This is gonna be okay. So let me see. Oh, did you link?
Yes.
Have you linked? Okay, your YouTube. I'm gonna link it everywhere so people can appreciate your work. Are you gonna debate food shops still?
Yeah, I was gonna call in sometime soon. I'm not sure if that'll be tonight or not, because I've got work pretty early tomorrow, but we'll see. I might go late tonight.
Okay, so you're gonna debate food shops then, right?
Pardon?
You're gonna debate food shops on transmedicalism?
Yeah, on transmedicalism. As far as I know.
So, what's the deal? Can you give us a little bit of a teaser, trailer to the debate? What it's gonna be about exactly?
So
I'm gonna write.
Food Shops posted a video reviewing like her old panels and stuff, and she was steel manning arguments like for and against transmedicalism. And I reacted to that on stream, and then she reacted to my reaction, and it was floated that I like show up for a debate or something. And I decided, okay, I'm gonna take some time and like do some research and put together like a proper list of arguments against transmedicalism, just to make sure that I'm not showing up with just like platitudes or
What are your pronouns again?
half-baked
Sorry
arguments.
to ask.
Oh, they them.
Okay. Right.
And yeah, that's basically it. I've watched some transmedicalist debates. I read some articles, looked up some data. I've got a list of anti-transmedicalist arguments.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that I noticed Food Shops was talking up her moderator Yoon. And then I saw just earlier today
I
that
noticed, yeah.
yeah, and she debated said moderator. The video is 57 minutes long, and I'm like, oh well, I should go over that, see what kind of arguments Yoon makes, to see like see what we got here, because that seems kind of interesting. I want to make sure I have the strongest arguments that I can have.
Yeah,
that's
what
I'm doing.
That makes sense. So what are we watching right now?
We are watching Food Shops debating Yoon on transmedicalism.
Oh, so that
the video
moderator.
title is- yeah. Mod confronts me on my non-binary takes, debate with Yoon,
Okay,
and it's 57 minutes.
interesting. Okay, let's watch it. We're gonna give a joint commentary.
Okay. And tell me at any point if you want me to pause.
Yeah,
All right.
I'm gonna scream like a child.
Awesome.
Okay, we can start, I think. Wait, is the sound on?
Oh, no sound? Okay, hold on. Let's figure out the sound.
Is there supposed to be sound there?
Yeah, there was sound for me.
Well, there was no sound for me. It was quiet. Did you share a window or a
Do we get the
program?
sound?
Which share
I shared
did you?
the screen.
I think you have to share the exact thing, if that makes sense.
Okay.
You have
the
sound
screen
on
or the window?
the window.
Okay, I'll share the window.
Yeah, I think you have sound on.
All right. Let me know if there's audio this time.
Yeah.
Are you getting audio?
No. But I'm... Oh, yeah, I have to click on the stream.
Oh,
Can
yeah.
you play it?
Okay.
No audio.
Nope.
There's no audio, no.
Hmm.
Did you share the window?
Yes.
That's weird.
Oh, can I fix this? Discord confuses me. Yeah, it says it's sharing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna unshare,
Yeah. Close stream.
reshare the window.
Okay.
To share audio, share a tab or screen. Okay. Share tab.
Mm-hmm.
Share tab audio. Yes.
Okay. Watch stream.
Now it should work.
Yeah. It's loading. We have...
There's no exact
We have audio.
word.
Yeah. We have audio.
Okay, good.
That's what makes them trans. It's not saying they're trans because
Wait, can I just be able to finish? You're getting heated a little bit, okay? So you're talking about something that maybe is on par with gender abolitionism. That is what you're talking about.
The video is a bit choppy though.
Oh. Okay. At 1080p. That might just be my internet connection.
Yeah?
What can I do to fix that? Wonder if I can close other windows here.
Okay. Hello, Chris S. We're gonna watch a debate, a transmedicalist debate. It's gonna be a big juicy segment where it's gonna be exciting. It's gonna be
Okay.
so exciting that
If it's still choppy now,
I mean,
maybe
it's
we should
fine.
play it on your end.
Yeah. I mean, it's
Okay.
fine for me. Like, as in, I'm not gonna be picky if the, like, it's not like there's stellar things happening on the, you know. If we
Alright.
hear the arguments and we can discuss them, then I think nobody will complain. Or do for 180, you know, resolution thing.
Right, sounds good.
Yeah?
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm sick.
Yeah, I know you are. Hello, you're so cute. Oh, Cam can cook. Got a conversation for Sunday morning. Have a good evening. You have a good evening too. Yeah, thanks for dropping in. Much appreciated.
Nice. Hello.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Are we watching this Hunter video or?
Well, it's more like I'm trying to figure out. Well, it's more like me procrastinating on working on the debate manifesto. Okay,
Oh God, manifesto. More
what?
manifestos. That's really what we need, right?
Wait,
It's always manifestos.
I've
with
always
these
been planning on making a debate manifesto. Remember?
Well, what does that mean?
Basically, it's like an entire like all the debate tactics into one like booklet.
So what is it, a manifesto? Can you
I
pause?
can do it for you in one page.
It's I don't know. It's
Well, why
that's
does
just the
she
word
call
that
it
they use.
manifesto? It's just an instruction manual, if that's the case. It's
That's
a
just the word
tutorial.
that they use for like essay or they'll substitute like essay and research document and this and that for manifesto. That's just the word they use.
I see. Interesting.
It's their in-group lingo.
Oh God. All right. Fine. Okay. Nice.
You know, it's the school shooter aesthetic that DGG is aspiring to.
What? Oh.
I don't know. It kind of that's the vibe that I
Debate
get.
brochure, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hmm.
No.
Okay, you can continue.
I promise I could.
Because I want to have like links to videos and timestamps in it to many different like debaters and stuff.
I don't even think I think this already exists.
Really?
Yeah.
Where? Who?
Well, I don't know if it's in you can just look at how professional debaters.
Nope. I want it in the cat version. The
Who are
cat
the
style.
who are the
like,
professional
staffing.
debaters?
Okay, I'm gonna take a guess. It's gonna be Hunter Avalone, Vosh, Destiny, like people like that.
Okay, professional.
That's probably who she's referring to.
Professional debaters. God,
Yeah.
that's funny.
That's my guess.
Yeah. Okay.
In English.
I want it in my own writing style.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I mean, you can do it. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying there's a lot of things you can reference for that.
Yeah.
Without relying on finding.
And
every debate
also, by the way, how do you debate these conspiracy theory types who refer to these research papers and then say where does the funding come from or shit like that? How do you do it? How do you do it?
I mean, something being funded by something else proves nothing.
I'm a professional debater. Even
Yeah,
though
but then
I
you're
debated
personally
almost no
offensive.
one.
You debated Lonerbox, and I think she would say Lonerbox is a professional debater.
True. And I did pretty well as well. And we ended friendly after the debate, which is like a rarity in the debate thing.
Yeah, that's a W.
So I guess, yeah,
No.
Yeah.
we're going to have another
Really?
debate.
Yeah, it does. Wait, yeah, because you're put on defensive. Because then they're just constantly attacking you now, right?
I'm going to turn you up. People demand it.
Okay.
That's why you don't
You're
let them
too
stay in the
soft-spoken.
conversation the whole time.
Yeah, I have to put up the gain on my mic. I also need a better mic.
We should get you a better mic. Everybody donates to Arkael. How can people donate to you?
Just attack them.
Give me a link.
Wait, hold on. Okay, it's Ko-Fi, so ko
No, give me a link.
.com.
Give me a link.
Oh, yeah, I'll
And I
just
link
send
it.
it to you.
Yeah.
Boy. There you go.
Yeah, everybody donate to RKL so they can get a better mic. Donate, it's important. Microphone is important. Okay. We've done the important thing, which is a shilling for your interests, and we can now continue. Oh yeah, I'm gonna share it on the Twitch as well, even though almost no one's watching on Twitch. Some people did actually chat, and I didn't see it, but I think they left. I should pay more attention to the Twitch chat. Like, I've been not paying attention because usually nobody watches, so I've been caught off guard when somebody actually did. Okay.
All right.
Oh, there's a command for you.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, but then they're just gonna say it's copium, right?
You can tell them they're coping and then attack them.
Do I go to
Like,
personal
just
attacks
because-
after
yeah,
that?
Well, no, it doesn't have to be personal. You just attack their argument. Like, if they don't have solid evidence and they're relying on fucking funding sources to prove anything, then they don't have a solid argument. So you can just present your solid argument and keep attacking theirs, and you win. Like, it's not that hard. Like, just because they can frame you a certain way doesn't mean you have to accept that framing for the whole conversation.
Yeah.
Like, you can just frame them back and you'd be correct. So,
Okay.
who cares?
Okay.
They're gonna. When are they gonna start debating?
Yeah, it doesn't get to the debate right away, I guess. I hope it starts soon.
Okay, let's just see what happens. You having fun yet,
Yeah,
RKL?
transmedicalism, cringe.
Yes.
Nice.
Okay.
Honestly, because it doesn't even seem like transmedicalism even means transmedicalism. Like, that's kind
Okay,
of
here
like
we
the
go.
discussion we were having
What?
before. Like, it feels like transmedicalism means like I'm going to socially determine who is and isn't trans or non-binary.
True.
Which is like not medical. Like, you know what I mean?
I just
Because like
all
it's
it is that Emma and I just think that these.
Can we pause?
Okay, so that's kind of like, yeah. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say that trying to search and find out who is and who isn't trans feels like such a pointless endeavor.
It is. It's literally impossible. Like,
Yeah.
by definition, you can't know what's in somebody's head.
Yeah, it's like trying to find out who is fake and who's real. It feels like such a, I don't know, such a service to transphobes.
Mm-hmm.
And I
So,
don't
like-
know, not much besides that.
So when I approach the debate, there are like two possible approaches that I think I could take. And one of them is I can just like show up with my list of arguments and just kind of go through them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just like I've got my intro statement and I can just rattle them off and then just kind of substantiate them one by one.
Mm-hmm.
Or I could just show up and just be like, I know nothing, and just ask questions and be like, I'm here to learn what you think and you can educate me.
Maybe the second
And
approach.
I'm still undecided. Yeah.
Who knows? Like,
especially with
keep in mind, Food
having
Shops has a pretty specific way of debating. You've probably seen
yeah,
the
having seen
yeah.
having seen some of her debates, I feel like the second approach is probably better
Mm.
because otherwise I'll end up getting caught in the weeds.
Yeah, like the one that I've reacted to. It was a very bad debate. I just,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know how to sort of talk to someone that basically creates arguments without any sort of logic to them. You know?
Yeah. At the same time, like if I'm just asking questions, like I don't want to be taken for like a ride. Like just have her like string me along like a million different paths, you know?
I mean,
Where it's,
technically
like,
speaking, you can just
you have to be very
ask a question And if she answers with something really weird on or incorrect, you can just interrogate it further
Yeah, that's
with more
true.
questions. Like
Yeah,
what Vosh
and
did with
I do
that
have like a list.
person. Like Vosh did that with this one person about what was the topic? Oh my gosh. It might have been Ukraine. Yeah, it was Ukraine. He just kept asking questions. It was a debate on Ukraine. It was very bad, but the person was very bad, but Vosh just kept asking questions basically. And
It's like
sort
one of
of
Mhm.
exposing that the person didn't know anything through asking questions.
Yeah, that's kind of the goal. Because one of the big conclusions that I came to in my research was that transmedicalism is kind of a misnomer in that it's almost like scientism, where it's aestheticizing the appearance of being rooted in the medical industry and relying on medical standards when it actually completely rejects all of the like mainstream medical organizations standards on transgender healthcare and like definitions of what it means to be trans and what is gender dysphoria and gender identity.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so like the asking questions route could kind of go in the direction of like, well, what does being trans mean, and like and what would you rely on in order to determine that somebody is trans, and like
And not.
and what is your basis for that?
Yeah.
And like if you're relying on doctors, then what would they rely on, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
And I think that might be a good path to go down.
Yeah, basically, yeah, I agree.
Okay. All right,
Yeah, I
we'll
guess
continue.
we can continue.
Fakers are cringe. That's all it is.
Okay, but you can think they're cringe, but that doesn't mean you invalidate. But that doesn't mean you actually know if they're trans or not.
Today's like
there's a difference between those
genocide
two things,
food
Because I think
shops
what's
stream.
happening is like you're seeing people who are like trans trenders, and you see them doing damage to real trans people. But the problem is, I don't think that makes you a trans medicalist if you don't think they're trans. Like that just means you don't think they're trans. Because like in a sense, we're all trans medicalists.
No.
I fucking died. Sorry.
Okay,
No,
I'm
no,
sorry to hear that.
we're not.
It's like we all
Pause.
believe that.
What does that mean?
We're not all trans medicalists. I don't think so. No, first of all, and second of all, transgender is such a ridiculous term. I don't even accept it. I don't accept this term, transgender.
It's really stupid. Yeah.
Like, come on, come on. Like, it implies that being trans is trendy in some way, and that's ridiculous. There's nothing trendy about being trans. Oh, so trendy to be hated. It's so amazing. It's so cool. You should try it. You should try the new trend of being hated by everybody.
Yeah, getting so much social capital from being trans.
Damn. Especially it's a term thrown at non-binary people.
Yeah, really.
So it's like a double whammy. Cis people hate you and some trans people hate you as well. Like, what a joy. What a trend to follow.
It's like they're jealous of like a Tumblr friend group or something.
It's weird.
It's like they think that's social privilege, having a Tumblr group.
Very, very, I don't know.
State of mind that we can verify as trans or non-binary.
Oops.
Which is, in the case of non-binary, dysphoria or incongruence towards both genders. And for
Stop playing with your
people,
phone.
it's dysphoria or an incongruence.
I mean, I
towards
sometimes play with my phone
your
on
assigned
streams,
gender.
so I'm guilty.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's a bit confusing when we say trans people, because non-binary people are trans people, but like when we say trans people, we typically mean like trans women or trans men.
Yeah.
But the category trans includes non-binary people, which is a bit of I think that's a big source of confusion for a lot of people. Which is why they think non-binary people aren't trans.
I don't think
I
don't know what the confusion is here, to be quite honest. I just don't.
I mean,
what's the confusion? What is there to be confused about here? If you
it kind of seems like Yuna's like It kind of seems like Yoon is trying to appease food shops or like meet her halfway or something.
Right.
That's kind of the impression that I'm getting. Maybe
Yeah.
I'm off base. I guess we'll see.
Like maybe if we agree that a trans person is a person that does not identify with the gender assigned to them at birth, then suddenly all the confusion should be done away with, no? And it's a pretty simple definition to go with as well.
Yeah.
No? Right? And it just
makes sense to me.
encapsulates non-binary people or any other identity. So it's pretty simple. I don't know. I don't know where the confusion sort of comes from. Maybe Yoon will explain it, right?
Yeah, I hope so.
Okay, let's go then.
So what do you think then? What do you think my thing should be?
I think you should advocate for not social purity testing people.
What?
Because there's no utility to that whatsoever.
I mean, I agree with that.
Yeah.
It's pointless. Okay, let's
No.
Okay, let me put it this way. There's no exact moment when you know you're trans, right? Like it's there's literally the LGBTQ. The Q stands for questioning. So if someone is questioning,
wait, I thought it was queer.
Yeah, I think it's queer.
Questioning.
I think.
No, what?
I think Yoon might be mistaken.
Yeah, I always thought it was queer.
You a person.
Isn't Q mean queer? What the fuck?
Oh, I think it can mean both. Anyway.
Oh, they addressed it.
Stupid.
Like say this person, like pull it up on the stream. I just googled non-binary person.
Yeah. I mean, most people aren't gonna
It
be
can be
that
both.
judgmental,
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay, fair enough.
No, but I'm not talking about most people. I'm talking about you.
Yeah, but that person. Yeah, but
It's
I'm just
definitely
saying.
queer.
Okay, I wouldn't be able to tell, but I'm just saying like some people are just gonna be cringe, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything though. Like, what are you going to go into a debate with Hunter and be like, some people are cringe, Hunter? Like, that's not a position. Like
some
what is
people,
your prescription for how we should treat
some
people
just
who identify one way?
Some people are just gonna. Some people are just completely gonna be girls. You know what I mean? Like girls, right? Act like girls, be girls, and look like girls, and act like girls, and be girls. You know what I mean?
And for the people that don't.
And what?
Huh?
I don't.
And for the people that don't.
Good for them.
I don't know what food is arguing here.
I don't know either. What's the point being made here? What? I don't get it. Maybe I'm too slow. Maybe I'm too ill still to get it. Maybe I'm too much in the genocide mode to get things like this.
Yeah, maybe. This is too big brain.
Exactly. I'm gonna have to go back to my simple topics. Genocide.
As female regardless.
Yeah, but the problem is that like if they're gonna act like girls, be like girls, and look like girls, but then like because like they just harp on like the entire transgender thing, it just harms the movement. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
I don't know. Right? I don't know what you mean, to be honest. It also assumes that there's one correct way to be a girl. That's just.
Yeah, that seems to be baked into not just this, but past arguments that I've heard her make as well, where she seems to be kind of relying on just the assumption of like very rigid gender norms where I think she's kind of just buying into the kind of conservative assumption of like, oh, girls should act this way and boys should act this way.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it did sort of come out in the earlier video when she did a very masked voice and started swearing like a sailor, and then did the maximum femme voice and did a very delicate and without swearing type of speaking. So I guess there's something there to be talked about. Okay.
Like giving them the benefit of the doubt is great because I know your argument, right? Because you're saying the argument, the entire argument is that you give them the benefit of the doubt, right?
Hold on, no, that's not my argument.
Wait, is it
my
not?
My argument is that those people. it's not about giving them the benefit of the doubt. It's not even about believing them. It's the fact that we cannot externally validate or invalidate their gender, so there's no way for us to judge.
Yeah, I mean that's true.
Wait.
But we've already
Yeah,
talked about it. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, there's no way to know somebody's identity.
Yeah, only they
Yeah,
can know
sure,
it.
but
The
no,
only
but
thing
yeah,
Only they can know it. The person that has
Yeah.
the
Rely on-
identity.
Yeah.
yeah, but no one's
Yes,
making an
Sophie,
argument
that is
to
the argument.
shame them, right?
I think. Okay, so just to clarify, it sounds like I'm making a self-ID argument, right?
Yes.
But
Good.
the problem with the self-ID argument isn't that trans people are experiencing some kind of subjective experience that only they can validate. But the problem is that people say what makes you trans is saying you're trans and not that internal experience. What I'm referencing when I say a trans person is someone with that internal experience, not someone who says they're trans. That's the only distinction.
What's the difference?
What?
Okay, this is something that I've caught on to before. In her reaction to my video, Food Shops characterized me as a self-ID person, and also has characterized like Demon Mama and other people in that sphere as like self-ID.
Yeah.
And
I don't have a
I think
problem
they're-
being characterized as a self-ID person, personally.
Right, but their characterization of quote unquote self of like the left believing in self-ID
Right.
is they think that means that you being trans is defined by saying you are trans as opposed to having an internal identity that is
How do you know what's the
trans.
difference between these two things? If you declare it, you say it, that it indicates an internal experience. How else do you? How do you prove an internal
Right, but-
experience?
They think that it's like a semantic thing. They're saying like, oh well, that's logically inconsistent because it simply saying it is like a magic spell that creates the transness in and of itself, and that doesn't make any sense.
No,
And that
you're
creates all
you're
these logical-
you're communicating your internal experience.
Right, and what Yoon is saying here is that they're not saying that the speech act is what creates the transness.
But it's
the
not.
internal identity itself. Right. And what's really interesting is that Yoon is saying, I am not self-ID, whereas Food Shops characterizes me as self-ID, and yet I agree completely with Yoon. I am 100% on Yoon's side here. So if I'm self-ID, then Yoon is as well.
Right.
So it's very interesting. So that's just kind of like an interesting way that that like us on the quote unquote self-ID side just get like completely mischaracterized.
Because it's weird. Like, a speech to me just indicates that you're communicating, or as Demon Mama says, declaring your internal experience.
Yeah, it's just a complete straw man.
Right. It's a very weak argument.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm gonna snipe your debate when it happens.
It all came from that Bogardus thing, and yeah, I think that's where it came from, that Vosh Bogardus debate.
Oh, okay. The
I think that's where it
philosopher
all
guy?
started. Yeah.
Okay. That was bad.
I mean,
the Agua guy,
sure
right?
Yeah, I'm sure the argument existed before that, but I think that's what
Mm-hmm.
popularized it in this space.
I just got from dinner, so I missed some stream. It's okay, Lisa. Welcome back. Now I want to eat dinner. It's okay. I'm visiting Mom tomorrow. I'm gonna go get dinner at Mom's.
All right, now we continue.
Do you see what I'm saying? Okay, I can repeat it. The problem with the self-ID argument is that people think saying you're trans is what makes you trans, but it's not saying you're trans that makes you trans. It's the fact that you have a subjective experience of a trans person, which is to
Mhm.
say gender incongruence.
Okay.
That's what makes you trans. So when people are, I don't know what the proper form of the self ID argument is. If you want to call it that, sure. But like,
She's
it's
okay.
not the same as the quote unquote self ID argument that's cringe. Because can you point out the problem with my argument?
I feel like I just don't get it, but I don't
What?
know.
What part don't you understand?
What?
I don't know. It just feels like too many words. But
Oh, wait, she's joking, right?
Okay.
That's a joke, right? That's a bet. That's a streamer entertainer bet, right?
I think she's very tired.
Okay.
She's EP.
Okay.
what? I just don't get it.
What?
I'm disappointed.
Okay, how do I understand everything you said, but you don't understand what I said, even though we're all using the same words?
I don't know. Maybe I just been streaming for too long and
How long is too
my
long?
mind is bogged. Dude, I don't know. You just came on stream, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you have a fresher mind. I feel like the entire day I've been just debating with the fucking boys club and then with Nine and shit. So it's like, okay.
Okay, well, I want you to understand this. Is that okay if I want you to understand this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hope President Sunday raised me today.
So people who are trans people are people with the internal experience of gender incongruity, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So if that's what makes them trans, it's not saying they're trans, because saying you're trans and having the internal experience of gender incongruity are different things.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I agree with that.
So I'm not making the progressive self-ID argument.
Yeah.
You are, though.
I know that.
Okay, that's literally
But
what I said.
yeah, they
but-
really are.
Oh. Wait. Okay, yeah, I get
God.
I get
Same
what you mean,
thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's functionally the
Okay,
same
so
argument.
when you say
Yeah.
it sounds like I'm making a self-ID argument, okay, now that you know I'm not, what
Yeah.
is the problem with my argument?
There's no problem with your argument.
Okay, so let me
I agree with you.
me
Okay.
present the entailment.
So
of
you
that
are
argument,
a self-ID
because
advocate now.
we cannot
Nice.
externally
Based.
validate
Based.
people's
yeah.
identity because it points to a subjective experience that only they can know, an internal qualia.
Wait,
Based.
stop
That means
using
that
stop
there's
using
no
big
point.
words. Okay, stop.
Okay,
You
you
need
know
to
what I mean?
stop.
A
Can
subjective
you at
experience.
least just go through the extra effort of simplifying stuff? Just my dude.
When I'm talking to you, you know what you've heard these words before.
Stop. You're using hood language, and I
Which
don't
big
understand
word?
that. Okay, all right, just
Which big word did I use? Which word that was too big? I'll
qualia.
stop
What the
using that
fuck
one.
is qualia? Stop
Internal
using.
subjective experience? Okay, basically.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so because let me repeat what I said because you lost it, Shirley.
Can you pause?
Yes.
Because we can.
Yun here
How
said
am I gonna
that.
do a debate?
Yun here said that we're all a bit transmedicalist, but from the argument that food shops agreed with, it feels like the opposite is true. We're all self-ID.
I
In
think what
reality,
Yoon was trying to.
it's just that people
Okay, I
don't
think what Yoon
understand the
was-
argument.
Yeah, I think what Yoon was trying to say was that you could say that we're all transmedicalist if you define gender incongruence as gender dysphoria.
Right.
That if I'm being like really charitable to Yoon.
Charitable, yeah.
Yeah, if you were to twist the definitions in that way, but then transmedicalism doesn't mean anything,
Yeah.
and then words mean nothing at that point.
Ajik, I hope she doesn't get into doing debates. She's gonna make herself look like a clown. You're gonna debate food shops, aren't you?
Yeah, I'll do the debate. I'm not sure
Nice.
how productive it's gonna be, but
You
I'll do
have
it.
like a date set up, or?
No, it's just gonna be a casual call-in.
Oh, I want to snipe it. I'm gonna snipe it real bad.
Right. I'll let you know.
Okay. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's do
You
this.
can only internally verify the trans identity. You cannot externally verify it. That means that social purity testing, like female or male, should still be allowed to use the pronouns that they wish without suffering any social repercussions. Is there any problem so far?
There shouldn't be.
Like if somebody completely looks like a girl, I guess, they should be able to use he, him.
Yes.
Because we cannot determine their internal feelings.
Yes.
Even though they
because
make,
they could be questioning.
Even though they make no effort.
No, but the point isn't that what makes you trans is an effort. Like there's no effort in the definition of trans.
Right.
You understand that, right?
Yeah.
It's like trans doesn't mean I'm trying really hard.
Yeah.
And food shops just agreed to the definition.
That
of
is a
trans, too,
big
that-
that is a big thing that I just find very weird when people talk about putting in effort, whatever that means.
Yeah.
I mean, you can put effort
Yeah, really.
for yourself, but that's a totally different topic, right? If you
Mhm.
feel like your ideal self is like this or that, and you move in that direction, so you put in effort, that's totally different than trying to prove that you're really something through that effort. Technically speaking, in both cases, you're putting in quote-unquote effort, but those are two different things.
That's actually really interesting because food shop. She describes herself as a light transmedicalist, and
Transmedicalist, light, sugar-free.
Yeah. And she seems to believe in gender identity, which is not something that transmedicalists generally believe in.
Right.
Because she just agreed that trans people are trans by nature of having an internal gender identity.
Yeah.
Although she kind of goes back on it a little bit, but the fact that she agreed to it in the first place is interesting.
Yeah.
So that's something I can work with.
It's just a matter of explaining to people that what Yoon's here saying is basically the self-ID argument.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like I'm going to try to avoid trigger words, I think, because in her coverage of my video, as soon as I said the word genocide, the stream turned off. That was the end of the coverage.
When did you use the word genocide?
I was talking about how Republicans are not genuine in their quote unquote concerns about trans people.
Okay.
And I said the point is the cruelty, the point is this, the point is genocide.
Okay.
And as soon as I said genocide, that was the end of the engagement.
Right.
So,
okay.
I think I'm going to try to avoid words that are triggering to that sphere.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay. Let us continue.
Right.
It means you have the internal experience of gender incongruity.
It's like because okay, so your argument is because they're questioning, right?
No, well, and it couldn't. That's just one situation. It could be that that is a legitimate expression of their female identity. And you can say like, okay, well, that doesn't match my perception
hold
of
on,
female identity, but it's theirs. It's internal.
Hold on. By their entire thing is transitioning.
Selfie.
Wait, hold on. They're
Whoa.
okay, wait, hold on. No, they're not physically transitioning.
They can.
Right? Like physically.
They can.
Yeah, someone who.
But they're just using pronouns differently.
Yes.
She froze there for a second.
My argument is that that's the only way to.
I get what you mean, but like, are they doing it permanently for the rest of their life and they're not doing anything with their body?
Well, yeah, because what if that's their.
This is the thing that gets me. Like, like there are cis people that look like there are cis women that look like conventionally like how you would consider
Masculine.
like a
They look
yeah, like
masculine.
masculine, right? And vice versa, and nobody says anything. Like nobody would say that's a man.
Yeah,
or
I mean,
they're
some would, but
some would, but,
some
like,
bigots would.
some bigots would certainly, but like generally speaking,
Generally speaking, no, that's not a thing that happens.
yeah,
no.
generally speaking, no, you wouldn't say that somebody is trans because of that.
Sophie is sassy.
And-
Good, good. We're in the genocide zone today.
So that's a question that I think I could ask is like why are you holding a double standard?
Yeah. Interestingly enough, Polish trans organizations are really good on this. Like, really harping on the point that you don't need to transition medically to be trans. So that's interesting. All the orgs that I've seen, Polish orgs, say that you don't really need to do anything to your body to be trans. You know?
Well, as far as I understand, that's like what all the modern guidelines say as well.
Like, if you're doing it for yourself, not to prove something, as far as I'm concerned. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Well, like the W path, for example, says persons must be able to freely express their gender identity, whether or not that identity conforms to the expectations of others. W path further recognizes the right of all people to identity documents consistent with their gender identity, including those documents which confer legal gender status.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, in Poland.
And
you
there's
have
like
to
there's like a ton of
swear.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
Okay, we're going.
Sorry, fuck. My voice is dying. Like,
Like they're not changing anything from that point.
why do they have to change something though? Like, why do you think that something has to be changed?
That's
if
a good
if the
question.
definition of a trans person is someone who internally experiences something.
So even if there is,
It's a
let's
good
just say this
question.
person really is a faker. Okay, let's just say this person really is somebody who is disingenuous. All right, who doesn't give a
Faker.
fuck about anything and thinks this is just like a cool trendy thing.
Who
You're
would
okay with
think that?
Yeah.
Who would think that? That it's a cool trend. Oh, whatever.
Let's say let's say it is. Let's say there are some people that do that. Let's say there's like some minority of people that do that. So
Okay.
what? Like what show me the harm. It's like people are sneaking into women's bathrooms. Okay, show me the harm.
Exactly. I already spotted the person that we're gonna be rating. If we're gonna be rating on Twitch.
It's not a matter of being okay with it or not. Like, I guess I wouldn't be okay with people pretending to be a thing they aren't. For the same reasons that you are. My point is that there's no way to legitimately verify that person. Like, in the absence of them saying, yeah, I'm just pretending, there's no way.
Okay, even if there is no legitimate way to verify that person,
There isn't.
sure, we can't shame that one person, right? We can't really demonize that one person, obviously, because I'm against shaming, right? Do you think we should at least criticize transgenders as a whole?
The reason that's you're not picking up any static or anything, are you?
Me? Just
yeah,
a bit.
sorry, I was just hearing stuff on I was hearing stuff on my headphones. The reason that's a bad argument from food is because
Yeah.
that stigmatizing the concept of trans, quote unquote trans trenders, without individually bullying any single one, will still cause others to bully individual people. Like, obviously, like you're going to create a culture where you're stigmatizing gender nonconformity.
Yeah.
Like, that's It seems so obvious to me. I don't know how she would miss
Yeah.
that.
It's so cool and trendy to get people like like the Smegma dude in my chat and speaking bigoted things in Polish to me. That's so trendy and cool. Nothing nicer.
Still in there?
No, not anymore, but you know.
Okay.
But so trendy and cool still.
No, but when you're criticizing
Yeah.
transgenders, you're really talking about the people who don't match your idea of what a woman should look like.
Damn,
yeah, but at the
called
same
out.
time, we can
Like
acknowledge
that's what
that.
you mean by transgenders.
Called out. Damn.
Yeah, but at the same time, right? Like what it means to be politically effective and appealing to like the broad majority of people is that a lot of people aren't going to understand.
Pause.
Like, okay, even though.
Yep.
The strategy to be politically effective is not to appeal to a broad amount of people. That's not the winning strategy, because what if the broad number of people are just bigots who hate trans people? Like, ideally, for effective political action, you appeal to the people that can make changes. Like I don't know, in the US, it would be like your state officials, etc. No?
Yeah.
Like, you appeal to those, not to a wide number of people. Because, you know, as again, I'm going to paraphrase that one good sentence from the early 90s in a Polish newspaper. Democracy is not the mob rule of a majority. That is mistaken. A real democracy is choosing a group of representatives to the government that will protect the interests of the most vulnerable minorities, even if it does not agree with the sensibilities of the majority.
It's kind of buying into this idea that political change is just handed down to people by like the ruling class. Like, oh, here you stand in line and you take your number, and then somebody on top is like, here you go, like a bread line or something.
Right. You know?
That's just not how political change happens.
So you want representatives because we have a representative democracy, right? So you want the representatives to protect the interests of the minorities.
Yeah.
That's the way I see it. Thank you, Sophie.
And also, and you don't just fight to appeal to like, you don't just appeal to the broadest number of people. You fight to change public perception.
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's a good point as well.
Right? Even though, like, okay, this is like the idea of woman, right? A lot of people are going to share that idea of woman anyway, right? Like,
Okay,
they're not gonna share like your woke progressive definition of woman or non-binaryism or whatever the fuck, right? Like, you in order to appeal to people, like, you have to be able to make a good argument for transgender people. And you have
so
to
just say that you and other trans people are male, because that's how most people think trans people are. Just say you're biologically male. That's the same argument you're making, right? You're saying for the sake of political expediency, we should ignore what the actual thing is and just try to appeal to people's ignorant understanding.
But we don't have to be that extreme, right? Like,
now here's the line. Okay.
Yeah.
Now that affects me. That's where the line is.
She got up the ladder.
Sorry?
Whoa! I got up the ladder, so I can kick it down. But all of those ones beneath me.
Sure. Yeah, it affects me now. So I guess let's not go that far. That's funny.
Yeah.
And sad.
If political expediency is what matters, then why shouldn't all trans people just go in the closet? Like, if that's the argument we're making.
Like, that's ridiculous. I'm sorry. It's not about you already said it. It's not about appealing. It's about changing people's perception. Like, if doing things was about just appealing to people, then we'd never get anything done, ever. To be quite honest. Because during the segregation era, I'm pretty sure that a pretty wide perception was that the segregation was the norm, and so
So this is ultimately like an argument of separatism, right?
Hmm.
Like it's a movement of exclusion of everyone get in line and not those ones, it's these ones
Yeah.
get their rights first. That's kind of the argument she's making.
Lisa makes a good argument in the chat. Excuse me, I say ignorance, but if a person changes their pronouns but not their body, wouldn't that be considered social transition and would be enough to be trans? I would say, yeah.
Yeah, that is social transition.
I would say,
I'm not
yeah.
entirely sure. I'm not sure where Food Shop's bar is for what is the acceptable level of transition that she would say is like, okay, well, now you're a real trans person. That's something I'll have to ask her.
Right. See you, Sva system.
Every transmedicalist has like a different set of goalposts.
Yeah. Like turfs, interestingly enough.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of parallels there.
Gender dysphoria.
There are a lot of parallels. And also, interestingly enough, transmedicalist organizations love to work with turf organizations.
Damn.
Have like a whole thing about that.
That's incredible. That's so shocking to me. I cannot believe.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's what a twist. What a twist.
That is a strong ground to stand on, right? Because that is a scientific claim. Does that make sense?
But I'm still using gender dysphoria.
But then,
I'm not using...
no. But then the problem when we're defending people like the he him with like the he him with the feminine features kind of thing is that people cannot grasp that in their minds, right?
Okay,
a lot of people are unable
being able to transition.
Yeah, sure, but people are able to.
So why is that a valid argument?
Wait, can I just be able to finish? You're getting heated a little bit, okay? So people sure, a lot of people are going to be unable to grasp the transition thing, right? But I think people are able to grasp the transition thing these days a lot more than, somebody who is unable to put in the effort to transition, but is just going to straight up be using, different pronouns based on self-ID, and that's it. They're not going to be putting in any effort. That's it, right?
So you think that people can accept the idea of expanding gender categories to include trans people, but they can't accept it including people who don't look like a typical woman?
Yeah, but yes, because at least when you transition, you're transitioning to the broadly accepted, like socially constructed category, right? That people are already familiar with.
That is such a sad argument,
when
okay?
But when you are...
Can you pause?
Holding it to the he, him
Can
thing
you
with
pause?
the feminine features, people are going to be like, wait a second.
Can we pause?
I don't really understand this because you're
Hello?
using masculine.
Yeah.
Yep, hello?
Yeah. It's so weird to appeal to what's broadly accepted. Like, it's the worst possible route that you can take with anything. Wanting to appeal to... Like, that just... I don't know. I think that when somebody goes that route, it sort of betrays... I don't know if it's the right term to use. An intellectual laziness, almost. To me, at least. Like, let's just appeal to what's widely accepted. But that's a horrible way to go about these things, because the widely accepted thing might be horrible. So what do you do then? Where do you go from there? If the widely accepted thing is just very bad, you just go with that?
It kind of speaks to me of like a lack of sociological imagination.
Yeah.
Like just an inability to imagine a society changing.
Right. And intellectually dishonest, says Sophie. It's just weak.
Skill and pronouns with feminine features, so that's black.
Okay. People who are trans but don't pass.
Trans who don't pass. Well, I mean, aren't they in the effort to? So eventually they will
Yeah,
get
but
there,
the
right?
effort isn't what people are looking at, and no, eventually they won't get there.
Eventually they won't get there.
Yeah, just because you're trying to transition doesn't mean you're gonna pass to most people.
Yeah, but the thing
What
is,
you're saying is that
hold on,
those
hold on.
people shouldn't be. We should leave those people behind. It's the logical conclusion of what you're proposing here.
It's
is
true.
that the only people who are legitimately
Yeah,
It's
she's
true.
creating a stigma for anybody who doesn't like conventionally pass.
True, like me.
trans are the people who fit in with like gender normativity. Those are the people that we should affirm. But the people who don't, we should try to socially discourage so as not to damage legitimacy of the people who can fit in.
Right, but we're talking about being disingenuous or not, right? Because at least the people who try to pass but end up not passing, they at least tried their best. You know
No,
what I mean?
we're talking about trans rights. We're not talking about separating the real from the
Yeah.
fake. Like that can be a part of it, but the overall goal of the movement is for trans people
Yeah.
to gain acceptance.
Wait, true.
So if you're
Yeah,
leaving
wait,
trans
yeah,
people
yeah.
behind
Wait,
in the
wait,
process of
wait,
doing
wait.
so, you're not doing
Hold
that.
on. True, right?
True.
But this is part of it, right? For example, if we're advocating for something like trans rights, right? Then this matters, right? For example, you can make an argument for the sake of political efficacy, right? That you can say, yeah, this trans woman right here, she made an active effort to transition.
Food seems to be jumping back and forth between what trans people are and what we should say trans people are.
Yeah, Sophie,
Like,
correct.
She seemed to concede at the beginning that trans people are their gender identity, and then
Yeah.
now is like backtracking to say
Yeah.
like, oh well, it's like politically inconvenient, so we should lie, kind of.
It's just
It
weird.
kind of seems like
the
what she's
effort
saying.
argument is just so weak to me.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Even if we
Unless
grant
she
the
was
whole
broke
effort
at the
thing, what if the person does not have the means to put in the effort? What then?
Yeah.
It's just some people.
Yeah, really.
Some people just don't have access to certain things. So what now?
Well, that depends on the trans medicalist. Some of them will say that as long as you want to put in the effort, then that's enough. And
Oh.
food shops might believe that. She might say like, oh well, as long as you want to, then that's okay.
How do you gauge that?
But yeah, that's such a cop out.
Weird. I don't. That's weird.
And it also, it's like such a non-answer because it still is going to end up stigmatizing those people, even if you say, oh, that person's valid. Like you have no idea of knowing whether or not they want to. Like you're still going to end up bullying them or creating an environment where they are bullied.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree.
All it does is drive people into the closet or force people to transition. who
Yuna's
may not
doing
want to.
pretty well in this debate, I will say.
Yeah, Yoon's doing really good.
Yeah, I think this is going pretty well. I'm gaining a positive view of the person.
Mm-hmm.
The most she could, but you know what? She ended up not passing, and that's okay, right? Because even though she ended up not passing, she still tried the best she could. It is what it is. Maybe she transitioned too late because she was too old by the time she started. You know what I
So
mean?
you're saying that people can accept that, but they absolutely cannot accept a more inclusive definition of gender.
Yes,
Which,
because yes.
Okay, they're accepting a more
Because-
inclusive
okay,
definition
hold on.
of gender.
Hold on,
Wait, you
hold
keep
on, hold
interrupting me,
on.
but saying you're interrupting. Hold
Sure.
on.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
You're saying that people can accept a more inclusive definition of gender that includes trans people that don't pass, but they can't accept a more inclusive definition of gender that includes trans people that don't pass.
Yes. The reason is because
It's the same thing.
Yes, because at least with the trans woman that gave the effort, she at least gave an effort, and people respect people who gave an
bigots
effort.
don't care
Does that
about
make sense?
effort,
I
by
don't
the
know.
way.
There's absolutely no evidence for that.
Yeah, they do not care. This is only an internal transmedicalist thing. The idea that like transphobes or conservatives give a shit
Effort.
about this is complete cope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good luck. But I put in the effort. Oh yeah, well you'll never be a woman or whatever.
Yeah,
There
they
you
do
go.
not care.
you can look at half of the country, all Republicans virtually do not accept trans people who do pass, let alone the ones that don't.
Sure, but
So
I'm
we
just
have
saying.
zero evidence for that
Right,
claim
right.
whatsoever.
Okay, wait. That's actually going in my research document. I have to look that up. That might be useful to have.
Yeah, what goes?
Okay, hold on. I want to write that down.
Who do pass, let alone the ones that don't.
Sure, but
Right.
Republicans virtually do not
True,
accept
Lisa,
trans people
you're
who do
right.
pass, let alone the ones that
Trans
don't.
medicalists should take note
Wait.
from racism. Yeah.
Wait, I'm writing that down. Look into Republicans don't accept trans people who pass versus don't pass. I don't know if such stats exist, but that was cited, so I'm going to look into that.
I mean, I agree with Yoon once again that bigots don't accept
Yeah,
trans
I don't
people
think-
that pass, quote unquote, not to mention those that yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
I agree with that. I hope I can get that stat because that would be super useful, but I have no idea.
Sure, but
So
I'm
we
just
have
saying.
zero evidence for that
Right,
claim
right.
whatsoever.
Right, but at least okay, when you're demanding empirical evidence of something like, okay, would somebody be able to accept somebody who would rather accept, like, okay, somebody who would try to give an effort and not pass versus somebody who is like feminine and has he him pronouns? I don't know where the fuck I am able to find something like empirical evidence for that, okay? But I'm just saying, right? All I'm saying is that, like, just logically wise, okay, do you think somebody would be able to perceive something more for, like, let's just say a good faith effort for trying to fit into like societal gender roles versus somebody who gave no effort whatsoever into something that doesn't even fit into societal like gender roles whatsoever?
Yeah, you're presupposing that someone has to fit into societal gender norms in order to be valid.
What we're talking
Which is
about
not the
political
case.
efficacy,
We already
right?
remember at the start of this argument, we acknowledge that the validity of trans people wasn't independent of how other people viewed them.
Wait, hold on, I'm a little bit lost
And
now.
yet
Do you
you're
know where
still
we're at?
yes, you're saying right now that trans people have to fit into gender normative like appearance wise, they have to fit into that.
Yes, because it would help political
But
efficacy. Yes.
we already acknowledge that that's not what being trans even means. So in doing so, we're just saying that, okay, some trans people who are valid, but they don't fit into the normative conceptions of gender, those people are fucked.
I
And
would
that's
say
like an
yeah,
unacceptable
sure, yeah, sure,
statement,
yeah,
like
sure, yeah,
clearly
sure.
on its face.
Yeah, sure. I would argue that being okay, sure. If we were to separate like transgender and transsexual strictly within the sense of like the queer community, I would say that distinction and that separation is only useful within the queer community because we know that lingo. You know what I mean? However, outside of the queer community, that lingo is no longer useful, and we should just refer to everything as just transgender in general. Does that make sense?
Wait, but what does that have to do with saying that like we
like
have
okay,
to encourage?
Like for example, right, inside the queer community, we're gonna make the distinction, right, for
Yeah.
the sake of like distinction between like transsexualism and transgenderism, because we want to make the distinction or distinction between people who have dysphoria versus people who don't have dysphoria, right? But however, outside of the queer community, people don't know what the fuck transsexualism is. So people are only going to be using the term transgenderism, right? So when people use the term
Oh God,
transgenderism, people
transgenderism
only
is
think
such
of
a
people
no.
with gender dysphoria
That's a
and
horrible
people
term.
who transition into like, you know, their the gender that they want, right? Like, which is like trans male and trans female, right?
What?
So the more we fit into
What?
It's like she's getting it's like she's getting everything from the Daily Wire.
What the hell is going on all of a sudden? What? Trans male? Trans... What the hell? Oh.
I'm gonna rewind that.
Where did that come from?
Hold on.
Where did that come
when people
from?
use the term transgenderism, people only think of
Transgenderism.
people with gender dysphoria and people who transition into like, you know, the gender that they want, right? Like, which is like trans
Damn
male
it,
and trans
food
female, right?
shops.
So the more we fit into that thing, the more politically effective it will be. That's it. And we haven't
Whoa.
even gotten past like the first step of that first, and people are already
Whoa.
passing like anti-transgender legislation, and you're already skipping to.
What is that even?
Whoa.
That's such...
Ugh.
I'm not sure what to do with that.
Same. It's just nonsense. That's the problem with food shops. You get, I don't mean to be mean, you just get incoherent nonsense. That's the big problem. Good luck.
Yeah.
That's all that I can tell you. Good luck.
Yeah.
Damn. All right. Let's go.
It wasn't even a response. It wasn't even a response to what Yoon said.
Trans male, trans female, transgenderism. Jesus. Where did that come from? All right, let's go.
The
Let's
step where
continue.
we have to fit into like that crazy shit. So it's like you're skipping already a few steps ahead before we're even accomplishing like the first thing, which is crazy.
Would you say that black people who are like saying that black people should have equal rights were skipping ahead because like they should be fighting for labor rights first? I think
that...
like legitimately representing your movement is more important than like trying to not legitimately represent the people in your movement for the sake of political expediency.
True.
I think you're just shooting yourself in the foot for no reason, and you're making it so that the people who are at the back of the line don't have the future that you do.
Maybe Yoon should be the one
I think
streaming.
that it is important to take steps one at a time first.
That was
and to
mean,
appeal
I'm
to
sorry.
moderates.
But you can appeal to, you can do both. Like again, you're assuming that moderates will just will never accept the premise that you can expand gender categories past a certain point, and we don't really have any reason to believe that.
Yeah, but at the end of the day,
So why?
but at the end of the day, if you are unable to get, moderates to even accept the first step before moving on to the second step, then it is like a losing battle, right?
No, we don't have any evidence for that whatsoever that it's a losing battle.
Yeah, but then you don't have any evidence for your side either, right?
No,
that's not true. This is something that I could press on because I've got lots of evidence of like self-ID laws passing. I've got evidence of medical guidelines supporting the self-ID position.
Yeah.
So that'll be super useful.
Damn.
Yeah.
No, I do.
Yeah,
my evidence is
do you
that we're moving towards trans acceptance, right? And that is on the basis of the idea that you can expand gender categories to include people who are trans.
Mm-hmm.
That's the evidence.
Yeah,
but
then
what we don't have evidence of is that at a certain point they're going to stop.
Yeah, but
that's what we don't have evidence for.
But the crazy thing that you are hinging this entire thing on is that you want to be able to have like a feminine looking like a really feminine looking person. You're not even talking about like whatever the fuck, right? You're talking about like a person who fully looks like a hot girl or whatever the fuck, right? Who is gonna go by he him pronouns, right?
Okay.
Which do you think is harder for people to accept? The idea that people can change their biology, or that people can change the social construction of gender and how they fit into it? Which do you think would be harder for people?
It's like she's really trying to like paint this kind of inflammatory picture to like I don't know, trigger somebody in the audience or something. I'm not sure what's going on here.
Yeah, hot girl.
As if that's like an argument.
Hot girl. Yeah. Or whatever.
As if that'll like substantiate anything.
Hot girls.
People do.
Some like it hot.
Definitely harder to accept the gender, like the gender thing, right? The social
when it's
thing.
Changed so much already.
When it's changed so much already, how so?
The inclusion of people who change their biology is new.
Wait, give an example of the changing the gender thing.
yeah, the existence of trans people.
She's
and
very
the fact
hostile
that
of trans men who are
acceptance is
feminine. Yeah,
broadly
agreed.
increasing,
Which is not
is
good.
evidence of the fact that people are accepting of the idea of expanding gender categories to include things that they previously hadn't.
Yeah, but I would then argue that something such as so crazy, such as like dynamically, dynamically as opposed as like pronouns and like extremely effeminate and feminine features are so opposed to each other that it's just such a hard battle to win or to fight for. And the conservatives can easily weaponize that.
But you could again, you could have made the
here's
same
here's the thing.
anti-progress arguments throughout every civil rights movement
Here's
in
the
history.
thing. Here's the thing. You can easily make an argument for women to wear t-shirts and for women to wear suits, right? Yes, I agree with that. But the thing is that it would be much more harder to make an argument for women to have he/him pronouns.
And no one said it was what's easy isn't the point of a civil rights movement. It's hard.
Yeah.
It's easy. I mean, that's a good point. Yeah. Damn.
It's like, would slavery have been abolished if they thought it was going to be like easy to do?
What? Good points.
Like would
String.
yeah. Would people have like fought to end slavery if like they had stopped at whether or not it was going to be easy?
That's yeah. What's the easiest thing? Like, come on. Come on. Come on, please. It's never about what's easy. It's about what's right.
It's such like a
and what's right is left.
That's such an I never get out of my gamer chair like political strategy.
Yeah. I don't even have a gamer chair.
Hard to gain right.
Neither here nor there.
Yeah, I've just got like a regular office chair.
Same. And it's rickety and crickety. Please
For people
donate.
who are being oppressed. What is the ease of you like that doesn't relate at all?
Yeah, but I'm just saying it's not like Martin Luther King tried to like argue for reparations for black people, right? Or did he? I don't know if he did.
Well, it's like, not like he tried to appeal to what's widely popular.
He wasn't arguing for reparations.
Well, I think okay, so she talked about Martin Luther King Jr. in her
reply to you
in this. No, in the thing that I reacted to that
Okay.
she replied to.
Okay.
And it kind of seems like she does think that MLK's whole thing was like appealing to white moderates.
Oh. Didn't he criticize them though? In his famous thing?
Yeah, that was his whole thing was that he had a big problem with appealing to white moderates.
Right.
So, might be,
Yeah.
Yeah, I might be doing a
Thought
video
so.
on that at some point.
I thought so as well. Yeah.
Specifically, but equal rights was obviously a contentious thing. He got
Yeah.
fucking shot and died.
Yeah, sure, but like obviously
Which,
he
do you
didn't.
think that
yeah,
do you think that
but he didn't. Yeah, but he didn't argue for like black people to become president, right? Like he didn't go too far, right?
Too far. What
No,
does that
he didn't.
mean,
What do you-
too far?
What's the logical conclusion of black and white people being equal? Like what?
Yeah, but he didn't argue for like the most craziest shit, right?
That's not crazy. That's exactly the
What?
point. That's exactly my
Pause,
point,
what?
too. My
No.
point is that
What the hell?
She's just saying stuff.
God damn. The craziest. Black people being
Crazy
presidents. That's
shit,
just craziest shit. What? Damn. I don't think she understands just how that makes her look.
It's some
Damn.
gated community energy.
Oh god. I think Yoon is really doing good here though.
Yeah, Yoon's doing great. I agree with Food Shop's assessment that Yoon is an excellent debater.
Yeah. Damn. I'm not sure if Food Shop says though, but that's okay. All right, let's go. Let's continue. That's
Well,
you're
the
arguing
whole
for
point,
people's
no,
equality.
but I'm telling you, right? The whole point is that you have to be strategic with the things you demand. Does that make sense?
No. I mean, yes, but no.
No, because what I'm demanding is exactly what we want, and what you're demanding is just like equality for some, but not for others who don't
Yeah,
fit in well enough.
exactly.
No, the
True.
problem is that what you're demanding is absurd, right? What you're
No, but you're
demanding is
claiming it's
absurd.
absurd without evidence, and I have evidence that it's not absurd, and you're just saying it's absurd.
I don't think
without...
no, right? Because like I
True.
said before, I can understand like over the past few years, right? I can understand like over the past few years, you already have women and extremely feminine presenting people wearing stuff like suits, right? Yeah? You can have them wearing suits, you can have them wearing stuff that originally they weren't able to wear, right? Like
Oh.
suits, like hats, like whatever the fuck, or etc.
Women
right?
were always able to wear
However,
hats. Just throwing it out there.
Just over the past few years, wow.
Just throwing it out there. Hats were always available to women. Just you know.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Hats.
When it comes to something like
Equality
he, him
absurd.
pronouns, you're talking about something that maybe is on par with gender abolitionism. That is what
Damn.
you're talking about.
Damn.
So when it comes to
That's the logical conclusion.
yes, but you're
of-
skipping way too many steps ahead.
No, what do you mean? I've laid out exactly what the steps are. You're just saying we should stop somewhere.
True.
I'm not
No.
saying that people
No,
are
no,
going
no,
to
no,
accept
but-
the
but-
total
no, 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 but
expansion
you're-
of gender
no, my
categories right
problem-
now.
No, no,
when did
my
I say
problem
that?
with this is that you're skipping so many steps ahead.
True.
Is that if you argue for this right now,
She's just making the slippery slopes fallacy right now.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh well, you want gay marriage, but what's next? Marrying my dog?
I mean, if the dog consents, if you can communicate with it, and the dog consents. Oh, yeah. Romance.
now it would backfire. Does that make sense? And you're asking
context
for
of the-
proof.
no.
And you're
the
asking
context
for
of this
proof on
argument.
this.
No, the context of this argument is whether or not we should purity test people to figure out whether or not they're trans. Remember, that's the context of this argument. The conclusion of my argument is that there's no valid way to do that and no social utility in doing so. And
Yes,
now you're
but
saying
right,
that in
but
order
we
to appeal to
moved- right,
conservatives, we
right.
should do it.
Right, but we moved past that part, right? I said that we shouldn't purity test individuals, right? Does that make sense? But I said that we should still criticize generally on like, okay, we shouldn't turn this like transgenderism thing into like a trend. Does that make sense?
What?
No, when did I say that it was a trend? Like, how does that contradict anything I just
No,
said?
no, we should criticize, right? Like that's where the disagreement is, right? Otherwise, why
No,
would
there's
we
no
having this in
disagreement
the
there.
first
When
place?
did I say that people who aren't actually trans and are pretending to be trans should be defended?
Then why are we having this disagreement in the first place?
We're
I'm
having this
confused then.
disagreement because you're saying that purity testing trans people is somehow conducive to getting their rights in the end.
Hello,
I'm pretty sure I
James
said something along the
Riak.
lines of,
Can you pause,
okay,
Arkael?
we should.
So the debaters are food shops and her moderator, Yoon? Yeah?
Yeah, moderator.
Yeah, her moderator. And they're debating trans medicalism, James. So that's what you've gotten yourself into. And I'm reacting to it together with the guest Arkael. So it's 2v2. Yeah. Also welcome to the stream. I'm so happy to have you here, especially you, James. You're my favorite. Okay, let's continue.
Alrighty.
Criticize, right, trans trending, and then you had some issue with that, right?
No, you're
What?
saying that we have to. No,
Okay, we
well, I
have to
just told you.
rewind the VOD. Holy shit.
No, well, I
my
just
God,
told
I'm
you.
confused.
Okay, if that's what I was criticizing, wait, you just responded to what
boy.
I said as if I didn't respond to it within my response. Like I said, I never had a problem with criticizing transgenders. You can remember it from our last conversation. I
Then
said the
how
same
did
thing.
we?
At
It is
no
a hot
point did I
topic,
defend
yeah.
people who are
Then
transgender.
how did we get to the feminine person with the he/him pronouns? How did we get there then? You
Because
remember?
I'm saying that person doesn't have to be a transgender. They're a legitimate trans person.
I mean, okay, hold on. We can say that, okay, from the queer community perspective or from outside the queer community perspective. Because these
Why
could
are
be
we
two
talking
different
about
things.
the outside community's perspective at all? If you want to talk
True.
about political expedience, you just
Yeah, wait, hold
say
on.
up front.
Hold on. From
Yeah, because it's like she forgets what they're debating. They're talking about who is or isn't trans, and she's like, oh well, from whose perspective?
That is so weird.
As if they're not talking about like the truth of the matter.
Yeah, very weird. But that's also sort of that gets into the whole debate that she had about with the homeless man or whatever, quibbles about, oh, if people perceive this as racism, then the person is racist. And what? You know, it's sort of also goes
I
into
caught
this.
some of that, but I missed most of it.
Yeah, you should watch my video and comment.
Yeah, I will.
Should a long substantive comment. All right, let's go. Let's continue. Let's get the
because
hype
if we're talking
going.
about, like, if we're talking about from the political, like, if we're talking about optics, right? Then we have to clarify, like, from what perspective we're talking about from, right?
No,
Because if
you're talking from your perspective, and your perspective is informed by what other people think who disagree with you.
oh, sure. Then it's from outside. All right. So if it's from outside, right? If it's from outside, then therefore, all right, transgender and transsexual is all just transsexual. Okay. Then transgender is transsexual. There you go. Okay.
What?
Okay.
What?
Okay, but if your perspective is informed by that perspective, do you see the problem there? That's not what trans people are at all.
Yeah, but then that's
true,
the
Lisa.
problem, right? Is that
No, that's
like
your problem. That's not my problem. My problem is that I'm just going to say what being trans is, and I'm going to
yeah,
stick
but then
to it.
to
and then
other okay, the problem is that to other people, transgenders shouldn't exist whatsoever.
No, they think transgender.
I don't think they exist.
So she's.
I don't think they exist to
Yeah.
begin with. So problem solved.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. First of all, citation needed. Second of all,
Damn.
she seems to be like defining terms based on
Convenience.
the public perception of them.
Yeah.
Convenience and like what this means whatever people think
Think it
means, which
is,
a
yeah.
very
Weak.
social constructivist way of thinking. That's very strange. You'd think she, as a quote unquote transmedicalist, you'd think she'd be like appealing to some kind of consensus or something.
Yeah, medical consensus or whatever.
Yeah, that's very strange.
Yeah.
shouldn't exist whatsoever.
Okay, what definition of transgender are you using here?
Your definition, the one in which people think transgender people are
Yeah, sure.
one
So
not
there-
majority
so,
socially
okay, okay, okay.
accepted.
So they think
I'm using my
okay.
definition.
So they're
which
oh
is the
my god,
correct
I'm
one.
getting so confused. Okay, so so they think transgender people shouldn't exist whatsoever. Okay, correct, right? So which is why when you're making the argument that an extremely feminine person shouldn't be using should be using he/him pronouns, you're not helping the movement whatsoever. Okay, you're not. We should already be arguing on the basis of like existing arguments that we already are making in the
I'm
first
sorry,
place
when
that
did I
they are
say-
familiar with.
When did I, at what point during anything that I said, did I say, walk up to the most conservative person you know and advocate for gender abolitionism? When did I say that?
At the end of the day, that's the entire time of what we've been talking about, right?
When you state what transgender people are, you're just honest. And when you state what your prescriptions
No.
for
True.
society are, hold on,
you're
you're cutting me off.
being-
When you
no.
state what your prescriptions for society are,
No.
you just state that we shouldn't purity test trans people because you can't find because of the definition of trans people that is correct.
No.
We
Yoon.
agreed to all
No.
of these premises at the start of the conversation.
I mean,
and
yeah,
I've
she
led
did.
you through how
Yoon.
all my conclusions
Yes, Yoon.
logically
and we
entail.
have Yoon, and we have moved past that. But you
What?
kept on going back there because you are being bad faith right now.
What?
That is what's happening.
What?
Yes, you are. Okay,
Okay,
no.
explain,
I'm,
please.
I'll
Please
explain.
explain.
I'll explain.
What?
Okay, I'll explain.
Yeah.
So what has happened in this conversation, all right, is this, okay? So so this is where we start, okay? We started exactly at the point of
No
all right,
return.
we started in fact I'll fucking write this down, okay?
That happened in that
okay,
debate as
so
well.
we started at the point of
Did it?
Yeah, the whole I have to write it down thing. It means she's agitated, I guess.
It's interesting. I wonder if I can avoid that.
We'll see.
Probably not.
We'll see.
of okay, what is where do we disagree on for trans sexual whatever the fuck, right? But then we have moved past that into the
Greener
what
pastures.
was the topic right before the feminine with the he him? Do you remember? What was the
It's
topic
the
right
same
before that?
topic. Like
It's
I've been
bad
talking about the
faith when
same
you
thing the whole
disagree
time.
with
like,
me.
I literally have no idea what you're talking about right now.
Yeah. So the problem, right? The problem is that you cannot move. You kept on moving before that, even though we have stayed on the feminine person with the he/him thing the entire time, right? But we have moved on to that the entire time. But you kept on going back before that because you
What
know
does
you had
that
a losing
mean?
point.
What does that
That is
mean?
why, right?
No, I'm going back because in order for you to accept the entailment of my premise, you have to accept the premise. But you kept rejecting the premise after
Okay,
accepting it later
go.
on.
Fine, I'll answer your
That's
question
not
for the
bad
fifth
faith.
time. Go. I'll answer your question for the fifth time. Go.
Oh my
what's your
god.
question? Kill me.
If the definition of trans people is that it's someone who experiences gender
What the
incongruence,
hell? Mm-hmm.
She did accept that at the beginning. I remember
Yeah,
that.
I vaguely remember that as well. Oh boy.
that means we can't externally verify whether who is and isn't trans, so we shouldn't socially purity test people in order to find out who the real trans people are.
I remember now. Yes.
Wait, can you not cut me off? Hold on. Now let me tell you how
Okay.
it connects to the quote-unquote second part of the argument, when really it's the same argument. I'm just adding on entailments to get to my conclusion. Following that statement, that means that when you're talking to conservatives, it just means you say what trans people are. It doesn't mean you get them to accept your conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
You just say what trans people are, and then you don't internally purity test, but you're somehow over here advocating for like purity testing in order to like help the conservatives understand, because they'll only accept people who are like normative.
True.
Like,
Wait, hold on.
what
To
part
be
of my
clear,
argument?
To be clear, I never said that I should advocate for purity testing in front of
Yeah, you
conservatives.
did.
In front of conservatives,
You literally.
I never...
What do you mean?
Right.
What?
So what Yoon is so what Yoon is critiquing here is that Food Shops is going off and saying some other thing that has nothing to do with Yoon's argument.
Yeah.
Yoon is saying, please critique my argument. And Food Shops is saying, okay, but I have this other point.
Yeah. And also,
That's
we should
that's basically
purity
the whole
test
conversation.
secretly, but not in front of what?
Yeah.
So weird. Okay, let's continue. Let's see where this goes.
You mean that was
No.
exactly what you
No,
said?
you can
you
rewind
did
it.
say that.
You can rewind
we
it.
can rewind
You
it,
can-
and you
yes,
will
we
have
can
said that
rewind it.
multiple
Okay,
times.
Yes, we can rewind it, but I never
Yes,
said
we should.
in front of conservatives.
That's literally the entire point of your argument, and that's what I'm disagreeing with you on.
No, I think that us on the left, right? On the left, we should definitely basically, right? I never said the word disavow, but I'm going to use it now, right? We should disavow people who are doing the trending shit. Okay,
And
what we're
that's why
doing.
I keep going back to the premise, because you keep saying that I'm advocating for that when I'm not. I literally have repeated this like 4 times at this point. I believe that there are
I'm
legitimate
not
trans
saying
people
you're
and there are people
advocating
pretending
for
to be
it.
trans.
No, I'm not
So
saying
why
you're
are you saying
advocating
this?
for it. I'm saying that you're not advocating.
So you agree with
for...
everything I said?
No, I'm saying you should actively disavow it.
What? What does this have to do with what I said? I'm so confused.
Who are these people who pretend to
What
be
part do you disagree
trans?
with me on? If you accept everything that I've said, then you shouldn't be like telling me I'm wrong. Like, I'm so confused.
What I'm saying, right, is that
Okay.
wait, what? Okay, can you just repeat just some of the stuff parts that?
Oh
that
god.
I
I
made?
don't trust you anymore. I don't know what to say.
Just
What do you
you're
want me to say?
no,
What do you want me to say?
I think you're just wrong.
Uh-huh.
How? That's what I'm asking. How am I wrong? What did I say?
That moderator has outpaced her intellectually, I'm afraid.
Politics before ever. Like, do you have any ground to stand on in terms of personal experience?
What?
Oh my
No,
god.
yeah.
What?
Okay, that was one of the things that Food Shops was like critiquing other people for, was saying like, oh well, you shouldn't appeal to your identity or personal experience in an argument.
Right.
That's really bad.
What? Where did that come from?
She went really hard on that.
Yeah. Rules for me, but not for thee. Or rather for
Yeah.
thee, not for me. That's so funny. That's so... That is so interesting. Well, okay, let's see where this goes.
No, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. You work in politics, so I'm wrong.
Okay, like, are you just like an online politics Twitter person? Like,
It's true. I am
What?
criminally online, and that's why I'm wrong.
She's tilted.
Oh god. Like why am I debating with a Twitter person on this? Like, I don't even know.
Jesus.
I don't even know.
You agree?
I
It's
literally
crazy
don't
because
know.
you agree with everything I say, and then you just call me a Twitter person, and I'm wrong in bad faith. So I mean,
True.
I don't.
I guess we both
wait,
are. Like, congrats.
Wait. If I agree with you, why the fuck did we have a long ass debate on this?
I don't know, because you just can't understand what I'm saying and just want to call me bad faith or something. Like,
Wait, that's
I don't
not
know.
true. I feel
Wait,
like
you called me bad
no,
faith?
no, that's not true.
Oh.
I engaged with you. With
Roasted
all of
by
your
her own
willpower
mod?
this entire time. Full 100% debate power. Okay, literally the entire time. Good faith effort. A good faith effort. 100%. Okay, not even a part of it was bad faith. Okay, not a single part of it was bad faith.
Especially the part where she said she didn't care.
Yeah, to be roasted by your own mod like this, I don't even know. I don't even know.
She posted it. Respect.
True.
Not everyone posts their L's.
True. Maybe she thinks it's a W. That's also a possibility.
Maybe. That's true.
Literally, not even a single part of it was bad faith.
Well, I didn't say you were bad faith. Notice I never leveled the accusation, so I don't know why you're saying that.
Okay, great. So you're the one who's bad faith. That's good to hear.
What? That makes no sense.
No.
If I'm not bad faith, then that means you must be bad
I'm
faith.
here trying to.
I actually
I'm
think
here
like
trying to play
you
my
are.
pew-pew playing game.
You have like a revolver, but instead of bullets, it's just filled with like brainworms, and you're just shooting it at me. Like,
Dude.
I don't know what. Like, you're actually just shooting worms into my brain.
Oh my god.
Ninetales is in the chat right now agreeing with you. That is a bad sign.
Okay, but notice how you're just pointing to like a bunch of shit that proves I'm wrong instead of giving me an argument that proves I'm wrong.
True.
Like, do you notice that? So which of us looks bad faith here? It's not me. It's definitely not me. I'll tell you that much.
My argument is this, okay? My argument is this. If I'm going out there and talking to a conservative, okay, all right, is this. Okay?
Oh.
My claim is this. If I'm going out there and talking to a conservative or a moderate, I would say that I would only say that a transgender person is defined by somebody with the medical condition of having gender dysphoria.
That's so...
what I said, but you won't accept all of the entailments of everything of that it implies. You just said like, okay.
I don't agree with that. No, I don't agree with that.
That's not even what Yoon said. Yoon's changing their definition.
Yeah,
They
I just
said
don't
gender
agree with
incongruence,
that.
which is
Yeah,
different.
that's not the same as gender dysphoria. So I did...
Yeah.
Yeah. Gender dysphoria is a very specific term. Medical term.
Yeah.
All right, let's continue.
Yeah.
Just go rewatch this, please, God. Yeah, I think I don't even know that you. You were saying that me saying that makes me crazy, and that like I'm advocating for gender like expansion to a degree that they won't accept. When that's all that I said that we should say. Like, just go rewatch it. Like, I promise you, nothing has changed.
Right.
Like, it's just been you saying, wait, but we should purity test, wait, but conservatives won't understand. And then I keep going back.
Okay.
And then now
okay.
you're just saying what I said as if I didn't say that the entire time.
For the
like,
purity testing thing, okay, why do you keep saying purity testing? I'm pretty sure I never said the words purity testing, right?
What do you think it means when you're saying, when you're advocating for people to like see who's really trans or not? That's a purity test. That's what that is.
No.
No.
On an individual level, I would say purity testing, but I never said on an individual level, right?
So if you purity test someone in person, it's fine. But if you advocate for purity testing on Twitter, it's not purity testing.
No. I'm saying we should disavow transgenders as a group, right? Would that count as purity testing?
Oh no, it's the racism thing again. She's trying to invent some definition on the spot that like she can wiggle out of.
Right, yeah. Yeah. It's silly.
No, because that's not what you're saying to do. You're saying.
I would say.
Remember,
maybe,
rewatch this conversation, and when you rewatch this conversation, hold on.
Maybe maybe you can rewatch it, right? And then I'll if I said it in that context, I'll admit that I was wrong. All right, I'll admit that I was wrong. All right, then sure, fine. Then I spoke in that way, okay? But I'll say this right now, is that I only use the term purity testing when it refers to the individual. Okay?
Okay.
That's like a completely meaningless definition of purity testing. I was never saying go up to an individual.
Okay, but when it refers to the group, I don't use the term purity testing.
Hey, well, that's fine. Everyone else is, so I don't.
Wonderful. All right. Okay, so when it comes to a group, I don't give a fuck. Okay, I'm just gonna say I disavow.
Pause.
This stupid self-ID shit.
Yep.
I don't mean to be mean or anything, but I don't give a quack. Could be a good summary of food shops. I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Oh, but okay. Let's go. I'm just hoping President Sunday will be chivalrous and will raid me today.
Gender. What? Then why are we debating?
I just keep telling you why you're debating. It's because you keep either one just saying shit that isn't relevant or doesn't disagree with what I said. And two,
I remember
it's
now.
because you're saying if someone looks him. Hold on. I'll tell you what the disagreement is.
Oh my
if
God.
Someone looks like a he/him, but
I
says
remember
they're a
now.
she/they. We should somehow
If someone
find a
looks
way
like,
to separate those people from the.
If someone
i.e.
looks like
purity
a she,
test.
if someone looks like a she, her.
What does that mean?
Identifies with he/him, and doesn't make any effort whatsoever, like zero effort, right? Does that make sense?
That's not what being trans is. It's not even your definition. You just said it. Oh my God. You said a trans person is someone who experiences gender incongruence, which is not the same thing at all as what you just said.
True.
Putting in effort.
Yeah.
Hence the disagreement.
Wait,
You're saying the definition of trans people is one thing, and then saying, okay, why are you interrupting me? You're saying that the definition of trans people is one thing, and then when I tell you, okay, we should use that definition, you're like, no, we're gonna.
No.
Built on political efficacy, right?
Don't make me laugh.
So when there exists, okay, hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. So
you just cut me off. Let you finish. My bad.
Hold on.
Oh
So when there exists a cringe lord out there who looks like a girl, who has big badong.
Her rebuttal to this is the definition of this thing is but political efficacy, is to say that I don't like the definition because it's not politically efficacious.
I don't like the definition because big badongas. That's the response.
That's true.
I don't like
That's much better.
But have you considered that big badongas? Have you considered that? he him badongas. Big he him badongas energy here. Love it. We love the he him badongas. We're
I
gonna
don't think I have a counter argument.
we're gonna turn this into a meme no matter what. This is very memeable. The he him badongas. Are clothes assigned a gender at birth, or do they differentiate? I think clothes have assigned gender at birth, and they have to medically transition. That is my belief.
Yeah, I think I
And
read
if
that in
you
the DSM-5.
if you don't believe that, then you're not being very politically efficacious. Oh boy.
him pronouns, okay? And goes on social media and says like, "Oh yeah, I'm feeling transgender today." Okay? All right? And
True, with my he him badongas.
cringe ass shit, okay?
Yeah. True.
That
Preach.
You can't say that looks good for transgender people. Right?
Preach. That happens all the time, by the way. Totally.
So you are advocating for purity
It's
testing
okay, James.
online?
That's fine. I will always engage with you, even when you eat
does
brownies.
not help out our movement.
Because you're my favorite. Yeah? Well, we can continue. I just praised James for the brownie adventures.
Nice. Okay.
Because my entire thing was built on political advocacy. Why is this so hard to understand?
I don't know what I'm arguing against anymore. I feel like
you're butthurt. You're
I'm getting
butthurt.
trolled.
You're butthurt because you're non-binary, and non-binary people are some of the most sensitive motherfuckers I have ever come across on the entire internet. Okay,
Jesus.
literally,
so bad faith.
all the they/thems are literally the most sensitive motherfuckers I've ever come across. Okay, all right, okay.
It's true. It is my known sensitivity that's causing me to make logical arguments while you just make illogical arguments and then accuse me of random shit.
No.
That is true.
Okay. What
was that?
Don't you understand?
What was that tantrum just now?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, you they dems. Just. Okay. Jesus. That was. What the hell just happened? Oh my god. It is cool, James. You're cool, James. You're cool. Okay, you can continue.
Jesus, what part do I understand?
Yeah, you're stuttering because, like I said before, you're bad faith. All right, you're being bad faith. That's
Oh
why
my
keep
god.
referring to
You
at the
can't.
beginning
You
of the
realize you can't win.
That's what bad faith means.
Jesus, you're stuttering, so you're bad faith. Jesus.
In a
That
debate
we
with me
have-
by just calling me bad faith as I'm about to tell you why you're wrong. Like
Because
for the
I
fifth
think
time.
I've already won. That's why. Okay.
I
Because
told
think
you
that
she
we
thought it was a
have
W.
already Past that point, we have crossed the river into the woods and into the city. Okay, we have met the Wizard of Oz, and he is sending us home. All right, I think that is where we're at right now. Okay.
Okay, so you asked me a question.
Yes.
Pause.
You
Go
asked me a
ahead.
question. What are
Yeah.
But have you considered that the Wizard of Oz failed to send them home? Does food
I
shops
had not
even
considered
know
this.
the Wizard of Oz? Also, he didn't. He was supposed to take Dorothy with him in the balloon. But the balloon flew off too
Yeah.
soon and she was left. So. I know my Wizard of Oz. And then she had to go to the other witch, the good witch, for a whole long journey. And then the witch told me, oh, you had the shoes and you can use them. You know?
That is true.
And then she went home. And then she returned to Oz again. But this time the shoes stayed in Kansas. And then she met a little boy and a witch. And then the witch created a pumpkin head living creature. And then they went to Oz again, and on the way, the boy stole the living powder thing and created a living horse from wood. And then, long
Is that the
story,
cartoon? I need to watch that.
the anime, but it's faithful to the books. That's what happens in the books.
Oh, cool.
Actually, the most faithful adaptation of the thing. I can send you a link later.
I need to read the books then.
Well, yeah, that's what happens. Long story short, at the end of the thing, that particular arc, it turns out that the little boy is a little girl, the Queen of Oz, Ozma. And the boy gets turned back into a girl at the end.
That actually sounds cool.
And takes the throne as Ozma. Okay, we can continue.
We continue.
What are you wrong about? Okay, so one, you're wrong that the definition of that saying the definition of trans people, which is all I'm advocating for, necessitates some kind of like political inefficacy. Because like you're doing the same thing and then the same breath saying we shouldn't do that thing. That's number one. Number two, you said you weren't advocating for purity testing online and you don't.
Wait, can you repeat number
testing.
one? Sorry, can you repeat number one? I want to write it down.
Jesus.
Stop fucking smacking your head. You're already fighting on your last brain cell. Go ahead.
Jesus, I would think that you'd have more. I would think that you'd be able to have more of a constructive.
You absolutely cannot comprehend logical
constructive
arguments that I'm giving you. Like
discussion with your own mod, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I would think. Just a thought. I don't know. So weird. Okay.
Kind of feels like she's trying. Kind of feels like she's trying to foster like a blood sports kind of attitude.
Yeah, it's weird. Why would you
like,
do that with your mod?
I want you to know that that's why.
You have.
Yeah, that seems really toxic.
Yeah.
No logical arguments. Okay, go.
What?
You wait, hold on. Before I repeat what I said for like the 8th time, I just want you to know. Do you really think I'm being bad faith and you're not? Like, is that really what you think what's happening here? Because if so, the conservatives are right about trans people. I'm so sorry. They're completely right. You're completely insane and delusional.
I was so good faith. I was so good faith this entire time up until this point. Okay? But I'm trolling you now.
This is a gaslight.
I'm trolling you
Yo,
now
you slay, girl
only
boss.
because I'm trolling. Hold on.
You're
trolling
trolling
you
me?
now only because it's exhausted.
No,
Okay,
yep.
It's only because my good faith
You
is
exhausted all your
and
good
I
faith.
can only
Oh my
troll
God.
you now. Okay, it's only because I can only troll you now, and you're being delirious, boy. Okay, delirious, my boy. Okay, all right.
It's legitimately like, oh my god.
Ah.
It's so true about like, I don't know. I don't know.
No,
That's
I get
crazy.
it. No.
That's
Listen.
crazy. That's actually crazy.
I have to hand it to you. You're a fantastic debater, and you're a fantastic opponent. You're a challenging person to debate against. Okay, not gonna lie, you are in fact
It's
a
only
fantastic
because you're
debater.
challenged. That's
okay?
why.
Stop.
That's why it's challenging. It's because you're challenged.
Listen. You can actually beat out anybody on this server. Okay, you legitimately. Okay, you can.
Okay.
actually beat out-
You where I'm just
you
bad
can-
faith
yeah.
and just
No,
throwing shit at the wall.
Sorry, did you say something, Lucy?
No. I'm just flabbergasted at this point.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, me too.
No, you can beat out anybody on the server except for me. Okay, all right. That's the only person you can't beat out. Okay, all right, that's it. All right.
I know. I'm taking that L here.
Hello, Boogie. Oh my God, it's
You want to
Boogie.
write down?
We are
Yeah, what's the first
giggling.
one?
Oh,
Yeah,
Boogie.
here's all the things you're
No,
wrong about.
Boogie, you're my favorite. I'm sorry, James. Boogie is the favorite.
Hello, it's a J Chisel.
Definitely.
Okay.
Don't
I
make
know I
this a
said I got-
2v1. Don't
Before you
make
say
this a
anything-
2v1.
No.
No, hold on,
2v1.
Jay. Before you say anything, I just want to say why Kat is wrong. Okay.
Oh my.
So she can
I
write
was-
it down.
We are
Hold on, Jay,
giggling.
Before
We're
you say
having a
anything.
good 1v1.
No, Jay. Before
No,
you say
no,
anything,
this is
let me say this. So
James from the internet.
Okay.
number one, and this is just what I can keep track of because you've been so all over the place in this argument that not even I can do it. But
Let me
here's
do
number
this
one.
too. Okay. Hold
The
on.
first thing you're wrong about, Kat, is saying that that I am somehow advocating for gender absolution, gender.
Thank you, Boogie. Thank you.
What's the word? Gender.
Self ID.
No,
Thank
gender
you.
absolutely.
See, Jay, get out, get out.
Abolition,
You're
abolition,
already,
abolition.
You're already
Abolition. No,
like,
no, thank you.
off
No, no, no,
tracking.
no, no, it's
No,
fine.
Jay is already off tracking the entire thing.
Hold on. No,
Oh my
he
God.
gave me the word. You're saying that by stating what the definition of trans people that we both agree on, that I am somehow advocating for something that you're not, i.e., gender abolition to conservatives. That's number one. Is
What a
making that
debate.
claim
What a
repeatedly
mess.
Over and over.
Yep.
It's
Yeah.
Oh, hold
unsubstantiated.
on. That was being
Nope.
to trigger you.
The entire debate was just them speaking past each other.
Yeah, it's
The whole thing.
interesting. Wait, is it over?
Okay, I'm bad faith though, right? Yeah.
No,
got
not
it.
yet. There's 3 minutes
okay,
left.
So number 2.
All right.
Oh.
You said that you are not advocating for purity testing online. You
Pure
don't consider
again.
purity testing, even though the thing you're advocating for online is shaming the cringe she/hers who look like he/hims. This is what you said. So not only is it inconsistent, but I also disagree with it on the basis that it is
Hold on.
completely ineffective.
Shaming he/hims that look like she/hers. Yeah.
Why did you interrupt me to repeat what I said? What?
No. It was the other way around.
It's the same thing.
How does that? How does it?
No, that
I
was
have
the
0 brain
example.
cells now.
Wait,
I
that
have
was the
none.
example. That
Oh,
was the example that
God.
we were using. Oh
No, my brain
God.
cells are gone now. I don't know if I can continue.
Wait, hold on. Kat, is there a meaningful difference to you?
No,
Kat?
absolutely
No, I'm
not.
asking
There's
Kat. I'm
not.
asking Kat.
There's no difference
Turn the
whatsoever.
temperature down a little bit. Kat, is there a meaningful difference?
No.
Of course not.
But
Okay.
we were just trying to keep consistent with the example we've been using this entire 5 hours we were debating.
But there's no difference.
Gross if true.
What's the third? Okay,
True.
what's the third point?
It's unfortunately true, Boogie. But it's okay. We don't do gross things here. We don't.
Why are you in here?
We don't do
Why the
gross
fuck are you in
things
here?
here.
Hold on, let me think of because I've been
Yeah.
so again, I'm operating on 0 brain cells, so I have to try to think back because those were the first two.
But today, yeah, it is pretty cold. It's
where you're
-1
saying
degrees.
that, okay, this is my
But with
one
this,
of my problems.
on the other
your
hand, we've
argument
discovered today that
is
there
that
are
it
big he, him,
reinforces normative
badongas.
conceptions
We've
of
discovered the
gender
he,
that I
him,
feel are
badongas
already
tonight.
incompatible with the transgender goal.
There's a lot of
So
snow.
by taking your actions, we're actually harming real trans people.
In Poland, at
That's
least.
my argument.
Reinforces
Now they give you the
normative.
2 things that you.
That is okay. Reinforces normative conceptions about
He, him,
gender. That
badongas.
is, can you repeat that?
That harms real trans people and is
That
also
harms
inconsistent with the definition of trans
real
people
trans
that we both agree on.
That you harms you with that
He, him, badongas.
on definitions that we agree.
He, him, badongas. That's it? That's it?
That's the video.
That's
It
wow.
ends in the middle of that.
Yeah, damn. That was exciting. That was amazing. That was the best thing ever. Wow. So, what are
I learned
your
so much.
What are your conclusions then? Give us your he him badongas, Boogie. He him
That's the
badongas.
big one. That's the takeaway that I have. Yeah, he him badongas.
Yeah.
So we've got that on the checklist. That's my number 1 anti-transmit argument so far.
He him badongas.
The other one is I need to go in just knowing
Incredible.
nothing and asking questions, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's good luck.
If I'm trying to make art, if I'm just trying to make my arguments, it sounds like that's going to go nowhere.
I think so. Yeah, I believe so.
Because
Damn.
I don't know if food shops will actually respond to the arguments and not just say something else.
Yeah. All I can say is that
Unfortunately.
it was a mess, and after 2 debates, I don't even know what to think of food shops' thought process. I don't even know anymore. I'm just I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed.
She seemed kind of burnt out in that conversation. I wonder how long she had been streaming for. Like she wasn't really. She was kind of like half present. It almost seemed like.
Sort of, but she was full present with the homeless man, and still that didn't help much.
Okay.
So.
All right.
I don't know if that's a factor in this whole shebang. It's, I don't know. It's a mess. President Sunday stole my viewers, I think. There were like 32 viewers, and now there's 10. I think President Sunday stole my viewers.
Damn.
So I think he should raid
I can't
me.
believe he would do this.
I know, but he did. He always does this, even when he doesn't stream. Viewer thief. Viewer bandit. But you know, it is what it is.
Oh, that was fun.
Yeah, that was nice. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll see you soon. And now I have to go back to my regular programming, which is Genocide. Oh my god, how exciting is that? Genocide. Yeah, have fun.
Probably be watching and playing more Doom.
All right, I'll see you. Genocide.
Bye.
What do I do now? All right, so we have done this, and now you have a choice, because I'm a generous host. So we can discuss some genocide now, or we can watch Vosh. So right, genocide or Vosh. Yeah, a choice. For blood sports, you need a weapon. I have a weapon. A pen. It's mightier than a sword. Not Vosh. You don't like Vosh? Vosh says, Somiostatic says Vosh. Somiostatic votes for Vosh. Genocide, I want to be educated. Vosh. Okay, it's 2 votes for Vosh and 1 vote for genocide. Boogie also says Vosh. So I guess Vosh is winning this duel so far. Vosh is winning out here so far. Genocide. Okay, I'm gonna count. Vosh. Vosh. Genocide. It's a draw. So someone has to be a tiebreaker. All VGG hates Vosh in Minecraft. Someone be the tiebreaker, please. Please break the tie. Can you be a tiebreaker for me, please? We need decisive action, okay? It's late. We need some decisive action in here. If you're not gonna decide, this is gonna be a little bit of blackmail. If you don't decide quick, I'm just gonna finish the stream and raid you into somebody that knows what to do. I've got a very special person that I wanna raid you into today through Twitch. Can you guess who? Can you guess who I want to raid you into? If you guess who I want to raid you into, you're gonna win a special prize. The person that guesses wins a special prize. Vosh. You already said Vosh, Boogie. Vosh will just get fashion stun locked or something. No, he won't. It's a very specific segment. I'm not gonna watch a Vosh stream. I'm gonna watch a specific segment. Also try to guess who I wanna raid into. A very special person. A friend of this channel. Yeah? So what are we doing? Uh... Come on, don't be quiet. Chat. Oh my god, what a stun lock. What a stun lock this is. Incredible. What an incredible development. Already voted. I'm here now. Oh, hello, Boogie. Thank you for getting a tier 1 sub. Boogie, thank you. Thank you so much, Boogie. You're the best. Okay. Boogie did a tier 1 subscription, which means that Boogie's vote gets priority. So we're going with Vosh.
You're not going to believe it.
I am.
But on January 6th,
I am going to believe it.
Another guy did a speech for a rally. It was the guy who did January 6th. You know, it's like...
Who was it? Who was it?
The comeback tour. It's an hour and a half, and I'm gonna be
Damn.
honest with you guys. I'm not sitting through all of it. Nor would you if you wanted to sit.
Wimp. Coward. So weak. You're so weak, Vosh. I would have sit through 5 hours of it. 10 hours if need be. It's your job. You're a political commentator. Slacking on the job. And you get all the viewers.
Through it, you could. You can go find it. I tried listening to a bit of it.
But couldn't?
The problem is, Trump is, as much as we may sometimes forget, just as old as Biden. And it really...
Oh my god, the ageism is off the charts.
Really shows. It's just Trump saying the same old shit. Yeah, that's the key
Listen,
thing.
My grandfather was 85, and he was perfectly articulate. He was perfectly able to talk about things in a very interesting way. He was teaching me history at 85. Don't do the ageism thing. Oh, he's as old as Biden. Come on.
Here, okay? The main problem here is that a lot of what Donald Trump has to say is what he said before, and I have nothing to say in response to it. Maybe find a highlight video, or quite possibly a selection of curated Twitter clips that allow us to get the, general vibe of the speech without committing to a 3.5-hour coverage of it that I can't do because it's nearly 10 p.m.
10 p.m. is so late for Vosh. Oh, how cute. How cute that 10 p.m. is late for Vosh.
Possibly. If only somebody had the foresight to do that. Ooh, wow. There were a lot of bangers here. Wait, where's the thread? I was looking at a thread. Where's the thread? So right next to the Birch Gold Group,
Damn.
we have the man, the myth, the legend, Donald Trump. I'm going to zoom in a second. You're going to see he looks like shit. He looks like dog shit. So we'll get to that briefly. Donald Trump is just as bad as ever. He also seems to be losing his mind. I actually haven't seen most of these clips.
What if I turned out I hate democracy? You don't, and just for that you should donate. Just for that remark.
I only saw like the first few minutes of the speech when I was trying to work out the extent to which I could tolerate sitting there. And again, a lot of it is
For me, it's 3:24 a.m. It's 3:24 a.m. I'm streaming for you late at night. And you should appreciate it and donate. Each and every one of you should donate. Lisa, you should donate. Sophie, you should donate. James, you especially should donate. I was talking about food shops not having web. Oh, that one. I'm a little bit behind. Oh, okay.
Wait, Vosh, you can get 10K for
And of course, Somiostatic, you should donate as well.
gold for free. Just go back to the video. Get up to
Thank you,
$10,000 in
Boogie,
precious
for
metals
blessing
for
me.
free with qualifying purchase. Oh. Text America to 989898. Hold on. Don't these like auto text things usually have 5 numbers, not 6? Like every time I've ever seen text blank at this number, like for a city function or whatever, it's always 5 numbers, not 6. They're called short codes. I don't feel like I've ever seen 6 before. Whatever. Maybe I'm just tripping.
I love studying the, if you take a look, the wars, I don't know what it is. The Civil War was so fascinating, so horrible. It was so horrible, but so fascinating. It was, I don't know, it was just different. I just find it.
All the video footage that I could find of him speaking, by the way, he looked pretty blurry. You saw just now, we were...
Oh my god! Thank you for the $5 for the quack. Thank you. Just saying there is a chance I despise democracy. Thank you. Oh, thank you, fake Alec Cal Parker, for the $20. Just saying there is a chance I despise democracy. Thank you both. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. This is a lovely thing, a very fascinating thing, a terrifying thing, but also a very fascinating thing. Yeah.
We're looking at
Thank
Biden in 1080p. Now, Biden looked like shit, but Donald Trump, this looks like 360p. Like, it looked really bad. I looked around for video footage. Sorry, 1080i. Thank you. I looked around video footage. It seems like it is just this bad. I mean, I'll show you what seems to be the original source for this. Hold on. I think I saw this from Forbes. Trump speech last day.
Damn.
Rolling Stone. Where was the...
We haven't even started yet. Damn.
Where was the full that I saw? You can see how bad this video quality is. Here we go. CNN News 18. Hold on.
So they have 37
This is 10 hours long, which means that they've looped the footage.
10 hours.
days there. I just heard now. I say, give me updates on that.
It
37.
looks pretty
this
bad.
This isn't HD. Also, the
It looks
audio is
pretty
coming in
bad.
mostly through the left ear. Have you noticed that this has happened for the past few
10
Trump
years.
speeches? Like, this isn't a fluke. The past few times that we've watched a Trump speech, rally, whatever else, the audio's been shit, the video's been shit. Like, it genuinely looks incredibly scuffed, you know?
Yeah.
You think they're just so budget? Do you think that, like, Trump has his loyalist patriot holding a magnet up near the press booth so that it fuzzes the camera and people can't see how fucking bad he looks? You know? They're like they're doing like the softening effect a little bit. It's like
Trump for sure loves genocide. He'd watch this stream.
face tuning. Look at this video quality, man. Jesus.
Damn.
I'm so attracted to seeing it. So many mistakes were made.
I'm so attracted to seeing it. That is such rambling. I'm so attracted to seeing it.
See, there was something I think could have been negotiated, to be honest with you. I think you could have negotiated that. All the people died. So many people died.
Damn, Trump would have negotiated a deal in the Civil War in one day, just like with Ukraine.
You know, that was the disaster. If you got hit by a bullet in the leg, you were essentially going to die or lose the leg. That's why you had so many people, no legs, no arms. If you got hit in the arm or the leg, it meant you were up because the infection, gangrene. It was just such a, you know, sort of a horrible time. But I was thinking to myself.
And that's why I would have gotten a deal in 24 hours, just like with Ukraine.
Because I was reading something and I said, this is something that could have been negotiated.
Also, a couple of things I want you to pay attention to. Mother definitely on drugs at the moment. I don't know what. It's not too uncommon for powerful people to take some kind of upper before a speech, but he's really leaning on it. First of all, you can just tell that he looks hollowed out. But he's also talking a lot faster than he normally does, and you can hear his lips smacking. He is definitely leaning on it more than he normally does. Okay, that is for damn sure. All right, I guess he and Biden both cooked up something fierce.
You know, it was just for all those people to die, and they died viciously. That was a vicious, vicious war. And in many ways, look, they're all this nothing nice about it. But boy, that was a tough one for our country. But I think
that was a tough one indeed. Yeah, I guess I can agree. Yeah, that was a tough one.
It's you know, Abraham Lincoln. Of course, if you negotiated it, you probably wouldn't even know who Abraham Lincoln was. He would have been president, but he would have been president. He wouldn't have been the Abraham Lincoln. Would have been different, but
maybe. Damn, it's hard to say.
That would have been okay.
Math.
Okay, it would have been a thing that, and I know it very well. I know the whole process that they went through, and they just couldn't get along, and that would have been something that could have been negotiated, and they wouldn't have had that problem. But it was a hell of a time.
What is he waffling about? That is an excellent question. Again, I've watched plenty of Trump speeches. He's definitely different in this one. There is some brain zappery going on at the moment. Like, a lot of it is also him talking quickly, you know? The ability to speak quickly and to enunciate quickly when you generally can't. I mean, you could just be on a good day, but like, you know? Oh, also, you know, he's speaking on the Civil War here, which is the clip I was looking for. This one? Oh, yeah. So Nikki Haley, that's one of the more quote-unquote moderate GOP candidates.
What deal could have been made to prevent the civil war? That is for Trump to know, but he could have negotiated a deal in 24 hours. He should have been the president.
Candidates running in
True.
the primary, getting a lot of heat
True, he should have been the president back then.
lately for doing the states' rights bullshit. You know, what is the Civil War about? And she was like, well, you know, it's complicated, that kind of bullshit. Here's Trump.
I don't want to make, because she also said, you know, they asked her about the Civil War. Why did it start? How did it start? She didn't use the word slavery, which was interesting. I don't know that it's going to have an impact, but, you know, I'd say slavery is sort of the obvious answer. It's supposed to about 3 paragraphs of bullshit. She just talked. Nobody knew what she was saying.
Slavery is the obvious answer. 3 paragraphs bullshit. Unironic. What a king. Uncritical support. No, unironically, yeah, phenomenal. This is.
Jeez. Oh my god.
The funny thing, Nikki Haley is from what, South Carolina? So, you know, a lot of foreigners think this is an exaggeration, but fully, like, if you are in the South, in America, there's a decent.
Welcome, Bakamona Dragon.
Chance your high school textbook will do the lost cause thing at you. Like there are a significant number of Americans who are educated in school on the idea that it was a states' rights issue. The War of Northern Aggression. Keep in mind, the South began the war.
Right.
By firing on
So I guess Trump spat facts here.
Fort Sumter. The idea that it was the other way around, propaganda campaign by ass-paying Southerners. Donald Trump, New York liberal. Really, though, like, Donald Trump, for all his biases, and he's a racist man, Donald Trump would not have been educated in an environment where people were giving him that, were spoon-feeding that bullshit, you know? For all of his biases, he's not a Confederate. That's just not an alignment he has. He is like a proper coastal elitist. So for him to be so racist generally, but then Nikki Haley, you know, does the lost cause bullshit, and he's like, I want to watch it again.
I don't want to make, because she also said, you know, they asked her about the Civil War. Why did it start? How did it start? She didn't use the word slavery, which was interesting. I don't know that it's going to have an impact, but, you know, I'd say slavery is sort of the obvious answer.
Yeah, obvious.
Supposed to about 3 paragraphs of bullshit.
It's so good. It's so good. I love it. Majority of Southerners think the Confederate flag is a sign of bigotry. Yeah, this really surprised me. I saw it like, earlier from Shark, because that's what you've linked. From Shark. I'm a boy. Majority of Southerners now view the Confederate flag as a racist.
You're James. Nice. You should stop being white, James. You should get a subscription to stop being white. Then you'll be my favorite again.
I'm a boy. Majority of Southerners now view the Confederate flag as a racist symbol. Poll finds guys. It only took like 150 years, but at long last,
better late than never. You know the saying.
50.1% of Southerners in America denounce the Confederate flag.
Nice.
Let's go. This is from 2020.
So it might have changed.
Still. All right. So anyway, great Trump bit. Thank you, Trump.
Thank you.
Let's go on with the clip show.
Yeah.
10 times better than the same thing with Eric. How about Ivanka? Ivanka just wanted to help people get jobs. I said, I'll put you in the United Nations and you'll be ambassador.
He's so sweaty. He looks really weird. He almost looks like, and I'm not joking. I mean, I know he's not, but he almost looks like a Trump impersonator. He looks like an old, like,
oh my
skinnier,
God.
like he's lost weight.
Maybe he did.
White guy. Like, his hairpiece doesn't even seem to be like a part of him. It just looks like there's a smudge in the camera up here. You know, you can see him without his hairpiece here very clearly. It just looks like a bald, you know, old man.
Damn.
A shell of his former self. Well, you know, Biden has always had an issue with stammering that is exacerbated with the fact that he's ancient. Donald Trump literally was on TV. Donald Trump is more charismatic than Biden by far, but he's just as old. You know, one of the biggest things holding Trump back here is his energy levels. He's dealing with a bunch of like very serious court cases against him, some of which could put him in jail for the rest of his life. He has to manage that while managing his campaigns. He's out of money. Rudy Giuliani's out of money. There are people flipping on him every day. I don't cover it because I can't cover it all, but every day, like, more bad news trickles down to him from his advisors as they hear about what's going on in this.
Wait, if Vosh GG is VGG, then is Lucy GG. Lucy is a ducky. So is my V, is my GG DGG? If I'm a ducky? Wouldn't that make my GG DGG? Think about it. Just some food for thought. My page is DGG, like ducky. Just, you know.
Court case or another. This person testified. This person testified. Honestly, Vosh, given the amount of work and stress he's
yeah,
under, his energy is
DGG.
impressive. Yeah, it is. You know, I think that only a coked up New York billionaire with a history in television could possibly withstand this amount of pressure. And hey, listen, he is. But there are limits.
The base DGG.
I mean, this is what happens pretty often too with like really go-getter old
I'm not
people,
sure actually.
which is they keep it going longer than you think, but they just wither at a point.
It's
you know?
okay. I'm the better Destiny. I'm the better Destiny. I'm the Destiny that we all deserve and love. That other Destiny's old news. I'm the superior Destiny.
know, that like past a point, there's just some barrier to their health or their energy levels, and they just start to wither. You know, and again, man's like 80, it was 78, 79, whatever. You know,
My grandfather was fine at 85. Like, don't do the ages thing. Come on.
Ballpark. It's because he's vaxxed. Yeah, he also does have the Fauci ouchie, so it could be that.
Thank you for the $5 to the superior DGG. Thank you so much for the donation. Now Baka Mono Dragon has to get a subscription.
It's weird. Just looks. I want to see him in HD. You know, I want to see him in HD. This is all like blurry.
What a pause. What a face. What an adorable facial expression.
Blurry Trump footage. Yeah, the proper stuff. Trump is now attacking E. Jean Carroll, who he was found liable of sexually abusing from the stump in Iowa. Oh, yes, this is the woman he lost the court case against.
It doesn't look good. You have a jury. If I don't go there, they're there. If you don't go, I sort of felt I should be there. He said, sir, you shouldn't be there.
Oh, he's also very visibly propping himself up against the podium. You can see it. Look at how his arms are settled. This pose can only...
Instead of analyzing what he's saying, Vosh is analyzing Trump's state, and I love it. I don't know, making an analysis of Trump's state of mind and soul.
Suggest that. I saw this as well. You've probably seen this. There was a photo that made the way around a little bit ago, but in order to keep him upright while he's talking in front of a podium, there's like a little slanted. Why can't I find this?
He put a stick in his clothing.
Why? I thought this would be easy to find. Oh, here we go. Is this it? He's got a little foot cushion down here. Mind you, not a bad thing to have if you have a standing desk or whatever. I'm not impugning the practice, but
okay.
It's he seems to be using it just for the.
Wait.
You know?
Hoorah! Oh, Present Sunday! Oh my God! So thank you so much. Oh my gosh! Thank you so much. Oh, a raid! I knew I'd get a raid sooner or later. Hello, raiders. Hello. Oh my gosh. Hello. This is a genocide stream, as you can see. We are discussing the most wholesome topic of all, genocide and death. And also, we're watching Vosh watching Trump as a palate cleanser after a food shops debate. So that's our stream today. It's exciting. It's fun. You're Sunday's strongest soldier. That's right. I'm a ducky. So thank you all so much. Noticing the foot pillow was quite amusing. True. So after this, we're going to be discussing genocide. Are you excited? Are you all excited to do some genocide discussion slash research? Okay, I'm going to give you some context before we move on with Vosh, because there's like 75 of you. So I'm going to tell you what the plan is. So I'm planning to do a thing with Loner Box. And we're going to be talking, I'm going to be talking with him / debating him on genocide, or rather on the Holodomor. I'm not sure if you're interested in that. On the question of, was the Holodomor a genocide? Now, my stance is that it was. And Loner Box is that there's not enough evidence. So I'm doing a big preparation. And two of my biggest things that I'm reading right now are the book by one of the most famous war journalists in Poland, Konstanty Gebert, who also happens to be Jewish. It's called The Final Solutions: Genociders and Their Work. That's a big one. It has 2 chapters on the Holodomor. But I'm reading the whole thing because it gives an amazing context into what genocide is and what are the main characteristics of dealing with Stalinists then. What does Loner Box think was a genocide? That's a good question. So, Konstanty Gebert, the author of this book, like a very famous war journalist, he actually spoke with quite a few people who were perpetrators of genocide. He spoke with people that took part in the Rwanda genocide, for example, you know? So he has first-hand experience interviewing people who committed genocide, who were charged with genocide and were arrested for genocide and served their sentence for genocide. And they sort of talked about the experience of doing genocide. And it's a very interesting thing. Okay, so that's one of my sources. The second one is this. He's a good kid. His point, as far as I know, is that he says it's 100% ethnical cleansing and horrific, but whatever reason is gatekeeping genocide as a word. Well, ethnic cleansing is a totally different thing than genocide. Like, those things get really misused. Okay, this is a book called... I'm going to do a full screen for this, actually. This is a book called, because I'm the biggest trans Polish streamer, I forgot to introduce myself. Lucy Haza, the biggest Polish trans streamer. So I'm from Poland, obviously. So, The Great Hunger in Ukraine, 1932-1933. And this book has just a short introduction into the history of the Holodomor. And the rest is just hundreds of pages of primary sources, documents, orders, letters. It's all just primary sources. So it's going to be a very big, important thing for me to go through all of the sources and establish intent when it comes to the Holodomor. And after I've done all the preparation, I'm going to talk to Loner Box and make my case that the thing was genocide. So are you all excited for that? And that's why we're going to be talking a lot today about genocide, about different genocides, and we're going to be, discussing. Exciting, right? Are you all excited? But for now, We're doing Vosh. Oh, yeah. Arca is gone now. That was before. Oh, I'm gonna turn that off. Yeah, you're right. Arca is gone now. We did a segment together. Just before. Okay, we continue now with Vaush and his analysis of Trump's state, if he is drugged out and how he's doing.
Okay, you know how Donald Trump stands?
No,
Where he does like the
I don't know.
this thing where you know what I mean, right? Where he like
What's the thing?
He does that weird like hips forward, shoulders back kind of thing. If you were heavy like he is, and he does it forward. Oh, so he does like yeah.
Oh my God! Thank
with
you
his hips, like,
for
back,
subscribing.
like that.
Thank you.
He has his gat out for the Rizzler, right? The point I'm trying to make is that he has a lot of weight.
Thank you for subscribing.
Pushing forward, and if you were tall and heavy like Trump is, and old and
Thank you, Felsin Pharma, for getting a tier 1 subscription. Thank you. We're doing Vosh. Finally, his bottom shaming will cease. It will never cease. He will shame me forever, first of all. And he's Polish like me, so that's double shame, I think.
weak, like Trump is. I think the concern would be, especially as you got older and weaker,
falling the
forward.
ageism.
I think the reason he has these under the front of his feet and not the whole foot is because he's not looking for cushioning.
None of this is about the speech. This whole analysis is about Trump being old and how he is on drugs to make him hyper.
He's looking for something that his feet brace against to help him not
Thank you, Jordan.
stumble forward. He's also bracing against the podium here. Again, look at his arms. That's pretty bad. I'm not trying to read too much.
I thought this was about the speech. Trump's speech is so bad it makes me feel hopeful for 2024. And so far, nothing here has been about the speech. It's all been about Trump's physical state. None of it is about the substance of the speech. Vosh stands to Stunlock. I mean, I cannot complain. I just did a whole Stunlock about Holodomor and talking to Lonerbox, so stones and glass houses, I suppose. You can afford a Taylor Trump. True.
Into it, but I don't know how else you could read it. That pretty plainly seems to be what's happening. Oh yeah, this. See, if you're old and weak and
oh my God, that is such a weird posture. Oh gosh, does it really have to do anything with being old? I don't know. I genuinely don't know if this has anything to do with age, this sort of weird posture. Vosh will go on these tangents for hours. It was a weird segment from Vosh. The guy's known for getting distracted. I mean, maybe it's an ADHD thing. Who knows? I mean, I get distracted. A lot. That is such a weird photograph. Who thought that this photograph looked good? That is so bizarre.
standing like this. All I'm saying is there has to be at least some
Saturation being up so high makes so orange look. Yeah, orange man.
risk of you falling forward. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
It looks so
See,
absurd.
I can't mimic this pose. I don't.
Don't shame his autism. I'm not shaming anything. I'm saying I get distracted and it might be related to autism. I don't know.
know why he stands like this.
Isn't it like a thing that people with autism have, like a concentration thing, focusing on things? That's a big lean, yeah. I was supposed to get an autism test, diagnosis thing, screen when I was in the hospital, because I've been in the hospital not long ago, and I was supposed to be screened for autism, but in the end, there wasn't time for that. I once went to a tram store and there was drawing of him confronting the media. They were drawn like demons, but I don't think he was drawn in a way, the way he looks IRL.
He does. I don't know.
The picture is at an angle. The monument in the background is about the same angle as Trump. Oh, damn, that's true. That is so strange. It's tilted. That's true.
I don't know why he does. I doesn't that hurt? Yeah, it would hurt me. I like you like it.
I mean, I think in the hospital, I said I might have autism, and they said that they would do a diagnosis thing, but they didn't.
I can't. It's not good. Your center of balance is
Instead,
off.
they gave me this for depression.
This trial is bullshit. He used that term. He said, "You should not be there, sir. This is beneath you." That's the term he used, beneath. So I didn't go there, and they found me not guilty of the one charge, the big charge, but guilty of stuff I never...
He is right now at a rally talking about a civil case of sexual abuse that he lost. This is
right.
A case. This was the one where he pointed at a woman in a photo and said, "Oh, that was her," and it was actually his wife or something. Like he couldn't tell the difference between his wife at the time.
What?
The lady, if I recall.
Wait, really?
It's that one.
Oh my god.
Apparently, this posture might be a sign of dementia. Really?
What? I don't believe that. I'm sorry, I don't believe that.
Is that true? I mean,
it's
this
a
looks
different
like a
posture.
boomer meme. I don't know if this is true.
It looks like a different posture.
Repetitive. Well, that's why we're not watching the full thing.
Never met this. I never saw this woman.
I don't believe
25
that.
years ago, there's a picture of her and her husband, who was a nice guy. He was a newscaster.
A nice guy.
He was an African American, and she called him an ape in her book. And the judge, who's radical left, and a Clinton judge.
Radical left Clinton judge. Yeah, you missed that? He mistook the woman for his wife. That is so wild. I guess I missed that. That is so wild.
Radical left said you're not allowed to use that in the trial. And other things. They had a dress like Monica.
I guess I must have missed it.
Lewinsky. They said, we have a dress.
Again, to be clear, he is at one of a fairly rare campaign rally that he does. He doesn't do anywhere near as many as he did 4 years ago. And he is dedicating time to talk about a case that he lost and had to pay out for because he sexually abused a woman. That's what he's talking about. That's what he chose to bring up and is talking about.
That is a really weird thing to bring up on your speech. Yeah.
I said, all right, use it. It's sort of gross, right? Use it. Because I didn't do anything.
Radical left, yeah.
Woman, other than they have a picture standing on a reception.
I'm a radical leftist.
Line where it's a celebrity. I'm shaking hands or something with hundreds and hundreds of people. That's the only picture they have. They said, so the dress. So I said, you know.
He's making weird faces, don't you think? I know that we're looking at this with low resolution and these are like in between frames, but I feel like I don't often see him make these faces. You know?
In between frames? This is not animation, Vosh. What do you mean by in between frames? That's an animation term. This is live footage. There are no in between frames in real life. That's a very specifically animation term. There are no keyframes and in betweens in real life footage. What does that even mean here? In between frames.
I don't know. Maybe, yeah, I don't know, man.
And which ones are keyframes then? Or the extremes? Yes, I'm a little bit of an animator. I know my stuff when it comes to animation.
Is he constipated? No, I think he's coked the up. I think that the uppers that politicians usually take in situations like this, he took more.
Wash is anime brained, I guess. Like in between frames.
You know?
Use it.
And look at how out of breath he is.
Something never happened, and you say, we have to go through this. I said, use the dress.
That's because he's excited. Are you gonna comment on this speech? You tell him. I'm gonna tell him. I'm gonna debate Vosh on this.
And the judge wouldn't allow it. It turned out there was nothing in the dress. The judge wouldn't allow it because he knew that there was nothing on the dress.
Or he could be drunk. No, not
because
drunk.
the judge is a radical.
No, he's not drunk. He would, I don't know, act different. He was drunk.
Definitely not
Democrat
drunk.
in New York. And so you go through it.
He looks
the
like
grooming
freaky.
of the
Like
the grooming of the mustache.
Genuinely, I know that everyone will play it up for the
But
content.
it's such
or whatever,
a Polish
but, like,
thing,
sincerely,
grooming your
it
hair.
does really feel like he's withering quite a bit.
Damn.
Oh, now we get to hear about China.
I had a great relationship with Putin. The fake news hates when I say that. He shouldn't be dealing with Putin. He said he gets along with Putin. Somebody asked me, is President Xi of China...
He's gonna get a deal for Ukraine in 24 hours, you know.
It controls 1.4 billion people ruthlessly. Ruthlessly. No games, right?
Yeah.
They said, is President Xi of China a brilliant man? I said, yes, he is. He's a brilliant man. Next day, Trump said President Xi is brilliant. I said, yeah, I did. They want me to say...
So, okay, I'm
True.
not making it up. Listen
It's
to
Polish.
how he talks.
Man. Next day, Trump
It's a
said
Polish
President
thing.
Xi is brilliant. I said, yeah, I did.
Ooh.
Whoa.
That,
Whoa.
like, real, like, actually, he's like, he's gone, dude. Holy... He's slurring. That's not stimming. I mean,
It's okay. I grew my hair as well, so I can make the accusation. We're just Polish. I'm accusing Vosh of being Polish.
When I'm feeling pretty energetic, I slur my words sometimes if you talk a lot. I mean, he has to be on uppers. There's no
I
way...
never slur my words. That's what makes me such a perfect streamer. That's what makes me so amazing.
to be on downers or whatever. But like,
I never
holy
slur
shit,
my
dude.
words.
I don't think he'll survive to be president again. I actually think there's a greater likelihood of him not being able to be president for health reasons than Biden. Biden's marginally
Damn.
older, but Biden, has the best health care in the
universe.
for one, and B, Biden's just a better decision.
Okay, can the chat write me right now how old is each one of them?
I feel. I feel like Biden would be a lot more moderate and considerate when it comes to managing his health.
True, he does.
Trump seems like he'd be more inconsiderate or take more risks. Also, it does factor in here, certainly. Biden's skinny, Trump's fat. Where's on you? Where's in your heart? I don't know, man. He's like, listen.
Trump said President Xi is brilliant.
There are many factors that come into health, and I don't know. I don't know if I'd make such a decisive...
I said, yeah, I did. They want me to say, no, he's not a very smart guy. You know, he just runs 1.4 billion people with an iron fist. It's crazy. And they have to straighten out.
Yes, each one of you. 24? Like who? 30? No, I meant Trump and Biden. I'm 27. I guess I'm just gonna learn how old my audience is now. 24, 30, 27. Okay, I've got a nice young audience.
I can't get over it.
Next day, Trump said President Xi is brilliant.
Jesus. He does look like he's losing weight. Oh, he's lost a lot of weight. Like, hold on.
From the stress.
Trump 2020 picture.
Damn.
Just give me a nice comparison.
I thought he'd Google his weight numbers.
An older, well, not older, but we're looking at a incredibly low resolution.
You're
video.
also young.
The difference is massive. Again, I know. Just I mean, you can tell just from looking straight on. The neck is a lot thinner now. The lines in his face, the creases. He has
46.
definitely lost weight. I mean, good. Like to be clear, I hope he dies. I'm not. This is my. So I'm sort of confronting a morbid reality here. I'm
Still
not
young.
in any way sympathetic.
42,
You know? He's
still
had
young.
a nice life of being a billionaire and children. Okay, it's time to move on to the hereafter, where he'll be, I don't know, tortured for eternity by Lucifer. I don't care.
I said, yeah, I did.
Yeah,
they want me.
I said, yeah, I did. Yeah.
Run the East Coast. That we have to do it the old-fashioned way. We have
Are
to
you
run
older
the
or
East Coast
younger?
like I did in 2016, like I did also in 2020. But we didn't quite get a couple of those states that we won by a lot. We were doing so well in remember Pennsylvania. We were up by like 900,000 votes with.
And then I suddenly lost without warning. What happened? What happened?
900,000 votes with 73% of the vote. I think if I would have lost every vote, I would have won Pennsylvania.
That breath he took, Lamau.
We're up by like
You're the baby.
900,000 votes with, I think it was 900,000.
He's out of breath.
Oh, you're 17. Okay.
Breath, yeah. Is it just me or does his jacket?
Trump's 77. Okay.
Big
82. Like, I'm telling you, my grandfather was in perfect shape mentally at 85. He was still sort of... Students still went for him for advice. The company in which he was in the advisory board still sort of contacted him for advice. He was in perfect shape mentally at 85. So, you know, the mileage will vary from person to person. Just because you're old, it doesn't mean that you'll be like mentally checked out. You can be pretty old and very in shape when it comes to your mental faculties.
Buddy, no, it's because he's bracing himself against the podium. See, he has both of his hands under the line of the podium that you can see right there, and he's gripping the underside. It's possible that they've put something there for him to hold, but whatever it is, it's probably kind of like a handle because the way his elbow here is rotated back.
Nothing about this is about the speech, I'm noticing. It's all just analyzing Trump's current, I don't know.
See, like this shoulder's pushed up because he's putting it down a different angle. It's very strange.
It's like transvestigation, but about being old. Unironically.
I've never seen somebody
The sort of analysis of every little detail of posture and everything.
At a podium looking like this. It's not too uncommon for a person speaking at a podium to put a hand on the podium or put their elbow on or
My
lean
God.
on or whatever. But he seems to have his hands braced against.
So many assumptions based on so objectively little. I know people in their 90s that were still very sharp. Yeah, of course. Speculations on Trump's HB. That is what's happening here.
Like facing him, grabbing it so he doesn't fall forward. He looks rough. Yeah, he does. I guess that's the main thing that I'm getting from this, you know? Sometimes it feels kind of unsatisfying. You want to, like, the analysis has to be big and political. And sure, I mean, there is that. But a lot of what I'm getting from this is just he's...
Well, it's a lot more fun to do this, isn't it, Vosh? It's a lot more fun. Vosh bet confirmed.
Dying. You know, he's always been prone to the rambling and the, you know... I mean, I do too, so I can't really blame him for that, but...
1,000 votes with 73% of the vote.
I never ramble, by the way. That's what makes me your favorite streamer, all of you, even the ones that are watching me for the first time now.
I think if I would have lost every vote, I would have won Pennsylvania. I love
Body
Pennsylvania.
language expert.
All of a sudden, there was a mistake. Like 3:02 in the morning.
Alternative front-facing speech image for comparison.
Damn.
Oh, yeah, you can see it pretty clearly. That's pretty straightforward.
Analysis. Damn. People are feeding
we just
this.
happened to find about 1 million votes. Oh, look, we just found. Oh, they're tied, and then you lose it by a couple of votes.
Hunter
You know,
Biden
these
ticker on
guys.
the bottom. Oh shit! Did I miss Hunter Biden ticker?
What?
Oversight committee kicks off new year, ready to hold Hunter Biden in contempt. What is this? RSBN? What am I blanking? What is RSBN? What insane Nazi news site am I looking at this from? What is this? Right Side Broadcasting? I don't think we've ever seen anything from this outlet. Is this... Wait. Is Trump so desperate that even institutions like this are getting space to record at his rallies?
Yes. Trump's pretty
Like,
desperate right now.
I don't know, man. If you're Jesus, there's only so much room in the spot that you can put the cameras and still get a front-facing view of Trump. You know, they usually limit how many. They limit how you can see it. Hold on, 1 second. Obviously, it varies like location. Trump speech camera pit. Why did this not immediately give me
GB Wibbies?
Camera area. It can't possibly be a tough thing to search. I'm not seeing it.
I can't believe this is happening.
You can't take pictures of the camera area.
Oh no.
Because that's where the cameras are.
Damn. Oh no.
Cameras in crowd. Try press
What's
pool?
happening?
Oh shit, you're right. Press pool. Nope. Well, you're just gonna...
Is this how a regular Vosh stream happens? Him just doing this? Is this how I expected this. I don't know. I expected this segment to be more laser focused. Boom, 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 boom. And this is sort of like, I don't know. It's all over the place a bit. You can say then don't do the legwork, I guess.
I have to imagine it, okay?
Oh, look, we just found, the tide.
This segment is a bit all over the place. You gotta agree with me on this, right?
And then you lose it by a couple of votes. You know, these guys, I'm telling you, if they put the genius into running our country.
Thank you. Here we go.
Most of the time he's all over
right
the
here up in the
place.
front, you have the select crowd. Yeah, the media pen. There we go. See, this is where they keep the cameras. See, they've got like limited range and space for.
I don't know. I feel like if you look at some different streamers who are relatively big, I don't know who to compare to. Like, I guess Destiny's big, but Destiny's also all over the place. But I don't know, like, who to compare to. I feel like usually, like, I don't know, Loner Box is pretty in segments, like, boom, 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 to the point. I don't know, or Dylan Burns also, I guess, when doing segments is pretty boom, 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 to the point, sticks on the point, right? And Vosh is pretty all over the place. This is why people know and love him, yes. Oh, okay. Are you saying I should be more all over the place and then you will know me and love me? Is this what you're saying? If I'm more all over the place, just like Vosh is, you will love me. Then I guess that's what I'm going to have to do. If it'll win your love and approval, then it is what it is. I have to do it now.
I don't know. I've RSBN, dude.
It would be. I probably wouldn't be.
Xander Hall.
The country's a fine-tuned machine, but they don't. They're evil. They're basically evil. It would be.
Wait, is Xander Hall? Okay, Xander Hall is a bit all over the place as well. Probably. He rambles a bit. Doesn't he? Does he? I'm trying to think if Xander Hall is like, or not. Or is a bit like Vosh all over the place.
I probably wouldn't be running. I'd say the country's a fine-tuned machine, but they don't. They're evil. They're basically evil people.
They're evil people.
That we have to do in our country. It would be. I probably wouldn't be running. I'd say the country's a fine-tuned.
The focused analysis face. I love it. Maybe it's the opposite. Slander Hall.
Tuned machine.
Sheesh. I want to hear more of it.
It's a world. We want to protect our country. And you know, those domes are starting to work. I didn't like it when Ronald Reagan suggested it because we didn't have the technology. We do have the technology now. And we're going to build a giant dome over our country to protect us from a hostile source. And I think it's a great thing. And it's going to all be made in the United States. And that's something that I consider productive.
Is Keffels focused all over the place? How's Keffels in that regard? Focused all over the place.
You know, when
apparently Nick Fuentes used to be a host at RSBN. Really? Holy shit! No kidding. Like all the way back in 2017, like way back. Oh my god, it's like 5. Jesus Christ. Well, there you go, I guess.
Watch our guys operate those things. It's unbelievable. Missile coming in.
They have the technology.
These geniuses sit down. Most
Build a
of them are,
dome.
they're from MIT. But they
Sheesh.
sit down, bing,
Dot
bing,
access.
boom. It's gone. It's amazing. I think we could use it. Do you like that? I mean, isn't that better than giving other countries billions of dollars?
Is he talking to a room with 5 people? That sounded like a mid-sized, like,
Oh my
elementary school
God.
classroom responding.
Was he taking a jab at aid to Ukraine, giving other countries billions of dollars? Was that supposed to be a jab at Ukraine aid?
What he said. What? Oh, did you hear how close?
Am I just too fixated on Ukraine, or was this a jab?
That
I don't think I appreciate that as a person that covers Ukraine a lot. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention I cover Ukraine a lot. You're learning about me right now. So please, I hope you watch the streams often.
Did you hear how close the audience responded to? That wasn't just like distant audience applause. There's some dude 5 feet in front of Trump.
True.
Be like, yeah.
Applauding.
Billions. We're going to give world. We want something that I consider productive.
Okay. From what you've been watching of me so far, am I all over the place?
You know, when I watch our guys operate those things, it's unbelievable. Missile coming in. These geniuses sit down. Most of them are, they're from MIT, but they sit down, bing, boom. It's gone.
What?
It's amazing. I think we could use it. Do you like that? I mean, isn't that?
Yeah. It's just from the other guys.
What the hell?
Timestamp for crowd size. Oh.
It would be so funny if that whole clapping was just the camera people, just, there's actually no audience in that room. It's just the camera people being like, yay. Or just, they're filming. Trump says, yeah, would you like that? And the camera people are like, yay. To create some applause. That would be so funny.
Dude, this is worse than I thought. This is also from Right Side Broadcasting.
I'm not all over the place.
Holy shit. Trump skips on the rallies for months and months. Doesn't go to the debates. He does a rally. And this?
On Vosh's
I
defense,
knew
he
it
has
was indoors.
ADHD.
I mean, you can tell from the audio. But Jesus, I thought it was
guess.
it's a classroom. What? Okay, yeah. Oh my God. No.
Oh my gosh.
Can't look at him. He's in front of like a little PowerPoint, like draw down. Where was this? A school? Jesus. Is this the press pit? There's like one guy. How many cameras are here?
There's one here.
Do you remember how big his rallies used to be? Back in 2019, 2000.
That's the past. We're living in the present now. The future is here.
Wait, not 2019. Back in 2020, 2021, 2022, because he kept doing them even after he was president. Okay, dude, is the press pit really just? Okay, that's a camera, I think.
Yeah.
That's a camera, but it's a phone.
Yeah, there are many phones.
Hello, Iowa. Happy New Year. We're gonna have
Oh, this is a little more HD, incredibly.
great year.
You're very special. We love you very much.
We gotta win.
Actually, this is a lot more HD.
It is.
We gotta win. 9 days from now, the people of this state are going to cast the most important vote
In their entire existence, in their entire lives.
of your entire lives.
True.
777. So it's a big white body jet.
Okay, here we go. Now we're doing the speech proper. Wait.
Now we're doing the analysis. Oh, the speech okay, damn. Thought he was gonna analyze the body more since it's more HD.
People, it's an impossibility to even think about it. But when you ask them, like they bought 100.
30 minutes in from a 44-minute video. Oh, now we're doing the speech proper. Okay. Nice.
Boeing 777s. It's a big white body jet. I say, how did you finance that? Finance? They didn't know what the word finance meant. Finance? We have cash. When they do projects, massive projects, they have all cash, they have oil. We have more oil than they do. we were going to pay off our debt. We were all started. We were ready to rock. You know, we were filling up the
This is rambling.
strategic reserve, which he, by the way, has brought now down to the lowest level in history.
Of our
It's the
country, of our
lowest. These are
planet.
these massive salt mines under different states, mostly Louisiana. Massive salt mines, and they hold the oil.
So
It's natural to
salty.
them. They don't have to do anything. They put
Poland
hole
has
in
a
the
lot of
ground, they
salt,
pour the
actually.
stuff in.
Protect yourself from the 87,000 new IRS agents. Settle your back tax. 87,000 wild hogs in my backyard. They're coming. They're coming for all your goddamn undeclared.
It is difficult to analyze a Trump speech, to be fair. Maybe he accidentally rented the Hilton office space, and supply lobby instead of the...
sources of income.
Maybe.
They're coming to ask you
Maybe.
very pointed questions about some of these business deductions you made in your previous filing.
And it's so much money with that oil. We're going to send it all over. It's going to be great.
He's dying. Look at the energy difference.
Looking down
I
on
told you he was gonna analyze. Weren't we gonna do the speech proper now?
you right now. You know that, okay? You know that, right?
We're supposed to do the speech proper now.
But
We were
Matt's been a
not.
great friend. Somebody told me the other day, and we have these stores in New York. You know, love to go. I used to love to go to them. You did like drugstores and grocery stores. Everything's
Amazing.
now got glass on top. You want to buy aspirin, and you have to call a clerk, which takes you an hour.
This is
They
true.
come over, they open it, they open the door, and they give you and then they close it, because if they leave the shelves open,
That's not a thing in Poland, by the way. That's not a thing at all in Poland. It actually shocks me that it's a thing in the US. It's just not a thing in Poland. The sort of locking most produce behind a glass, that does not happen in Poland.
This will be rated. I mean, would anybody even
The suit
think
looks
that?
too big for him. Well, it makes me think that he's lost weight.
It's badly fitting, which is... Isn't Trump rich? Can he afford to get a well-fitted suit?
That's the only thing that I can think of, even with his shoulders at rest.
I mean, even if you lost weight, can he afford a new, well-fitted whatever?
Next to him, it looks baggy.
It feels like a very
The man's
bad
had
excuse.
tailored suits for decades and decades. The only thing I can think of is just that he's lost weight.
Get a new suit if you've lost weight.
Sometimes it's
It
different.
makes
from
no
when you
sense.
normally vote, so you have to go and make sure you.
I
get
thought it was
right.
just. I thought it was just because of how he was bracing himself against the podium. His suits have always felt too big. Yeah, but like more so now than then. I feel tailored. Well, he does. He does have them tailored. It's a known.
I think that's an American special. Not in Australia either. Yeah, that feels so weird to me to lock things like basic produce behind a glass. That just feels so strange to me.
Better than giving other countries billions of dollars,
Billions.
Billions upon billions.
No, that was one of the dumbest wars ever. Iraq and Iran were the same. They were the same power.
What?
I'm ready to learn about the Iran-Iraq war. Let's learn. I'm ready. This is my research stream.
They had Saddam Hussein, and I will say they hung that sucker, and he looked at him and he spit in their face. You know, he wasn't begging. He wasn't saying, "Please don't do this to me." He spit right in their face. But you know, tough guy. But you had Iraq.
Didn't we find him in a hole? He really looks for any excuse he can to say, like, you gotta hand it to this guy who's a brutal dictator. You gotta hand it to him.
What's happening here?
And they were almost identical for 1,000 years with different names. They've been.
I'm learning so much in this research stream that I'm doing on the Iran-Iraq war.
Fighting each other, and one would move 3 feet this way, and then they'd move 3. But we didn't have to do it.
I've never seen that in the U.S. state of Indiana. I don't know where they do that. That's a good question. Marabel, that's a good question. Do they do this in D.C., Maryland, etc.? I don't know.
I think because they basically then they'd stop. They'd be exhausted after 3-4 years. Then they'd start. This went on for hundreds of years.
Yeah.
Then we go in and we obliterate one side, and now the other side's a great power. We should have never done that. We should have never gone into the Middle East.
Wait, but in the Iran-Iraq war, we there was a lot of Western support for Iraq, and we denied their war crimes at a UN tribunal, and we did the opposite. We did the opposite. We supported Iraq.
Well, you know.
And then Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait, and then there was the first Gulf War, and we let Saddam Hussein win. Oh, sorry, not win, live. We let him live, which we probably shouldn't have.
Which was a win.
And then we invaded again.
We should have never gone into the Middle East, and we didn't need to. We were in the Middle East for one very strong reason. We needed their oil, but we have more oil than they have.
I live in Los Angeles, never seen it.
I think he's talking Sunni Shia. Yeah, but even then, like, not really.
In Poland, alcohol is never locked up. In Poland, locking up alcohol is not a thing. But maybe that's because Poland is a country of alcoholics.
Also, Iraq is majority Shia, right? Hey, Jim. I love these clips, man.
Obamacare is a catastrophe. Nobody talks about it. You know, without John McCain, we would have had it done. But John McCain, for some reason, couldn't get his arm up that day. Remember? He goes that like that. That was the end of that. We almost had it, but we're going to make it.
Big talk for someone visibly leaning against the podium, but at the same time, it's a good bit. Thank you.
Much less expensive for the people, not necessarily for the government, for the people, and it's going to be much better care. And it may be an offshoot of Obamacare. We may add on to it. I'm not looking for any credits. I'm just looking to get much less expensive and much better health care because it's not good. It's not good. It never was good. We kept it going. We did a good job.
Do you remember when Trump was president and said, I'm going to fix healthcare? And not a long time later, he said, I never realized that healthcare was such a complicated topic, and then he didn't fix it. You remember that? That was not so long ago. That was honestly not so long ago.
Didn't he make this promise before? Yes. The entire as soon as Obama passed Obamacare,
okay, I can see why
the
that
entire
would be locked
GOP
up.
was talking about how they were going to repeal it the first chance they got. And for like over a decade now, the GOP has been like, yeah, once we repeal Obamacare, and they never made an alternative plan. Not once. Donald Trump didn't. The GOP didn't. They just don't want you to have health care. Like, the GOP health care is just...
See, Vosh just repeated what I said. Trump didn't fix healthcare.
Whatever you're asked to, and that's it. There's no plan. They
Many
haven't
such
even
cases.
tried. They haven't even, like, pretended to have a plan.
True.
I had a choice. Let it rot and let it do terribly and everybody, or make it as good as it can be. And we made it as good. It was the right thing to do. But as president, I could have destroyed it just by not feeding it.
You were wait. You didn't just lose.
You were the president.
2020. You won in 2016. What do you mean? You were president.
Trump roasting himself. Classic.
Did the right thing, but we really have to get much better health care in our country. On day one, Obama.
Well, that's good.
In our country. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender, and
oh my God, of course, the evils of being trans. I'm gonna get axed for being trans because I'm the biggest Polish trans streamer. Hello.
And other inappropriate.
Wow. Man, the
Wow.
GOP really is lost, isn't it?
It is.
This entire time, we haven't heard the crowd cheer once. And then he says the magic words. It's all
trans people.
Culture war stuff. There's no other issue that they care about. There's nothing. Like, dead, empty party. Nothing.
True.
You know?
I can't believe Vosh would plagiarize you like that. I know! And yet I have the fraction of the audience. That's just not fair. That's just not fair. The woke trans.
Racial, sexual, or political content onto our children. All right? Amazing. It's amazing that you have to even say these things. Yeah?
It's transphobia not to watch me. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be frank. If you don't watch my streams and my videos, you're transphobic. I had to say it. The truth hurts. But you, all of you are watching, so all of you are not transphobic.
Who would have
literal Pavlovian response? Yeah, no, literally. Like these NPCs, these like 80 IQ troglodytes in the audience legitimately don't like know or care about politics. Is this in Iowa? I'm going to be very racist against the Midwest for a bit.
Oh my
okay?
God.
The fact that these people managed to dress themselves for this, okay, given the, I guess I would say, cognitive disposition of the state that they live in, okay, is impressive, all right? They dedicated all their brain cells to that, and that they don't have any left. It's just the code words now. Critical race theory isn't the new thing DEI, right? Diversity, equity, inclusion. You should have said that too. You know, really fold it in.
Oh yeah.
Dress, please. It's Iowa. I'm sorry.
Maybe he is leaving the best for last.
Cells. All right.
True. Subscribe to Lucy or get cancelled. True. Let's get to 2K subscribers. Did you know that I'm like only a bit above 1K subscribers? Don't you think my content is good? Don't you think you're having fun? Am I not a good content creator? Am I not providing you quality content? If you think so, then you should help me to get to 2K subscribers. Vosh is insulting me now. Midwest, Best West. Oh my gosh. I bet you think I'm entertaining. I bet you think that. Lucy is good and nice and stuff, right? Yeah.
I think, your children go into surgery, you don't even know if they can. So they're operating on your daughter. They are?
What?
Can you believe this? They're taking over. It's just in our country. On day one.
They've taken over, sis.
You know who has the oil right now?
Did we make it out? Did we watch all the clips that I wanted to go through?
I don't know.
We can understand why, like, we've gotten the vibe. There is, however, I've saved the best for last.
Oh,
the
God.
Single most important clip.
I want to see it now. Let's see
We
it.
haven't looked at it yet.
Okay. Nice.
Some of you know what it is.
I don't know what it is.
Critically important.
I don't know.
It didn't work. They had an almost $1 billion cost overrun on the magnetic elevators. Think of it, magnets. Now, all I know about magnets is this. Give me a glass of water. Let me drop it on the magnets. That's the end of the magnets. Why didn't they use...
Magnets, how do they work? The Midwest is the Eastern Europe of America. What's wrong with What's wrong with Eastern Europe? I live in Eastern Europe. I live in Poland. What's wrong? Ouch, my boob. What's wrong with Poland and Ukraine and other nice Eastern European countries? Oh, come on, be nice. Be nice to me. I live in Poland. Hello, Grant Miller.
It didn't work. They had an almost $1 billion cost overrun on the magnetic elevators. Think of it, magnets. Now, all I know about
how do they work?
is this. Give me a glass of water. Let me drop it on the magnets. That's the end of the magnets. Why didn't they use John Deere? Why didn't they bring in the John Deere people? Do you like John Deere? I like John Deere.
What did we even say?
See, am I having a stroke? Yeah, I guess, I don't know if he misspoke, but given who he is, it's genuinely possible that Donald Trump thinks that magnets become demagnetized
when you pour water.
If they get wet. It's not impossible.
It's like the gremlins. You can't get it wet or feed it after midnight, I guess. Russia hates them. Does that mean Russia hates us Midwesterners too? Yes.
That he believes that. You know, like, it's him. He thinks that exercise shortens your lifespan. I don't really know. I mean, if they're
No, Lucy, Poland is Western Europe. Czechia is Eastern. What?
Magnets, maybe. I don't know. I think he's just talking about regular...
Czechia is West... Whatever.
Magnets. You know? I mean, water couldn't even touch electromagnets anyway, right? Because they got to operate at like 5 billion degrees below. I think he's talking about magnets. Like, I think that he thinks that if you just took
magnesium dilutes. Magnets. How do these work?
Wait, am I not thinking of electromagnet? I'm thinking of
No, Vosh is lost in the sauce.
I was thinking of superconductors. My bad. Okay, I don't think he was talking about pouring water on electromagnet. I don't think he was talking about that, guys. Now, see, that's me. I think he might just.
You're just lost in the
I think he might just believe that. I don't know. Trump's senility is getting to Vosh. It seems it's infectious, you know? The joy is infectious. In all seriousness, the only real thing of interest here. There are two things of interest here. That
what
you should,
were they? His body language.
That you should internalize. The first important one
Yeah.
is that Republicans essentially have no party platform. There is a vague anger and discontent they feel that gets triggered by certain code words.
Triggered.
Trans, DEI, CRT.
Lucy Haza.
But that's it. The average Republican voter might respond to this in the same way that the muscles of a dead man
superconductor
might move if you
super
subject them to
coconut
an
magnets, you
electrical
mean?
current. But there's no thought happening there. There's
The
no
coconut island magnets.
choice. It's just Pavlovian, as some chatter said. So yeah, keep that in mind. The GOP is a rudderless boat. Oh yeah, fully. It's all collective psychosis. You could talk to them; they wouldn't even know why they feel that way. They
Damn.
wouldn't even be able to describe their feelings.
Why. So
that's one thing. The second thing is that I think that Trump's health is going to become more and more of an issue as time goes on. The man is under a huge amount of stress, and what's more, unlike Biden, who's surrounded by White House staff, Donald Trump consistently surrounds himself with sycophants and yes men who are likely to act outside his good
True.
interest. Do you think Donald Trump is surrounded by a bunch of well-meaning do-gooders who are constantly advising him on what's good for his health? No, of course not. He's surrounded by the same lunatic grifters that he's always surrounded himself with.
That's accurate.
And, I think there's a very high possibility that he just burns himself through. Now, even burnt through, he could still end up running and winning. It's not like we live in a fair system, but we'll have to see. If
Trump wins, that would be a disaster.
Trump ends up dying or becoming so unhealthy that he can't even run, that he can't even, get kind of like Weekend at Bernie's across the finish line, I think that the Republicans get a guaranteed loss. Even if Biden died and Kamala Harris ran in his stead, it would be a guaranteed win for Democrats. The Republicans are so far away from having a party
An alternative candidate to Trump
can exist without Trump. They're so dependent. Oh, I know
guess.
Will from PA. I hate Kamala Harris, but Republicans need Trump. Now Vivek just picks up mantle. No, absolutely not. 0%. Vivek exists right now and has prominence.
Isn't Vivek a joke?
Purely because he's soaking up attention that would otherwise go to Trump if he attended those debates. He has no shot right now as an actual Republican.
Okay, isn't Vivek basically a joke? Am I mistaken about that? Isn't he basically like a meme?
Candidate. They just like
Kamala Harris. What happened to Bernie?
him
Good
there
question.
because he's like the little Keebler elf in Santa's stead. Wouldn't the Republican vice president take over if Trump wins? What vice president? Who's Trump's vice presidential candidate?
Vivek is basically out now. I've seen some of his takes. They're basically joke, a meme candidate.
A big issue, by the way. The fact that even having been a former president, Donald Trump doesn't have... Yeah, Carrie Lake...
The Republicans won't vote for him.
People have said Vivek, but I think that's incredibly unlikely. I think it's almost certainly going to be a woman because he's trying to shore up the lost votes from the Roe v. Wade revocation. He doesn't want a VP. It doesn't work that way. You got to have a VP.
I guess in American system.
So, yeah, that's true. Probably a bit of a deterrent. Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll have to see.
True.
It really does feel like a rudderless boat.
I guess it's over.
Eyes on this space.
So, if you've enjoyed this segment, press like, subscribe button. That was fun. But now, we're about to get to the meat of the stream, okay? We're about to get to the genocide. We're talking genocide now. We're in the genocide zone. This is gonna be our last segment for the day. We're gonna be discussing genocide, and I expect full participation from the chat. So we're gonna start here with, again, I'm gonna do a short introduction to Rafał Lemkin. You may know Rafał Lemkin as the person who coined the term genocide and who pushed for the UN to accept and later ratify the UN Genocide Convention. But that was not the beginning of it. It all began before World War II when Rafał Lemkin, a very well-known and respected Warsaw lawyer, who also happened to be Jewish, started working on developing new crimes as a lawyer because he was aware of the Armenian genocide. It wasn't called a genocide then. And he started working on two new crimes. One of them was called the crime of barbarism, and the other was called the crime of vandalism. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this story, with this history. The first crime of barbarism was basically the framework for what became genocide. It basically spoke of wanting to destroy a group, etc. It basically had the same points as what constitutes a genocide, but the name back then for it was barbarism. The second crime, the second new crime that Lemkin was working on was the crime of vandalism, which was the crime of destroying tangible cultural artifacts, heritage, like art, books, antiques, buildings, and things like that. Lemkin argued that destroying those things is not just a loss for a particular group that loses these cultural things. It's a loss for the entirety of humanity. So he argued that the entirety of humanity should be interested in prosecuting and punishing the destruction of such things. So now we go forward to after World War II. The Holocaust happened, and Lemkin sort of concluded that the word barbarism is not strong enough to encapsulate the crime of destroying a group of people in part or in whole. So he coined the term genocide from two parts. Genus, which is Greek for people, and icide for like in homicide, patricide, etc. Genocide. The term was born. And so Lemkin did a huge effort to push it to the UN, to get it accepted. It took him a long time to get it actually ratified. And of course, Lemkin envisioned a far wider scope to the convention. He identified groups that sort of would be targeted for genocide. It was the religious groups, and he wrote in the religious groups with the Armenians in mind because of the Armenian genocide, because the Ottoman Empire did not even accept a category of nationhood, of nations and national identity. The Ottoman Empire considered the Armenians to be a religious group, and so did the Young Turks when they did the Armenian genocide. So that's why you have the religious group in the Genocide Convention. Racial groups. That one was created because of the Holocaust, because Jewish people were seen as a separate race from all other Europeans. This is why religious groups, right? Lemkin also wanted to include political and social groups into the Genocide Convention. And those were to be added specifically because of the atrocities committed by the USSR on political and social groups. And of course, the Soviet Union was the biggest opponent to having those groups in the Genocide Convention. So it was crossed out. Also, Lemkin wanted the crime of vandalism to be part of the Genocide Convention, so the destruction of art and other cultural heritage. And that also did not make it into the Genocide Convention. Unfortunately, because of course, okay, there's a very important conversation we need to have when we talk about genocide and the Genocide Convention. And that is how genocide is viewed now and how it was viewed. That would include queer people, yes, absolutely. And how it was viewed before the war. So, after the Armenian genocide, the new Turkish government wanted to quietly execute the perpetrators of the Armenian genocide, so they fled abroad. And one of these people who took part in the Armenian genocide was killed by an Armenian survivor in an act of justice, you could say. And that person was arrested. And rightfully so, Rafał Lemkin he talked with someone about it and asked, why is it that Turkey murdering the Armenians is not considered a crime, but the Armenian killing the perpetrator of the killing is considered a crime? Why is that? And the answer was, that is because it is the sovereign right of every country to do as it pleases with its citizens, and that includes killing them. It is a country's business as to what it does with its citizens, okay? And he gave an analogy. If you have an owner of a group of chicken, it is well within the owner's rights to kill the chicken and eat them or whatever. But if someone tries to come in and try to stop the owner of the chicken from killing them, now that is a crime because you encroach on someone's property. And that is exactly how it was viewed before the war. Citizens were basically viewed as the chicken, and the state was viewed as the owner, okay? And it was Rafał Lemkin's biggest hope, and he had to be very careful with this, okay? He had to be extremely careful in navigating the acceptance of the Genocide Convention by the US. Not by the US, by the UN. Because if the Genocide Convention would be first accepted and then ratified. And many countries abstained from ratifying it. I'll get to that in a moment. Then it was Lemkin's goal to strip away that sovereignty from states, from individual states, okay? Because genocide would now become an internationally charged crime. All the ratified countries could charge individual states with the crime of genocide. Right? So individual states would no longer have just the sovereignty to do whatever they please with their citizens, which would include murdering them, or the destruction of whole groups, okay? Before it was considered, and this is why, and this is also very interesting, you know the Nuremberg trials, right? You know how the Nazis were charged with... Actually, the Nazis were never charged with genocide. Remember that. They were charged with murder, with mass murder and individual murder. But you know what? While the Nazis were charged with killing European Jewish people, they were never charged with killing German Jewish people. And that was because that was considered part of Germany's sovereignty, so it couldn't be charged. You see? The Nazis were never tried for killing the German Jewish people. That was Germany's sovereign right to do what it pleased with the German Jewish people. But killing Jewish people from other countries now, that's a crime. You see? And that's how it was handled during the trials of the Nazis. Right? And the Genocide Convention was supposed to change all that. It was a big game changer. The US did not ratify the Genocide Convention in Lemkin's lifetime. Enough places ratified it so that it became active, so that it became law. Sort of, it became a thing. But for example, the US did not ratify it within Lemkin's lifetime. And similarly, interestingly enough, Lemkin himself was very disillusioned. By the time he was dying, he was very disillusioned with the whole thing. He considered his greatest effort, his greatest work in his life to be a failure. He considered it to be a spectacular failure. And he basically predicted a world in which countries would commit genocides and international justice would not be able to reach those countries. They would just do it and nothing could be done about it. And I am sad to say that Rafał Lemkin was correct. Look at the Uyghur genocide in China. Does international justice do anything about it? No. What about what's happening in Israel-Palestine thing right now? Crickets. So, unfortunately, there is a really strong point to be made that the Genocide Convention was not able to fulfill the promise or the goal with which it was created. And that was my little ramble on the Genocide Convention. How did you like? Was it good? Have you enjoyed this segment? Was it good? Was it informative? Have you learned anything new? Do you feel like it was basically just me talking in front of a camera. I didn't even show anything or go anywhere to any materials. Was that good? Was that interesting? Do you feel like watching something like this would be interesting for you? If you're a first-time viewer of Lucy Hazet, was that interesting? Was that informative in any way? We could go into details in the future, but there was the broad strokes. There was a broad strokes sort of. We're going to be focusing on specific genocides in the future. And of course, I'm still preparing for that talk with Lonerbox. It was very interesting. Thank you. I'd be interested in more like it. Thank you. Oh, yes. One last thing about Lemkin, okay? What 21 dislikes? Who disliked me? I don't know. What is with the 21 dislikes? Who disliked me? So, one last thing about Lemkin. Because his story was pretty tragic. Only, believe it or not, for a long time he was unknown. He actually became known fairly recently. I'll check it. Fairly recently. And only 6 people attended his funeral. You know, the person that coined the term genocide and worked tooth and nail to actually, for the UN to implement it, to accept it and then ratify it. And then only 6 people. 6 people came to his funeral. That is really sad. And he was basically delegated to obscurity for a really long time, and he only became known fairly recently. Really, really unfortunate. Okay, so I think this is the end for today. We've done a pretty long stream. It's been 6 hours, 7 hours stream. Okay, that's a long stream. So I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna give you a choice, okay? I'm gonna link Twitch, and I'm gonna ask you all to go to Twitch, because from Twitch I can raid you to somewhere. This is the Twitch link, because I'm also streaming on Twitch. And I'm gonna give you a choice. Who do you want to be raided to? Choice number 1. Ico Rules. Choice number 2. Chariot. Choice number 3. Dylan Burns. Those are your 3 choices. But of course you have to enter the link and come to Twitch. If enough people come to Twitch, I'm gonna raid you to one of these 3 people. Ico Rules, Chariot, or Dylan Burns. Who do you want to be raided into? Make your choice known, Dylan. Okay, we can. But you have to join. You have to join Twitch. You have to click. I learned the term genocide is considered inadequate, which sounds really useful. So if Loner Box wants to say instead of genocide, he's not saying much at all. Chariot streaming? Yes. Chariot is streaming. 7 people. So who are we rating? Chariot, Aiko, or Dylan? Write in the chat. Chariot. Okay. In fact, write in the Twitch chat. Write it out in the Twitch chat. Who do you want rated? And I will rate the person that gets the most votes in the Twitch chat. The Twitch chat counts. Who do you want rated? Write it out in the Twitch chat. Once again, these are your choices. Aiko rules, Chariot, Dylan Burns. Vote. Vote like your life depends on it, because it does. You're right, Gabriel. Only 2 people voted. So I'm waiting like 20 seconds and then I'm gonna raid. I'm gonna link the Twitch again. Oh wait, the link is still here. I don't have to link it again. Yes, I guess we're raiding Chariot. Oh. Sorry. Yeah, please vote. I'm gonna wait just a little bit more. Please vote. And please come to Twitch. Come on. There's so many of you here. Come to Twitch. There should be at least 30 people on Twitch now. Should be more of you here. Come on, let's go. I guess there's less people now. I'm just gonna raid Chariot. It doesn't allow me to. What? Why not? What the hell? It doesn't allow me to raid Chariot for some reason. What? Is Chariot not streaming anymore? She is, or they are. Wait, why can't I raid Chariot? What? That's so weird. I cannot vote. I cannot choose Chariot to raid. I don't know why. This is so weird. Okay, we're choosing Chariot. We're raiding Chariot. Why didn't it show me on the thing? It's so weird. Well, bye-bye. It's been fun. Thank you. Thank you for being here right now. And now I can finish the stream. There we go.
Strange.
All right. We're done.
Hey, it's a Lucy Hayes raid.
Lucy, hi.
There we go.
Oh my gosh. The ducks joined the creatures.
True. Okay. Bye-bye. I hope you'll join me on the next stream. I hope you liked what you have experienced today. I'm gonna press